Chapter 1170. Eternal Lord Star was in an uproar. Undercurrents were surging in the dark today, all sides unable to remain calm. The great era of development had arrived, an unprecedented opportunity placed before them. All great clans were recruiting soldiers. As long as one had enough strength, they would definitely be recruited. They all wanted to seize the initiative in the future battles for territories. Origin Ancient Mine, it truly is something to look forward to. There is actually a place like this. I believe that a certain amount of Origin Lifestone can be excavated. Since there is this type of divine material, then perhaps the others can be found as well. It truly makes one excited. 5th or even 6th level Immortal Evolution liquid might even be refined. The beautiful prospects and grand blueprints made many great clans excited. For them, that place might become a divine land of revival, recreating the glory of eternal kingdom. Only Yi Fan frowned. These people wanted to excavate Origin Ancient Mine. Were they tired of living? Could it be that this ancient star had a few quasi-emperors who were going to head over with mechas left behind by ancient deities? This will trigger a great revolution. Back then, we found a similar resource star, allowing our civilization progress to be advanced by 50,000 years. This time, it might be 100,000 years or even longer. Just wait and see. Yi Fan was rushing about, entering and exiting various great recruitment points. He was choosing a great power, wishing to find a king clan with enough strength to join one of the 10 clans. In reality, all of the clans were recruiting, but there were only 11 clans including the Vanguard and Lantua clan. The others had to wait until they were clear before setting off. Yi Fan wasn't willing to wait too long. The entire star system was recruiting, the supply of mercenaries becoming unprecedentedly high. After being recruited by the great clans, it was as if all of humanity was going to carry out a great migration. The starry sky web was boiling, people discussing and arguing every day, always revolving around this topic. There were naturally people who criticized this, saying that this was invasion, protesting that this was bullying the weak natives. However, no great power cared about these things. In their eyes, there were only benefits, not letting go of any resources. Yi Fan was choosing between mercenaries and great powers, moving back and forth. With his strength, he would definitely be welcome no matter where he went. However, his ambitions weren't limited to this. He wanted to rise up, and when the time came, he would be able to plunder a mothership. When the various great clans took action, only the Underworld King clan remained calm. They didn't make any preparations, coldly watching from the sidelines. They only gave a few great clans they were on good terms with a word of warning, saying that that place would most likely be difficult to find. Back then, their ancestors came from that place. Now, very few people knew that even their ancestors couldn't find the way back. They felt that the Lantua clan might not necessarily succeed. When the Lantua clan learned of this, the person in charge shook his head and laughed, saying that the demonic god was not ordinary and had grasped the demonic race's ancient method to record the starry sky coordinates, paying great attention to measurement along the way. The Lanto clan, on the other hand, could deduce and calculate step by step based on these coordinates that were so primitive that they were almost ancient. They could go back in time and find that mysterious universe. When the Netherworld King tribe heard about it, they also started to make preparations. However, their true intentions were not to participate in it. This was because they vaguely remembered the teachings of their ancestors. There was a path of immortalhood in the Big Dipper star domain. Even the ancient emperors had found their way to that place. It was definitely not simple. However, they buried all of this at the bottom of their hearts and didn't say it out loud. They were prepared on the surface, but they were watching silently in secret. Other than the Netherworld King tribe, the deity Feather Chi clan also had other plans. This was because the old saint, Qi Yaoguang, had personally consulted Yi Fan and said that he would listen to his advice. Don't go. Looting there won't end well. Yi Fan only said this and didn't mention the situation in the Big Dipper star. The Qi clan immediately quieted down and became very cautious. They didn't want to get involved in this mess. From Yi Fan's calm words, they could feel a murderous intent. You have no choice but to prepare. Someone is watching you. They all know that you have helped me before, and some big clans have already guessed that I came from the Big Dipper star domain. For example, that Zhao Qingchuan is very meticulous. He must be observing your movements. Brat, you are really dishonest. Aren't you tricking us? Qi Yaoguang said. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said, they are going to invade the Big Dipper star domain. There will be an interstellar war and it's hard to say who will die. I just don't want you to act alone and attract the attention of others. This was a long and drawn-out preparation because an expedition was not a child's play. There was always the possibility of failure in the outer realms. The people of the Eternal Lord Star weren't blindly arrogant. They had learned enough information from the demon god. Recruiting experts, building warships, and repairing motherships were all being carried out in full swing. All kinds of expedition plans were also being discussed. During this time, other than thinking about which major force to join, Yi Fan was also actively preparing. He was doing his homework, analyzing and studying all kinds of minerals. He learned about the various divine main materials needed to refine the strongest evolution fluid. They were truly rare and could only be found by chance. However, he might be able to find some in the Big Dipper star. Today he urgently wanted to increase his realm. The ancient mirror left behind by Ji Haoyue recorded the dangers ahead. The 9 pieces of information made him restless. If he wanted to advance, he must become a saint. Otherwise, there would be many dangers ahead. If he chased like this, he would most likely die. This divine mineral that only appears once in eternity is the Eye of Creation? Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder the evolution fluid was so priceless. None of the required materials were ordinary and all of them were peerless treasures. Especially the 9 main materials, each more precious than the last. The Destiny Rock, the Eye of Fortune, the Immortal Vine, the Primordial Life Stone, the Heart of the Dead World. Which one of them wasn't heaven-defying? In a sense, as long as there was a main mineral with divinity, he could refine the first stage of the evolutionary fluid. He could find substitutes for the other main materials, and then add dozens of auxiliary rare minerals, and he would more or less succeed. In fact, the number of main divinity materials would determine the stage of the evolutionary fluid that could be refined. For example, in the Pure Land of Heaven last time, they didn't have the Immortal Vine and used the Meteorite Withered Vine Heart as a substitute. They only had the Destiny Rock, the Primordial Life Stone, and a small piece of the Heart of the Dead World to successfully refine the third stage of the fluid. Of course they were well prepared. They had gathered all kinds of auxiliary rare minerals, and they were all of high quality. The missing main materials were all good substitutes. Yi Fan pondered for a while after understanding the details. It was simply impossible to refine the 9th stage of the immortal level fluid. Not to mention the 9th stage, even the 8th and 7th stages were difficult to refine. The most sensational event in the past 50,000 years on the Lord Eternal Star was when someone barely managed to refine the 6th stage of the fluid. After robbing the purple-eyed woman at the Undying Mountain, the Destiny Rock had only just begun to melt and had just extracted the first stage of the fluid. I left it in the Heavenly Village, so it should be of great use. In addition, I can ask the Sacred Prince to invite the victorious Fighting Buddha. Maybe he can get a piece of the Primordial Life Stone from the Origin Ancient Mine. As for the Heart of the Dead World, I seem to have it with me. When he stepped on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, he once stayed on a planet full of withered bones for a period of time. He once saw the battle between the saint-level skeletal creatures and the Golden Holy Ship. In the end, he went deep into the Earth's core and took away a mineral filled with death energy. Now, he finally learned that it was actually the Heart of the Dead World. This kind of mineral only had a 1 in a billion chance of appearing in the land of extreme death. The black mineral contained the miracle of immortality and was the rarest of treasures. Yi Fan studied it carefully and finally learned a lot of valuable things. If he could return to the Big Dipper this time, he would pay more attention and collect them. By doing so, both he and his old friends would gain great benefits. There would be a qualitative transformation. Every step forward would shorten the time of cultivation by 100 years. The significance was too great. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. The various clans of the Eternal Lord Star were in full swing. Their preparations had almost come to an end. It could be seen that they were very serious and attached great importance to this trip. Yi Fan chose to join a super noble clan known as the Rising Sun City. In the history of such an ancient clan there had been great sages. In particular, some of them still had King of Sages. Therefore they were known as nobles. The Chao clan, the Brahmin clan of the Immortal Feather Star Ocean, the Mo clan of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Zhao clan where Zhao Qingchuan was from, the Rising Sun City Royal clan, including the Lantua clan, there were a total of 11 clans. The pre-war preparations were almost done. They were about to start assembling and embarking on the road of expedition. A war across star fields was about to begin. Yi Fan was not so optimistic. There really were experts in this star field. It was not as simple as he thought. If the great sage rode a divine mecha on the road, it would most likely be a disaster. Of course he was not pessimistic. Since he could not stop it, he could only follow. When the time came, he would inform the saints of the Big Dipper in advance. Perhaps there would be a grand occasion where the weapons of the great ancient emperors collided with the mecha of the ancient gods. I should prepare some gifts for them. For example, I should send some sketches to the 11 great royal clans. It would be best if I could lead them to places like the Origin Ancient Mine or the Gathering Place of the Ancient Races. However, it was very difficult to do so. Who would believe him? If he presented the sketches, he would most likely be immediately targeted and found out. In the end, the opportunity came. What happened next caused a huge uproar. A pair of siblings from the Purple Cloud race who had been lost in the universe for many years returned with shocking news. They said that they had been to the Big Dipper star field and had fallen near a strange place called the Immortal Mountain. They had hibernated there for many years, but in the end, an accident happened. The evolutionary fluid that they had refined was taken away by a native. That is really a treasure land. Through the description of the siblings from the Purple Cloud race, it has been confirmed that the words of the Lanto race can be trusted. That native has one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Perhaps there really are many powerful bloodlines in that land. Miss Ziyin has finally returned. She is the pride of the Purple Cloud race. She has entered the universe alone with her brother for so many years to refine the evolutionary fluid. It is really admirable. She is the most beautiful fairy on the eternal main star, comparable to Qi Meng and Fan Xian in the immortal feather star field. When Yi Fan received the news, he was stunned. The pair of alien siblings had escaped and returned. They were once his captives and had only just returned to the mother planet. The fairy-like beautiful young lady Ziyin and her group had suffered greatly. The mothership had been taken away, leaving only the golden mecha gods will inside. It had to constantly jump through space and was lost in the cold and dark universe more than 10 times. It had almost died outside and only returned after a narrow escape. Some of the warriors who had returned with them were immediately secretly divided up by the various royal families. They were lured with large amounts of money just to understand that ancient planet. Unfortunately, these people's knowledge was limited. Because they had been immersed in refining the evolutionary fluid for many years, they had no idea what kind of divine land the real Big Dipper star was. They also talked about some important matters. When they were about to leave, they had captured many strange races. The power of their bloodlines was indeed extraordinary. This could not help but make the people of the eternal main star even more excited. Yifan began to move. He distributed various versions of the secret map, making people mistakenly think that it was the secret revealed by these people who had returned. After doing all this, there was only one thing left, and that was to save the southern demon. In these few months, he had been working hard to confirm her identity, but it was still difficult to get close. The Lanto race's defenses were too strict. Finally, before he set off, the ancient Saint Qi Yaoguang brought him an important piece of news. Recently, rumors had been everywhere. All kinds of maps of the Big Dipper star field were flying in the sky. This made the various royal families lose confidence. Together, they forced the Lanto race to make them reveal all the secrets the demon god knew. In the end, the 10 generals pressured the royal families. The Lanto race had no choice but to tell the truth. They allowed them to see the demon god's sea of consciousness. Everything was no longer a secret. What? The demon god is a clone and not the real one? Yifan was a bit surprised, but he was not that surprised. He had long suspected that it was most likely not the real southern demon. That's right. There is a strand of the southern demon's imprint in his sea of consciousness. Most of it is led by a half-saint from the Lanto race, Qi Yaoguang said. The southern demon had once fought with the Lanto race. In order to save her sister, Qi Huashui, she almost died and spilled a lot of demon god's blood. The Lanto race used this to forge the demon god's body. Qi Yaoguang said, a few years later, the demon godlike man came back and killed many of the Lanto race's experts. However, under the intervention of an ancient saint, he lost an incarnation and passed away with heavy injuries. Yifan was shocked. The southern demon was not simple. To be able to escape from an ancient saint, either he was well prepared or he was unbelievably powerful. In that case, the demon god sea of consciousness now contains the imprint of the southern demon's incarnation? That's right. Qi Yaoguang nodded. Since the Lanto race revealed the secret, did you let anyone see the consciousness of that incarnation? Yifan asked. I saw it myself. Qi Yaoguang showed it to him. In the end, Yifan was dumbfounded. The southern demon was really ruthless. He lost his incarnation and almost died. It was definitely done on purpose. That was because these imprints were all terrifying killing plants. The Big Dipper in the demon god's sea of consciousness did not seem to have many ancient saints. The sea of consciousness clearly showed some important places of the ancient race, thinking that there were divine treasures there. That incarnation was definitely done by the southern demon and was left behind on purpose. This is a massacre against the ancient race. The people of the Eternal Lord Star and the ancient race will kill each other. When the southern demon left, the Big Dipper star region was in deep trouble. The threat of the ancient races was too great. They could sweep through the world at any time and leave billions of corpses behind. In a sense, the southern demon was forced to leave. Yi Fan distributed the map and wanted to do the same. However, it was not perfect because he did not fall into the same situation as the southern demon and could not take advantage of the current situation. The southern goblin's plan was very perfect. It displayed all of his intentions, and the two of them coincidentally had the same idea. How ruthless! Yi Fan laughed. The southern demon was indeed impressive. Whoa! The war horn left behind by the ancient great sage sounded. The motherships of the Eternal Lord Star rose into the air one after another and headed for the stargate that had been opened long ago. The Violet Cloud royal family also joined in. A total of 12 noble families set off, and each group sent at least 4 motherships. As for the ancient Saint Mechas, there were even more. There were also powerful beings like Saint Kings to hold the line. Chapter 1171. The thick bugle horn released an oppressive desolate divine sound. The expeditionary army set sail, breaking the peace of tens of thousands of years. Every mothership was followed by a group of warships. They were densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Each of the 12 great clans sent out at least 4 motherships, some as many as 7. They moved majestically, releasing holy might as they tore through the sky, continuously entering the enormous starry gate in outer space. This was a great battle that spanned across galaxies. Under the rumbling of the ancient war bugle horn, large amounts of steel flickered with ice-cold luster. They covered the sky and covered the sky dome as they headed towards the other shore of the starry sky. Many people sent them off. All types of flying ships rushed into the sky, and there were also many experts who flew into the sky with their physical bodies. The various king clans' descendants and women were like sending off their heroes on their way, scattering flowers in the void. I'll be waiting for your return. A beautiful young lady transmitted sound to a young man. I'll conquer a large territory and establish a resplendent country. Children, I'll be waiting for your good news. There were ancestral saints who came to send them off as well. The fluctuations they released resounded through the sky dome, resonating with the entire star domain. Brave warriors who have expanded our territory, will be waiting for your triumphant return. The relatives and friends of the 12 great clans sent them off, sending out their blessings. The warships were like a forest, flickering with the cold luster unique to metal. The expeditionary experts' morale was very high. They were all waiting for glory to descend and carve out a splendid future. In the end, the enormous starry gate slowly dimmed. All of the warships entered, completely disappearing into another resplendent sea of stars. The Great War had begun. The boundless cosmos, the boundless starry sky, it was incomparably grand and boundless. From ancient times until now, it had been called the cosmos. People could only define it like this because it was vast, profound, and terrifying. There was no way to measure it. Darkness was the eternal theme. Even though there were countless stars, they still seemed insignificant in this black curtain. The coldness and loneliness were boundless, far more cruel and terrifying than people could imagine. The first spatial jump went smoothly. They appeared in a bleak void. This was a region of death without the slightest fluctuation of life. The Southern Fiend recorded the path using the Fiend race's most ancient and simple starry sky coordinates without any mistakes. After complex restoration and deciphering, they sorted out the correct route map. Very good. Let's make the next space jump. If there are no accidents, we will need to make more than 400 jumps in total to reach that mysterious ancient planet with life. When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved. It seemed like his change of direction was not a horizontal one. Reaching Eternal Kingdom was a vertical one. He remembered very clearly that when he stepped onto the 5-colored altar, strange dead stars descended one after another. In total, there were less than 100 dead stars. The second, the third, the 88 space jump. Everything was very stable. A large number of motherships led the endless steel battleships forward with a might that could sweep through the star field. After crossing the sky for the 89th time, all the battleships came out from the huge stargate. A strange fluctuation appeared in front of them, and the alarm rang in every mothership. There's a spaceship up ahead. It's extremely damaged, lying in the cold starry sky, together with the cosmic dust. An image appeared on the big screen. It was a 1,500-foot-long battleship. It was majestic and huge, almost as big as the mothership. It belongs to our everlasting star region, but we don't know which family it belongs to. It's actually destroyed here. Send a battleship to see what happened. A silver spaceship rushed up, forming a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, It arrived in front of the huge ship and circled around it to observe. Then it entered through the huge hole. Ah! Suddenly a mournful scream could be heard. Every battleship received their signal. The people who entered the spaceship suddenly had their facial features contorted. Then they exploded one by one. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the screen red. Then a strange sound was heard. The connection was cut off, and the place became deathly silent. Who can tell me what happened? In the mothership of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Marquis of the Mo clan shouted coldly. The damaged spaceship belonged to their clan. No one could answer. There were many things in the universe that couldn't be explained. The vast great void was incomparably long, and people couldn't explore it in their entire lives. Anyone who traveled in the universe would know that things that were 100 or 10,000 times stranger than this had happened before. It was incomprehensible. Shoot them. The Marquis of the other mothership decisively gave the order. There were so many of them here. Not to mention the ancient mechas, there were 50 to 60 motherships. If they fired at full force, even a sage would be smashed to pieces in an instant. Moreover, in this expedition the various clans had ancient sages to support them. They had nothing to fear. Boom! A beam of light tore through the darkness, cutting open the cold and eerie huge ship. Everything inside could be seen clearly. In the next instant something strange happened. Many people in the battleships cried out in fear. All kinds of signals were cut off, and the spaceship was showing signs of losing control. Within the damaged hull, a huge fog appeared. It was dusky and thick like lead clouds. The pressure actually caused the void of the universe to crack. It spread out in an instant, covering the sun, moon, and stars. It enveloped the entire void, completely submerging the mothership and the hundreds of battleships around it. Not good, this is the devil fog. Retreat quickly, avoid it. Someone cried out in alarm. This was simply the bane of all spaceships. Everywhere it passed, the battleships were all corroded beyond recognition. Even the great Tao runes couldn't stop it. This is an extremely dangerous thing in the universe. Even the ancient sages have to avoid it. It can devour and destroy everything. Fortunately, we only encountered a small amount. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. Quickly ask the sages to take action. No one could say for sure what kind of substance the devil fog was. It would sometimes have strong electromagnetic properties, and sometimes it would display a destructive divine energy that was constantly changing. It was very rare in the universe and was classified as a terrifying legendary thing. It was definitely terrifying, but it was difficult to determine whether it had an independent will or whether it was a living body. The four ancient sages acted at the same time. Divine chains of order formed millions of marks. They flowed and formed a cage that trapped all the fog in the center. They refined it together and continuously destroyed it. When there was only a little bit left, a sage opened his mouth and spat out a divine glass furnace. It was resplendent and crystal clear. The furnace opened and the remaining fog was forcibly sucked in. Existences of this level naturally didn't lack divine weapons. Some weapons were left behind by the ancient ascetics. They were peerless in power and were similarly suitable for them. Bring it back and properly study it. Just what kind of substance is this? In the distance there was a terrifying scene. Over 100 warships were all damaged and lifeless. It was clear that not a single person had survived. Meanwhile, the marks on the mothership at the center were also dim. The body of the ship had been cut open and not a single person had survived. This group of motherships had been completely devoured and crippled. They had just set off, but they had already lost a priceless mothership. This made everyone feel very depressed. Anything can happen in the universe. This isn't much. If we want to cross galaxies, we must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Let's continue on our way. A sage said coldly. The people of the 12 great nobles frequently entered the starry sea of the cosmos and naturally understood this kind of cruelty. They had encountered things many times more terrifying than this. As a result, they weren't that depressed. They quickly adjusted themselves and continued forward. The following path was rather long because the ancient coordinates of the southern demon were becoming more and more difficult to understand. The original calculations and deductions weren't necessarily accurate and needed to be verified repeatedly. They took many wrong paths and had to continuously correct them along the way. This process was time-consuming and exhausting. They deduced, calculated, explored, and verified. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed and they were only halfway through their journey. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Every spaceship rumbled as they were swept up by a terrifying great Tao fluctuation. Many small spaceships were violently impacted and quickly disintegrated. Enemy attack. Battle prowess comparable to the ancient saint level. An unknown creature is rushing over from the depths of the universe. It was a gigantic beast the size of a small mountain. It was several hundred zhang tall, and its entire body was covered in blood-colored scales. Even its eyes were blood-colored, and it was as muscular as a wild bull. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head, and its claws were as sharp as a black roc's. It directly tore at a mothership, destroying many battleships along the way. It let out a spiritual fluctuation that shook the universe. The sound of its roar was enough to shatter one's soul. Yifan was shocked. The vastness of the universe was indeed mysterious. A creature comparable to the ancient saints actually appeared in this boundless and silent starry region. What kind of creature is this? Where did it come from? Why is it attacking us? This is a vicious beast that has reached the saint level. A year ago, a mothership of my Zhao clan came to explore this part of the universe and encountered it. Its young son was severely injured and it chased us through many starry regions. I didn't expect to come here and meet it again. It didn't need to think to know that the Zhao clan had almost killed the son of an ancient saint-level vicious beast. Now that they had met again, they naturally wouldn't let it go. The battleships around the mothership were all destroyed by its spiritual roar and exploded. The powerful mothership was torn apart by it, and cracks also appeared on it. Boom. The protective light screen of the mothership opened and finally got rid of it. It was not a lie that the mothership could fight against the saints. At this time, it displayed its true battle prowess and emitted a brilliant light. The sages who accompanied the expedition appeared, and this time there were 8 of them. All of them emitted destructive waves, causing the entire starry sky of the universe to tremble. Black holes appeared everywhere and even the stars were about to fall. This ancient vicious beast opened its mouth and roared. Its blood-red eyes flashed fiercely. It knew that it would definitely die if it fought, so it tore open the void and escaped. However, before it left, it slapped down with its claws. Hundreds of small spaceships turned into cosmic dust and were destroyed in an instant. They couldn't resist at all. Yifan was shocked. Traveling in this dark universe, he actually met such a lonely and terrifying saint. The boundless starry region was indeed incomparably terrifying and mysterious. There's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue. The huge fleet of motherships made another space jump. The 2 saints held the line to prevent the beast from following them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The expedition army combined the route that the siblings from the Violet Cloud royal family had taken when they were lost and carefully calculated the coordinates left by the southern demon. The road ahead was gradually becoming clear. Perhaps they would reach their destination soon. Half a month later, a battleship that was exploring the starry region and verifying the road ahead seemed to be startled. It quickly retreated. The captain's voice trembled as he reported a terrifying matter. We found them. It's been 100,000 years, they're actually still here. They've existed for eternity. Very soon, everyone in the huge fleet of space carriers was horrified. They also saw a terrifying scene. That kind of majestic scene made every cultivator's hair stand on end. Even the Supreme Saint turned pale after seeing it. Chapter 1172. In the ice-cold starry sky, there was a vast expanse of darkness. It was boundless, majestic, and magnificent, carrying with it a boundless pressure. It approached from afar, making even the saints' faces turn snow-white. The universe was extremely vast, boundless without end. Even if humans could travel across it, they could only move about in a limited area for their entire lives. In the face of this unknown dark sky, they were too insignificant and insignificant. It was almost impossible to encounter anything in the star domain, and loneliness was the eternal theme. However, today this norm was broken. What they saw was extremely shocking, and when they woke up they felt a chill from head to toe. Their mothership fleet was enormous and majestic, but at this time, compared to the large steel forest on the other side, they seemed very weak and insignificant. That was a huge fleet and every ship was incomparably vast. The smallest was thousands of zhang in length, while the largest was tens of thousands of zhang in length. They stretched across the sky, densely packed and covering the heavens and earth. After drifting through the cosmos for who knew how many years, they had long since been engraved with the long river of time. However, time was still immortal, existing since ancient times. It's really them? Even the ancient saint's voice was trembling. The ice-cold fleet was even more majestic and magnificent than their mothership fleet, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was an invincible overlord that could sweep through the cosmos. Even though most of the battleships were already dim and the luster wasn't as bright as before, that kind of dignity and grandeur was still there. In particular, the immortal Great Tao traces hadn't faded and were still flowing, emitting a supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was eternal glory, the crystallization of a peak-era civilization. They had once swept through the 6 directions and 8 desolates, reigning supreme in the cosmos they could reach. Wherever their war flag pointed, all would submit. However, even now they no longer had a trace of life fluctuations and became lifeless. At a glance it was like an ancient tomb. This was a type of desolation, and even more so a type of desolation. All of the glory, all of the past, had been buried in the dust of history, drifting alone through the cosmos. This was a group of incomparably terrifying ghost ships. After all these endless years, people's expressions changed at the mention of these ships. When facing them, it was like facing death gods, like evil spirits that had broken free from their shackles in hell. 100,000 years ago, their brilliance was boundless, creating an unprecedented flourishing age. That was a great era of prosperity, illuminating the world with an unrivaled divine splendor. However, as they came to an end and reappeared after a period of time, they became synonyms for death and fear, shocking the entire universe. No one knew what had happened. After an expedition into the depths of the universe, the once invincible fleet set foot on a path of no return, and when it reappeared, it became a ghost ship. This was a nightmare. The invincible Radiant had transformed into the shadow of death. The first mothership fleet that discovered them rushed over to take a look. In the end, they became the followers of the Grim Reaper and became a part of it. Because of this, the ancient sages of the Eternal Lord Star were alarmed. In the end, 11 ancient sages went, but none of them returned. After a long time, when people saw them again, they discovered that the warships of the 11 sages had also become part of them. And at that time, as long as 20,000 years had passed, people felt that the dangerous period had passed. Even if there had been a terrifying entity in the fleet in the past, it should have long since left, and the mystery could be unraveled. However, the nightmare continued, and the terrifying past repeated itself. The 4 ancient sages boarded this fleet, and without a sound, they disappeared with them into the depths of the dark universe, never to return. 50,000 years later, it appeared again. There was no end, no beginning, and it was unknown where it was heading, moving forward aimlessly in the void universe. At that time, after the various hegemons of the Eternal Lord Star learned of this, they sent 10 sages together to block their way in the cold universe and enter deep into the fleet. However, the nightmare continued and it did not end. The 10 sages all disappeared, just like their predecessors, never to return. At that time, the people of the Eternal Lord Star were anxious and mobilized a large number of destructive weapons. They were unwilling to reveal the strange and terrifying truth, and launched an attack that could destroy a star field. It was a scene that made people's hair stand on end. The light beams that could destroy planets, suns, and many other celestial bodies were of no use at all. These ghost ships floated tirelessly without a beginning or an end. All the divine items of the Great Path and the divine light were useless against them. On the contrary, a strange wave spread out, and the motherships that participated in the attack were all turned into dust, turning into cosmic dust. No one escaped. The terrifying past terrified the people of the Eternal Lord Star. In the past 100,000 years, they had ventured deep into the universe to mine, and they had encountered them 14 times. They appeared in different star fields, separated by who knew how many galaxies. It was hard to imagine how they had arrived. The last time they met was 40,000 years ago, in a remote galaxy that was unimaginably far away. Since then they had never appeared again, and people thought that they had disappeared in the desolate frontier of the universe. Who would have thought that the ancient specter ship would appear again? Just like in the past, their silence had never changed in the past 100,000 years. They were lifeless and the living avoided them. Get out of the way, make way for them. Fear spread and even the saints had ugly expressions. It was this terrifying fleet of ghost ships that had silently swallowed their ancestors. No one could stop them. Even now they would not forget the tragedy of the past. Unless the ancient gods were resurrected, they would only die a tragic death if they went up. This was a cold steel jungle but also a graveyard of death. It could bury ancient saints and devour all the strong. 100,000 years ago that was the peak of glory. What did the strong who went on the expedition encounter? Why did it become like this? This was the question on everyone's mind, but no one could answer it since ancient times. Even where they were going and what they wanted to conquer, no one could find out because they did not leave behind any clues. This invincible fleet had quietly traveled far away. Could it be? 100,000 years have passed, and we still can't uncover the truth? After such a long time, maybe there is nothing there anymore. The younger generation was too far away from that period. Some hot-blooded youths could not resist the curiosity in their hearts, and wanted to be the exploration heroes that tore apart the fog. Kill anyone who dares to act recklessly. The ancient saint personally gave the order. The more powerful one was, the heavier their heart felt. How many ancient saints had fallen back then? There was no lack of outstanding figures among them. The 10 saints from 50,000 years ago had boarded with the mentality that the past had long passed, and that everything had been smoothed over with time. In the end, they were all annihilated. Just how powerful was this fleet back then? Looking at the scale, it is truly vast and magnificent to the extreme. Could it be that they had gathered all the strength of the former Eternal Lord Star? Some nobles could not help but feel their hearts palpitate and ask this question. This fleet was truly too magnificent. It was like a dark cloud covering all directions, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Among them, there were 4 giant ships that were at least 200,000 zhang long, much grander than the motherships of the present day. They were densely packed at the center of the fleet. If these ghost ships that had existed since the ancient times were giants, then this fleet of expeditionary ships was only a dwarf. They could not be compared at all. Back then, our Eternal Lord Star was truly glorious. Perhaps extreme prosperity leads to decline, and even the heavens could not bear to see it continue. An ancient saint looked at the 4 giant ships with a pale face. He spoke of some ancient past events, causing people to inhale a breath of cold air. In that era, the Eternal Kingdom had indeed reached an extremely powerful flourishing age. It was already very glorious for an ancient star to produce 3 great sage in an era. However, 100,000 years ago, the people of this star field achieved a breakthrough and broke the norm. No one knew whether it was 7 great sage or a few more could be added. In short, it was world-shaking and had reached a shocking level. People said that if there were no accidents, a god might have been born in that era. In the end, their wishes were not fulfilled. That expedition was led by the 4 great sages. In the center of the ghost ships that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the 4 magnificent motherships that were 200,000 feet long were the exclusive holy ships of the great sages. What? 4 great sage-level motherships? Back then, there were 4 great sages who led the fleet on an expedition. How terrifying was their combat strength? They disappeared in such a strange manner and became ghost ships in the end? Many people were shaken and expressed their shock at this result. The ancient saints felt bitter in their hearts because some of their direct ancestors had died in unknown ways. The enormous ghost ships carried an aura of death as they passed by their eyes. No one dared to go forward and could only watch the glorious relics of their ancestors from afar. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, Something's not right. What's that? What's that? There's a huge iron chain between the 4 great sage ships? None of the motherships could scan that area because there was a strange fluctuation being emitted from that area that could block all probing. A noble stood outside the mothership and gathered his courage to look into the distance. He used his heavenly eye to observe the indescribable scenery. However, the distance was too far. In the blurry darkness of the universe, the distance between any celestial body was unreachable and boundless for humans. Move closer. An ancestral saint also noticed the situation and ordered a mothership to fly forward. He didn't dare to get close and only watched from afar. Many experts rushed out of their spaceships and gazed into the distance. As their eyes opened and closed, beams of light shot forward. Yi Fan also left the battleship and stood on the body of the ship to look into the distance. His heavenly eye was extremely sharp, so he immediately saw the inside story and was immediately shaken. It's a huge ancient coffin. An ancient saint cried out involuntarily. They got even closer. Everyone gazed into the distance in fear and amazement and finally saw the miraculous scene clearly. The 4 ancient ships of the great sage were each in a different direction, and there was a massive coffin locked within each of them as they floated through the universe. It was unknown what the ancient coffin was made of. It seemed to be made of gold yet not gold, stone yet not stone, wood yet not wood. The material was unknown. It was simple and unadorned, as if it had passed through an unimaginable amount of time in the river of time. 4 thick chains were tied to it, shackling it in the center of the 4 great sage motherships. It seemed incomparably heaven-defying and evil. Although the coffin was huge, it seemed very small when compared to the 4 great sage ships. However, when everyone looked forward, they immediately ignored the 4 great sage ships and only had eyes for the coffin. In the cold cosmos, it was the only one. There was a terrifying existence that proved that it was the eternal protagonist of the world. An ancient saint said with a trembling voice, "In the past 100,000 years, our eternal star field has discovered the ghost ships that represent death 14 times. However, each time we could only see the 4 great sage ships. There was only darkness between them, like a boundless mysterious void that couldn't be seen through. Who would have thought that we would actually see through it today? Or perhaps it could be said that it has revealed its true appearance. Another ancient saint said with a solemn expression, "So in that case our ancestors sent out 4 great sage ships for this coffin? They excavated, or perhaps the spoils of war they obtained was this huge ancient coffin." The ancient saints all muttered to themselves. Yi Fan looked at the mysterious ancient coffin and great waves surged in his heart. Since the darkness has disappeared, everything can be seen. Perhaps we can go over and take a look. Let's stake it all. I will go and take a look to uncover this terrifying ancient mystery. A noble said. Chapter 1173. Facing an ancient mystery was a difficult choice that filled one with the desire to explore but at the same time filled their hearts with fear. Those from the Eternal Lord Star naturally wanted to uncover the reason for the mysterious deaths of their ancestors. Now, the boundless dark void had disappeared and only a giant coffin had appeared. This made their thoughts even stronger. That's right. Perhaps we can blow away the fog and restore the truth of the past. The terrifying crisis is most likely over, another noble responded. This was a major event that transcended the ancient times. If they could find out the truth, it would bring them great prestige and benefits. The eyes of some arrogant nobles flickered. 100,000 years ago was an ancient and mysterious era. There must have been a reason for 4 great saints who could sweep through the starry sky to make a move and muster such a large force. It wasn't that the 4 great sages didn't reap any rewards. They locked the ancient coffin and embarked on their return journey. That was the item they were escorting, and it might be a priceless immortal item. Of course, the danger was obvious, but it was worth the risk. If they could gain something, it would most likely have a profound impact that would shake this era. You guys go and investigate. A noble ordered a few suicidal warriors to go forward and investigate with their lives. Among all kinds of terrifying legends, there was no such thing as the ghost ship taking the initiative to attack the spectators. Sending a few suicidal warriors to investigate shouldn't bring disaster to the fleet. Regardless of the era, there was no lack of people who walked on the edge of a blade and lingered between life and death. Their choices determined their fate. Different lives had different manifestations. The strength of these black-clothed people wasn't weak. 2 of them had already severed their paths. Of course, this was also the reason why they were willing to become suicidal warriors. Only by receiving the nurturing of the ancient undying clans could they obtain precious medicines and evolution fluids to advance. Now the time to show their value had arrived. Without a sound or a single word, they flew towards the huge black mass of ships. This was a tomb of death built from a forest of steel. It had existed in the universe for 100,000 years. The ancient saints and nobles were all paying close attention. Everyone held their breath as they watched the suicidal warriors enter the fleet. Perhaps they could unravel the eternal mystery. More importantly, if there was no danger, this would be an unimaginable amount of wealth. Whoever obtained it would immediately become an overlord of a region. The 4 great sage-level motherships, the boundless corvettes, could sweep through the star domain 100,000 years ago, and now they still could, not damaged. Soon, the 6 Deathsworn approached the 4 20,000-meter-long Great Sage-class ships and entered the space where they clustered. They're getting closer. Nothing unexpected has happened. Everyone became excited, and even some nobles couldn't hold themselves back anymore. If there was no danger, they would rush over to receive this batch of peerless saint artifacts. If the 4 great sages' corpses were still there must be divine treasures left behind. Quick, let's see what's different about that coffin. A royal noble impatiently said. The most uncertain factor was naturally the huge coffin. Perhaps all the danger was coming from it. Otherwise, why would the 4 ancient great sage tie it up? The death warriors were very careful. When they were 3 kilometers away, they circled around the coffin and gestured to this side. They didn't discover any danger. Suddenly, a person's expression seemed to shake, causing the cultivators on this side to become nervous. They all looked in the direction he was pointing. We can't see it from this angle. Move the mothership and go around to take a look. An ancient saint said. Everyone began to move to another part of the starry sky to take a look. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. After changing the angle, he further discovered the secret of the ancient coffin. The other corner of the coffin had a crack moved. To be more precise, there were several cracks. There was a coffin inside, not just one layer but several layers of coffins made of the same material. 1, 2, 3, 8 layers of the ancient coffin had been moved away. When it reached the ninth layer, it was stopped and couldn't move. Because the angle of the movement was very small, one wouldn't notice it if they didn't look carefully. Only the last layer of the coffin was undamaged. It was like a solid body without a single crack. Divine 9-layer coffin. Yi Fan was shocked. Just as he guessed, this huge coffin was not simple at all. It was the coffin of a deity from countless years ago, and it should have been buried above the 9 heavens. At this moment he finally understood why the Eternal Kingdom mobilized so many people and sent out the 4 world-shaking great sage 100,000 years ago. It was because what they wanted to do was not ordinary. They actually crossed the 9 heavens and stole the coffin of a deity. The 4 great sage forcefully opened the 8 layers of the coffin, but when they truly touched the 9th layer, they encountered a devastating disaster. That was the ancient great sage, invincible in the heavens and earth. In the era when the ancient emperors didn't appear, who could compete with him? He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with no opponents. However, the 4 great sage worked together and led this boundless fleet to deal with a dead deity, but they were completely annihilated. Yi Fan's body was cold from head to toe. It wasn't the first time he saw the 9-layer coffin of the mythological era. This was because he had one in his cauldron. Killing Saint Chi Luo and the others suggested that he throw it away and bury it in the universe, but he didn't and still kept it by his side. Back then he used his golden divine blood to open the outer layers of the coffin. Thinking about it now, he felt a chill run through his body. If he continued to open it like these great sage, he would probably have died many years ago, right? A deity had died a long time ago, but it still couldn't be touched by the stunning great sage. What kind of extreme combat power did this represent? Go to the great sage's ship and take a look, a noble ordered. 2 Deathsworn boarded a magnificent ship. Even though time was merciless and time flew by, the great sage-level ship was still intact and flowing with a dim luster. The 2 Deathsworn boarded, and not long after, someone came out and waved excitedly at them, telling them that there was an important discovery inside. The physical body of the great sage is undamaged. There were only 8 words, but they seemed to have a strange magical power. Both the nobles and the ancient saints couldn't sit still and were all excited. The value of that mysterious coffin was definitely immeasurable, but they couldn't determine its level yet. However, the divine treasury of the great sage could be seen. It was easy to imagine that it was worth it to obtain a corpse. There must be a top secret within their bodies. Perhaps they could find the 7th or even the 8th stage of the evolution fluid. One had to know that 100,000 years ago was a glorious peak that produced many great sages. It was inseparable from the most powerful evolution fluid. Those 4 were the rulers of that time, so how could they not have immortal elixirs? There was a commotion. An ancient saint spoke, forcefully suppressing everyone's impulses. Even though the crisis seemed to have been resolved and the ghost ship didn't devour lives like it did in ancient times, they still couldn't be careless. The giants discussed for a while, and finally, an ancient saint brought a group of people over to board the great sage's ship to move the divine treasury. The death-sworn soldiers that went over earlier couldn't even get close to the body of the fallen great sage. They were stopped by the terrifying supreme being Dao marks, and if they took another step forward, their bodies would be crushed to pieces. An ancient saint personally led the group, but they didn't immediately enter the forbidden region. Instead, they stopped at the side of the dark mass of ships for a long time. Only after seeing that there were no problems with the death-sworn soldiers inside for a long time did they feel at ease. Over 100 people boarded a great sage ship. Soon after, loud laughter sounded. It was clear that they were extremely excited after seeing the world-shocking divine treasury. Ha! Well, perhaps we can obtain the great sage-level evolution fluid. Everyone, there is no danger here. All of the warships and motherships are ours. A half-saint laughed loudly as he walked out from the ancient ship. This type of news immediately made everyone excited, their bodies all trembling. Forget about everything else, if they could obtain this type of glorious fleet, then it would be worth it. The 12 great king clans' strength and backing would advance by leaps and bounds. 4 great sage-level ancient ships, as well as many Saint King-level warships, and there are even exceptional mechas. Everyone immediately erupted into chaos, all of them becoming stupefied. Then they almost went crazy, all of them wishing to rush forward. Suddenly, an ancient saint's expression changed, hurriedly shouting, "Not good, disaster has reappeared, hurry and return." His face was snow-white, veins jumping on his forehead. He roared loudly, truly wishing he could rush over and bring everyone out. What happened? What happened? Everyone was confused, all of them looking forward. What did they touch? Why did the ancient coffin become dark, unable to see through it, turning into an expanse of primal chaos? Everyone was alarmed. In the past, wasn't the ancient ghost ship just like this? The four great sage ships were covered in darkness, a boundless void representing death and loneliness. Now this type of situation reappeared. Hurry and return. Everyone cried out loudly, not even the saints able to calm down. Divine light erupted from their eyes, staring rigidly forward. However, everything was too late. The 100 or so individuals all lost their auras, entering the ancient ship, thus disappearing. No! Many giants cried out loudly. The terrifying legend of the ancient ghost ship reappeared, even devouring a saint, cutting off his path of life. Suddenly the void trembled, a figure rushing out from the great sage ship. That ancient saint appeared, doing everything he could to struggle, wishing to escape. His face was full of fear, unknown what he had encountered. Save me. He reached out his hand with difficulty, rushing out from the ancient ship, wishing to break free from the fleet. Outside, an ancient saint saw this, quickly lending a hand, because that saint was only a dozen or so steps away from the ghost ship region. Even though each step was difficult, he was still going to break out. However, something even more terrifying happened. It was as if there was an invisible large hand pulling at that escaping individual, slowly pulling him backwards, unable to come out. Meanwhile, the ancient saint who rushed to the ghost ship also released a great cry of fear, his face devoid of all color, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. He himself couldn't budge an inch, as if he was pulled by an invisible hand, entering the ghost ship region. Then, his facial features distorted, silently disappearing into the void. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. These were two saints. To them, they were unrivaled existences that could sweep through an ancient star. Yet at this moment they seemed so helpless and weak, being taken away just like that. This was an absolutely terrifying scene. What exactly is going on? Many kings were trembling. However, this was not the end. A strange fluctuation spread out, sweeping towards everyone. They were about to become a part of the ghost ship. No! Everyone was terrified and they roared in anger. Yi Fan's heart was even more shaken. Others didn't know, but he felt it the clearest. This terrifying fluctuation actually contained a wave of void power, similar to the Ji clan's great Tao of void, and it was coming for him. Void Emperor he is. Void Emperor. Yi Fan was astonished. The divine 9-layered coffin buried above the 9 heavens might belong to the Void Emperor. No, there are two other types of terrifying power, not any weaker than this void power. They are tangling with it. His heart surged with monstrous waves. 3 ancient emperors, their powers were tangling with each other. After thinking of this possibility, Yi Fan was shocked to the extreme. How was this possible? But it was indeed true. It's over, we are also going to become a part of the ghost ship. At this moment, many kings were in despair. Chapter 1174. The murderous spirit of the ancient ghost ships reappeared. They had been drifting in the terrible universe for so many years, like a group of ghosts, silent and silent. Whenever they appeared, there would be a great calamity. Everyone thought that after 100,000 years, the calamity had become a thing of the past, but today it was proven that time could not erase them. They were still so heaven-defying. A large number of ships were black and boundless. The cold metallic luster was dim, but it was the most terrible graveyard in the world. Waves were spreading. Quick, make a space jump. Even the saints were anxious. Some people tore open the void and left directly, while others built a stargate wanting to take away the fleet. They were far enough away and had a buffer time. Half of them retreated and successfully escaped. Only the people in Yi Fan's area could not succeed, because one of the great void paths was mainly aimed at them. To be exact, it was because of Yi Fan. The Rising Sun royal family was anxious. The 5 motherships and a large fleet could not make a space jump at all. They were imprisoned by a mysterious force and could not escape. This was a great disaster. In addition to the Rising Sun royal family, the motherships of half of the nobles were blocked. The construction of the Stargate failed. In front of the Great Void Path, their space laws were not enough. What kind of power is this? The great laws of the ancient ghost ships are unparalleled. Are we all going to be buried here? Everyone's faces were pale. They wanted to fly away with their bodies but found that it was impossible. They were all fixed by the power of the void. They would not forget the miserable state of the 2 saints just now. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing them apart and pulling them into the door of death. Their facial features were distorted and they could not break free. It's coming for me. Yi Fan's scalp was numb. No matter how many methods and magical powers he had, he could not get rid of it. This was the aftermath of the power of the ancient great emperors for more than 100,000 years. He felt that he could be turned into ashes at any time. In front of this kind of power, an individual was too small, even if he was about to become a saint. There was no sound in front of him. A terrible disaster was happening. 2 motherships and hundreds of frigates were broken inch by inch, turning into cosmic dust. The waves were about to spread here. I don't want to die. Why would the primeval emperor want to kill me for no reason? At the moment of life and death, Yi Fan truly understood how insignificant his strength was. To the masses, ancient emperors were akin to gods. No one had the strength to contend against them. The situation was critical. That wave of fluctuations quickly arrived, shattering the 3rd mothership and a large number of ships. The holy artifact was extremely weak and couldn't withstand a single attack from the aftermath. The situation was critical, but Yi Fan's heart calmed down. Perhaps he was going to die, but he couldn't panic. His body couldn't move, so he had to be calm. The destructive power belongs to the other 2 great emperors. The great Tao of the void is merely spreading. It hasn't destroyed any living beings. After Yi Fan calmed down, he felt that time seemed to have stopped. In a split second, he made all kinds of judgments and used his golden spirit to display the profound meaning of the great void technique that he knew. The great Tao of the void is coming for me. The only thing I can attract him is his Tao. Golden divine senses resonated, merging with the unmatched great Tao. He discovered that his body could move, no longer restricted. His judgment was correct. Clang. Then Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. Tao patterns interweaved, simple and unadorned. On it were the sun, moon, stars, and the universe's chaos. It explained the mysteries of the void. This was a royal weapon that Jianghu had left in the Eternal Kingdom. It was obtained by the people from heaven and fell into his hands. He didn't expect it to become a life-saving talisman. Once this mirror appeared, the ignorant great Tao of the void seemed to have gained consciousness. It was as if a person had come back to life and protected it. The replica of the void mirror shattered, and the tens of thousands of patterns imprinted inside turned into rays of light. They entered the universe and were absorbed by the great Tao. Yi Fan was shocked. This ancient mirror wasn't strong and could even shatter him. However, it was like a primer that revived the great Tao of the void that had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Rumble. In the center of the specter ship, the divine spirit 9-layered coffin emitted strands of multicolored light. It was immortal light that interweaved into a pattern. The dark void gradually turned into light. Everything in front of the coffin could be seen. The other 2 mysterious fluctuations were being suppressed, and the destructive power was retreating. A primitive great emperor-level fluctuation was fighting for supremacy. They tangled with each other and obliterated each other. It was indescribably complicated and looked abnormally evil. Why is it like this? Yi Fan had almost never been as shocked as he was today. Didn't they say that it was difficult to meet great emperors and that they couldn't fight in the same world? But now he saw 3 kinds of emperor patterns. The great Tao of the void was fighting 1 against 2. In this silent confrontation, the universe's starry sky began to tremble. The stars in the sky were about to fall. Chi. 3 rays of light rushed out from the ancient coffin and entered the boundless sea of stars. They became eternal, became the heavenly Tao, and merged with the world's origin. They twisted, tangled, and interweaved like gods in a life-and-death battle. This is the continuation of the battle from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is the end of the battle between the great emperors. Yi Fan's voice was trembling. It was really hard to imagine that such a thing could happen. In the depths of the universe, in the boundless sea of stars, he saw the aftermath of the great emperor's power. Who were those 2? Yi Fan knew that this wasn't a true confrontation between great emperors. It was because the people involved had long passed away in meditation. It had been too long. This was only the continuation of their Tao, a conquest. The outstanding figures of endless generations were buried in the starry sky. Just the aftermath alone made the 4 great sage suffer grievances, making several dozen ancient saints fall, forming the terrifying ghost ship. This was the ghost ship's secret, created by the 3 unmatched existences. Even now their aftermath hadn't been extinguished yet. It's them, it's definitely them. Yi Fan felt his entire body go ice-cold. He understood the other 2's origins. They were definitely from Undying Mountain. Back then there was first the Great Completion Divine Body, and then there was the Void Emperor. The divine might of 2 eras suppressed the darkness chaos and quelled Undying Mountain's great calamity. Everyone knew that the Great Completion Divine Body's body declined due to old age. In his later years he died at the Sacred Cliff, killed by someone. The Void Emperor took over and resisted everything. In the end, he also slowly grew old. When he succeeded and stopped, he was already in his twilight years. Not long after returning to his family, he buried himself in the boundless void chaotic streams. That era was too difficult. Undying Mountain didn't have just one unmatched existence. The Void Emperor had killed one before, and later on he charged in alone. He fought against them with the intention of destroying everything indiscriminately. It could be said that that was the most difficult period of the human race. A human great emperor and several unmatched existences fought and dealt with each other. It was truly too difficult to quell the chaos. Moreover, the other restricted regions were also moving. It was hard to imagine just what kind of predicament the Void Emperor faced back then. Later generations obtained bits and pieces from the vanished desolate antiquity documents and restored some of the facts of the past. During the Void Emperor's era, the 7 great restricted regions were all active. This was a secret that wasn't recorded in historical records. It was an inference made by later generations after gathering endless rumors. That was a great era of darkness. Among the ancient great emperors, the Void Emperor might have suffered the most because he faced too many difficulties. Just what kind of pressure did he endure alone? It was unimaginable because he might have faced more than one restricted region's chaos. No one knew how he successfully quelled all the chaos, and even more so, no one knew what kind of price he paid. All of these, not many people in the current world knew. Yifan also only heard some rumors. Later on, when he asked GZ for confirmation, he only believed it after seeing his tacit agreement. There were also rumors in the world that the Grand Xia Empire's Grand Emperor might be the second reincarnation of the Void Emperor. Yifan also asked GZ about this, but he sadly shook his head. There were only a few desolate antiquity secrets that were passed down. It was said that the Void Emperor faced the most hardships. To be able to quell the chaos, he himself paid an unimaginable price. From birth, he fought until his old age. He faced several restricted regions alone, but in the end he still managed to quell the chaos. What kind of price did he pay? Yifan learned the truth from GZ. The Void Emperor had the undying medicine, but he only lived for one lifetime. Needless to say, this was a sad song. He fought the most among the great emperors, faced the most enemies, and paid the greatest price. The flourishing era of the human race that appeared later had a lot to do with his foundation. When he was alive, he beat his enemies until they were cold. When facing the great emperors of the later generations, his enemies didn't dare to waste any more time. In the later years of the Void Emperor, his body was weak. When he was about to pass away, he buried himself in the boundless void. The world didn't know that his battle hadn't ended yet. He fought against 2 supreme existences in the starry skies. Yifan muttered. At this moment, everyone could move. The great Tao of Void appeared, suppressing the other 2 destructive powers. Everyone felt as though they had been granted amnesty and quickly retreated. The curtains fell on the war between emperors over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, the aftermath also emitted the ultimate radiance. There was an outcome. Clang. The final layer of the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era was actually opened. Yifan opened his heavenly eyes from afar, using all of his cultivation to observe, wanting to see through to the end. The aura of the great ancient emperor spread. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, all the motherships trembled and all the creatures knelt down. At this moment, the green bronze shone. Only when facing the most terrifying aura in the world did it recover and stabilize Yifan's body. In this starry sky, he was the only one who didn't kneel down. The ancient coffin buried in the 9 heavens opened. A majestic body fell down, holding a broken weapon in his hand. It was actually cast from eternal blue gold and dyed in the blood of emperors. Bang! The eternal blue gold had already shattered into dozens of pieces over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, this imperial weapon turned into a stream of light and flew in all directions, disappearing into the cosmos. This was the extreme Tao weapon of the enemy that the Void Emperor destroyed in the past. At the same time, another majestic body fell down from the ancient coffin. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, shaking the world. Void, you fought for your entire life. Even before death, you dragged us down with you. Although I hate you, I still respect you. This was the remnant will of a majestic figure from more than 100,000 years ago. You calculated that we would come and faked your death in the coffin. Even though your body is old and weak, you still managed to kill us in the end. I'm not willing. This was the remnant will of another body. They had fallen over 100,000 years ago. At that time, their bodies should have disintegrated. The remnant will left behind in the past didn't disperse and remained until now. Now, inch by inch, they broke apart and turned into two beams of eternal immortal splendor, fusing into the cosmos. Boom. Large groups of ships were disintegrating. Spectre ship would no longer exist. Only a lonely ancient coffin was left. It shattered the iron chains and floated towards the depths of the dark cosmos. Quick, activate the transportation formation and seize the divine treasury of Spectre ship. Many nobles shouted. Yi Fan, however, didn't move at all. He quietly watched the distant ancient coffin. He felt a kind of sadness for the Void Emperor. After fighting for his entire life, the last person, a coffin, left alone in the cosmos. It had come to an end just like that. He recalled the words of the Black Emperor and his heart was moved. The true great emperor of the human race is invincible. Even the true great emperor of the human race is dead. Since Void was born, he had fought until he grew old. Even before his death, he was old and weak. He still fought against the two supreme existences alone in a cosmos that no one knew about. He had the elixir of immortality, but he only lived for one lifetime. Yi Fan muttered to himself, the true great emperor of the human race is dead. That simple and unadorned coffin left alone into the darkness until it couldn't be seen anymore. Chapter 1175. The two words Great Emperor were extremely heavy. The extraordinary years were like fleeting clouds. What they truly faced was the loneliness of the endless ages. Shocking talents were envied by later generations, but who knew what they experienced in their lives? From birth to old age they faced it alone. This was truly a sad song. Old friends, people from the same generation as them, all died. Only he himself carried pain and weariness as he fought. His long life was filled with loneliness. The desolate era was in chaos, and the passage of time erased everything. The later generations had forgotten his achievements, that he had once fought alone in outer space until now. In the eyes of the people, the great emperor was unrivaled, glorious, standing at the peak. He was someone that people yearned for. But who could understand the Void Emperor's miserable old age? Even though he was old and weak, his blood energy dried up, he still fought. His companions and beauties of the past had long since become graves, and he was the only one who lived the latter half of his life. In the end, he silently went on his way, choosing to fight against a great enemy in outer space until the very last moment of his life. He walked towards the end alone. After 100,000 years, the curtains closed. A single person with a coffin, no one to send him off. Only he himself left into the distance, entering the dark and cold depths of the cosmos, mournfully burying his bones in a foreign land. This was a true great emperor. Streaks of holy light surged, blossoming in the starry domain. That enormous fleet, including the 4 great sage ships, were all breaking apart inch by inch, quickly disintegrating. The Void Emperor's coffin left into the distance. The chains were broken, and his corpse went on its way alone, buried in the boundless void. Meanwhile, the remaining enormous fleet was being destroyed. This type of scene was world-shaking, absolutely terrifying. The ancient ghost ships are collapsing, they've reached the end. In the endless distance, the people of the Eternal Lord planet were all actively taking action. They quickly operated the formations, transferring the various ancient ships and divine artifacts in the starry sky. Those were all priceless treasures. The 4 great sage ships became the focal point of everyone's attention. There were divine depositories there, unparalleled treasures. They couldn't allow them to be destroyed like this. However, after the 9-layered coffin left, this place went out of control. Large amounts of the fleet shattered, turning into cosmic dust. It was difficult to stop it. The hearts of the 12 nobles were dripping blood. Even the saints clenched their fists and did everything they could to save the ship. This was the radiant fleet from 100,000 years ago. It was unrivaled. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he couldn't defy the heavens. The Void Great Emperor's coffin left into the distance. The space it stopped in began to collapse. This type of situation was irreversible. Hurry, construct the greatest star gate, definitely lure out the 4 great sages' ships. Those are divine treasures. Even the ancient saints cried out loudly, personally taking action. In the heavens above, a gate that looked like it was forged from metal appeared. It was enormous beyond compare, as if it connected to the ends of the world. Symbols flickered about, locking down the area ahead. Boom. Swathes of metal fragments flew out and explosions rang out without respite. Silvery light flashed and even the sacred artifact was reduced to ash when it charged out. It's out. We fished out a great sage's ship. An aristocrat excitedly shouted. They trembled and waved their arms with all their strength. They nervously stared at the ancient holy ship that flew out from the star gate and released a boundless pressure. Not good, it's also breaking apart. It can't hold on any longer either. Everyone's hearts sunk. Even though the great sage's ancient ship flew out, it had long been broken apart. Moreover, it was still breaking apart, silently disappearing. Too terrifying. Just the aftermath of that ancient coffin destroyed the great sage's ancient ship. This truly is horrifying. Everyone trembled. They didn't have the courage to chase after the divine coffin at all. Even though it was the target of the great sage's expedition more than 100,000 years ago and was extremely precious, now they could only leave it in the distance. Dazzling light erupted and explosions continued. The great sage's ship broke apart into pieces. An ice-cold corpse fell out from within, drawing everyone's cries of alarm. It's the great sage from 100,000 years ago. Everything has been destroyed and only his corpse was preserved. Within the destructive fluctuations, explosions continuously rang out. Only an aged corpse hadn't broken apart, the only thing that could still be considered complete. The saints took action together, not a single one of them wishing to capture him. However, doubt traces interweaved. The great sage's body began to collapse, making several ancient saints back up in alarm. This truly is a world-shocking horror. The final fluctuations from that ancient coffin actually produced such terrifying results. The great sage's body was blasted into blood and crushed bones. Within his body, a dim blood gourd fell, enduring the aftermath of the Tao laws. Kacha. The blood gourd also released shattering sounds affected. However, it didn't completely shatter in the end, only having half of it left. Everyone was shocked. The aftermath continuously destroyed the ancient ship, corpse, and gourd, 3 types of great sage weapons, and only now did it disappear. One could imagine just how terrifying it was. That was just the remnant fluctuations of an ancient coffin from more than 100,000 years ago, yet it could still be like this. When faced with everything, everyone could only feel shock and fear. They couldn't say anything for a long time. In the depths of the cosmos, the earth-shattering fleet that had swept through the starry sky 100,000 years ago had been completely destroyed. Inch by inch they turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Of the 4 great sage motherships, only this one broke free from the starry sky and rushed out of the Stargate. However, in the end, only half of the blood gourd was left behind. Let's see what kind of secret treasure was left behind. The blood gourd was collected by several ancient saints. They carefully checked it in one of the motherships. Outsiders were not allowed to approach, or else they would be killed without question. Everyone knew that they had picked up a treasure. How could the ancient great sage's items be ordinary? There were quite a few artifacts left behind in the broken gourd. Evolution liquid. There's actually the most powerful precious liquid from 100,000 years ago. This is truly a heaven-defying item. Cries of surprise came from within the mothership. A noble who had the qualifications to watch brought out such exciting news. The fleet immediately erupted. It's the 8th stage of the divine evolution liquid. When this news came out, it triggered a huge uproar. One had to know that the most sensational thing in the eternal star domain in the last 50,000 years was the refinement of the 6th stage of the divine evolution liquid. And now, an almost perfect precious liquid had actually appeared. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? It made people's mouths go dry. What a pity, 100,000 years is too long. Today, the medicinal properties have already deteriorated and are no longer the same as before. It can only barely approach the 4th stage of the evolutionary liquid. An ancient saint carefully examined it and came to this conclusion. It was unavoidably disappointing, but there was nothing they could do. Although it is regretful, this can still be considered a great harvest. The amount of this precious liquid isn't small, worthy of being the work of the great sage. Our 12 royal clans can all have a share. There were a few other precious artifacts inside the blood gourd. They were evenly divided by the ancient saints, and outsiders didn't know what they were. Meanwhile, this bottle of the most powerful evolutionary liquid was equally distributed among the 12 clans. The unexpected encounter with the ancient ghost ship resulted in the death of 2 saints and the destruction of several motherships. It could be said that the losses were not small. The Rising Sun royal clan was the most pitiful. The saints of this clan who had accompanied the expedition had fallen, and there was only one mothership left. The fleet was still in pieces, and the evolutionary liquid they obtained fell into the hands of their marquis. At this moment, Yi Fan collected his thoughts and no longer gazed into the depths of the starry sky. He withdrew his gaze and stared at the marquis in the mothership. This marquis had an illustrious status. He was a giant of the clan and had reached the semi-saint realm. He might not necessarily be the one with the highest cultivation in the mothership, but his words carried the most weight. The saint said that if some divine ores were added to this evolutionary liquid and continued to be refined, it might become the best fourth stage of the precious liquid. This time, the expedition against the Big Dipper will be rewarded according to your contributions. This bottle of precious liquid is waiting for you all, the giant said to boost morale. The other clans all had saints overseeing them. Now they seemed the weakest and could only rely on themselves. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to reap great rewards in the Big Dipper. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was recruited and was not qualified to enter the mothership. Now he was in a battleship watching this giant through a big screen. He was determined to get this bottle of evolutionary liquid. A huge stargate appeared, and dozens of motherships began to set off with a dense fleet. Everyone gathered their thoughts and set off for the Big Dipper star region. This time we will conquer that ancient star. No one can stop us. Even the ancient ghost ship has disintegrated and can't do anything to us. This is an auspicious sign. We will become the masters of this starry sky. The 12 Marquis began to cheer for their subordinates, saying that the experience of trembling with fear not long ago was a good sign. They began to advance, constantly jumping through space. Under the starry sky, our radiance is everywhere. The mysterious Big Dipper will belong to us. We will bring the light of hope and transform that place into a divine land. After another month of trekking, this expeditionary army approached the Big Dipper and sensed a breath of vitality. We're here. It's right in front of us. Through that quiet star area we can sense the aura of a life star. We will conquer it. Everybody cheered and gazed at the screen. Aha, hard work will always be rewarded. We've left our homeland and traveled to this star area. Finally we will get something. I heard that those natives are guarding the treasure mountain. They don't know its value. All the rare resources will blossom in our hands. The motherships started to divide in an orderly manner. The 12 great clans each occupied one side. Apparently they wanted to divide the Big Dipper. That ancient star is big enough, comparable to our eternal Lord Star. However, the most precious resources are mostly concentrated in the north. We need to discuss how to divide them. Our Lanto clan only needs these 3 areas. The Lanto clan's royal noble pointed at a secret map. What? Your Lanto clan's appetite is too big. Besides the Blood Phoenix Mountain and the Fire Cheeling Cave, you also want to swallow the Origin Ancient Mine? That place has the most precious life stone. The Chow family's royal noble was discontented. This time, our Lanto clan provided the information and secrets of this ancient star. Otherwise, how could you find this place? It's reasonable for us to take the Origin Ancient Mine, said the Lanto clan's royal noble. No. The other great clans objected together. The Mo family's royal noble said, Gentlemen, you can compete for the Origin Ancient Mine. My clan only wants the Immortal Mountain and the Holy Cliff. This place is far from the north. We won't compete with you. My Zhao family chooses the ruins of God. Besides, we also want the nest of 10,000 dragons and the primitive lake in the north. The royal nobles all spoke up and chose their own targets. They didn't want to give in and started to argue. Yi Fan's face showed a strange expression. However, he didn't say anything. He just coldly observed their decision. The Purple Cloud clan's royal noble said calmly, Gentlemen, don't argue. All of this was found from the sea of consciousness of the monster god. Let's see it with our own eyes before we decide. Correct. We are about to descend into the northern Dipper Star region. Let's make a trip there first and scout around. Seeing is believing. We can make a decision at that time. There is one thing that we must agree on. We definitely cannot attack each other. Even if the Origin Ancient Mine, Undying Mountain, Ruins of God, Fire Cheeling Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and the other great subordinate lands truly have immortal medicines, none of us can harbor evil intentions and plot against others. Chapter 1176. The black mass of motherships advanced through the cold universe, passing through the long ancient starry sky path. Finally, they neared their destination. The enormous steel forest flickered with eerie luster. I'm close, I'm back. Yi Fan was very excited. He had never thought that he would return in such a way, sitting on a metal battleship. He had left the starry sky for 2 years. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. He wondered how his old friends were doing. Had the path of immortalization opened? How many sages from the outer realms had come? Had there been a great change in this world? Everything was unknown, waiting for him to return to explore and understand. Starlight flickered. Ice-cold metal fleets streaked across the sky, directly entering this star domain, arriving at the destination of the expedition. The Big Dipper star domain possessed a majestic life force. It had already seeped into the starry sky from far away. It's here, it's this great star. That's right, it's really a mysterious ancient star with life. It's only bigger than our eternal Lord star. Creation is truly miraculous to have created such a source of life. From now on, this place will shine with eternal radiance. It will be a divine land for our resurgence. At this time, even the great nobles couldn't hold it in anymore. They were incomparably excited and their eyes were piercing. These natives are too useless. They guard a gold mine but don't know how to mine it. The spiritual chi here is abundant, but they only know how to cultivate. They don't know how to develop in an all-round way. We'll lead them. Based on their intuition, they guessed that this was an extremely ancient source of life. There must be secrets from the primal chaos era. Divine ores and immortal medicines definitely existed. Many people laughed loudly. After crossing the Sea of Stars for half a year, they had finally reached the end. This trip would definitely not be in vain. I hope the native bloodlines here are stronger. When the time comes, we can make use of them. We'll need them to mine divine ores, and the power of their bloodlines will help us cultivate. The experts of various races were all excited. All of them were rubbing their palms, ready to go all out and become interstellar heroes. A cold smile hung on Yi Fan's lips. Did these people really treat this place as a treasure trove of resources? Did they think they could kill and plunder as they pleased? The fleet that flickered with a cold metallic luster was densely packed, giving off an oppressive feeling. They arrived above the ancient star and came into contact with this huge star. As soon as they arrived, the distance between the 12 great royal clans automatically widened. They were all on guard against each other, afraid that someone would secretly attack their own people in order to fight for the godly medicine. Lightning flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The Big Dipper was a little different. The aura of the Great Path was chaotic, dark and unpredictable, as if it was covered by a large curtain. That's strange. Could it be that the path to immortality has really opened? Why does it feel so profound and unfathomable? I can't deduce anything? At this time, the saints that came with them walked out of the cabin one after another. They looked at the magnificent stars below and couldn't help but frown. They couldn't see through this place. There is no need to doubt that this is an ancient treasure ground. There is a layer of mysterious aura around it, so we cannot be careless. It's best to be careful. The saint reminded. His heart was a bit uncertain. What can there be here? It's just a group of natives that only care about the physical body. This place will become our treasure trove of resources. According to the memories of the demon god Sea of Consciousness, there are a few saints on this ancient star. However, with so many saints accompanying them, with so many motherships and Saint King armors here, it's enough to flatten them. A few kings didn't seem to mind and were full of confidence. They treated this place as their own territory and wanted to immediately divide it up. Of course, the Violet Cloud King family, Zhao family, and many other kings were still quite cautious. Seeing was believing, so they immediately sent out scouting ships to find out the truth. Something's wrong. This great star is very strange. I can't see through it. A saint spoke. His gaze was like lightning. He personally oversaw a mothership and stared at the large screen. He couldn't carry out an all-round scan, so in the end he sent out a powerful divine sense. There's an exceptional ancient formation protecting this great star. It's carrying out a defense. Everyone was stupefied and revealed astonished expressions. Only a star that had produced ancient gods would have this kind of characteristic, having magical patterns automatically protecting it. That's right, back then there was a Wanqing who most likely touched upon that domain. There's also that Wuxia. They quickly thought of Wanqing and Wuxia. They felt that the appearance of such ancient formation patterns was pardonable. Otherwise it would be wrong. The scouting ship is in the midst of a spatial jump and will head towards the Undying Mountain Range. Everyone, please wait patiently, a king from the Zhao family said. Not long after, the signal was transmitted and a clear image was projected on the large screen. The cultivators of the Eternal Lord Star were under attack. What is this? Is this a treasure that fell from the outer realms? Could it be a saint weapon? This might be a weapon that fell from the war of gods in the outer realms. Quickly chase after it, it might be a great fortune. A group of cultivators from the Dragon Transformation secret realm chased after it. After that, several Immortal Foundation experts were attracted over. They chased after the scouting ship, wanting to capture it. In the various motherships, all the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned. After that, they couldn't help but laugh uproariously, tears almost flowing out of their eyes. A bunch of country bumpkins. How pitiful. They don't even know what a scouting ship is, thinking that it's a divine weapon. These are the so-called ascetics. It sounds nice to say that they're digging up treasures from the human body, but in the end they don't even know anything. If we send a saint-grade mothership down, it's enough to sweep through their region. The 12 king and marquis were completely at ease. Many experts let out a long sigh and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such a group of ascetics was nothing. Swoosh. The scouting ship performed a spatial jump and disappeared from that region. This caused the group of natives to be dumbfounded. They lost their target and all of them retreated resentfully. In the outer realms, the 12 king clans were even more at ease. Their countenances were incomparably light. Such natives posed no threat at all. This is only a small area. Don't be impatient. It's best for us to investigate carefully. We can't let our guard down. Being at ease was one thing, being reckless was another. After all, this was an expedition of incomparable importance. No one would be truly impulsive and take risks. The scouting ship approached Undying Mountain and captured a clear scene in the sky outside. Oh, this is truly a majestic black mountain. It's all the emperors of the mountain. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That boundless and majestic aura assaulted their faces, making every single one of them palpitate uncontrollably. Wait a moment, what is that? The scouting ship hadn't entered Undying Mountain yet, but it already captured a scene from far away. They saw a strange scene. It's just a turtle that can fly. What's there to make such a fuss about? After the scene froze, a king mocked and said to another person. Another king suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Something's wrong. This is a black tortoise. Oh no, this is actually an ancient medicine. It can actually choose its own resting place and fly through the sky." What this is? At this moment even the saints were startled. They stared at the frozen scene and carefully observed it. This was a tortoise with a dragon head. It could also be called a black tortoise, but it had roots. It flew through the sky within Undying Mountain and scattered down sparkling radiance. Not to mention the many kings, even the native Yi Fan was stupefied. He widened his eyes. After so many years he saw this stalk of undying medicine again, black tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine. Back then, when he, little girl, Pang Bo and Li Heishui mistakenly entered Undying Mountain, they had seen this stalk of divine medicine. At that time it was so shocked that it flew through the sky. This is a wondrous ancient medicine. It's a great natural opportunity. We have obtained the care of the heavens, and we will obtain an astonishing harvest here. A king swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "I believe this should be the ancient legendary, immortal medicine. It can be refined into a 9 revolutions immortal pill by deities, and it can also be refined into a perfect 9th layer evolutionary liquid by us." Their voices were all trembling. They never thought that there would be such abundant resources. The value was so shocking that they almost fainted. According to the demonic god Sea of Consciousness, there are many other places like this immortal earth, and their value is the same. Could it be that there are similar immortal goods? The group of people's breathing became hurried. All of this was too shocking. For them, the 9th layer evolutionary liquid was the world's greatest temptation. All of their eyes became red. Damn it, the Chao family took action first, rushing towards the great earth below. The Lan Tua clan didn't keep their promise either, descending first. The 4 motherships moved together, rushing towards the northern region together. The 12 great clans were originally separated, each guarding an area and taking precautions against each other. Now that they saw the 2 clans move, rushing towards their respective targets, none of them could remain calm. They were all scared that the good things would be taken by others first. The enormous battleships set sail, forming a black expanse. Another 4 clans moved, rushing towards the source of life below. Then, no one cared about anything else. The clans moved separately, rushing into their own target regions. The scouting ship that transmitted back images entered Undying Mountain and suddenly shattered, losing contact with them. How did it get destroyed? It seems to have been pierced through by an inexplicably powerful native. Oh, this ancient star is said to have several saints, and they all live in important places. We have to be careful. It's no matter. If a saint really appears, our sage and ancient Saint War Soldier King are vegetarians, so many motherships are enough to obliterate him in an instant. Many people on the motherships entered the ancient star with longing and beautiful hope, rushing towards the origin ancient mine, Undying Mountain, Fire Chilin Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons and other places. Yifan also finally moved. The Rising Sun royal family only had 1 mothership left, and the saints had fallen. The remaining hundreds of battleships were no threat to him. He wanted to seize this mothership, and even more so, he wanted to get his hands on the evolutionary liquid. Calling dead dog. Yi Fan had long been familiar with how to use the battleship. He tried to get in touch with the people of the Heavenly Village in his own battleship. 2 years ago he seized a holy ship outside Undying Mountain. Even though it didn't have the divine will inside and couldn't jump through space, all other functions were still there. He left it to the Black Emperor. Damn, it's really a hallucination. Why do I hear a bastard calling me? There was an entrance between the Heavenly Village and the outside world, and the Black Emperor's ship was right there. At this moment it was a bit suspicious. A little baldy stuck his head out and looked around, holding a small wine jar. He burped and said, "I heard it too. It seems to be Master's voice." "That's right, it's me. It's not a hallucination. I'm back." "Ah, Master." The little baldy sat on the ground and rubbed his big eyes. He stared at the big screen and said, "Master, the Black Emperor forced me to drink. I didn't want to drink. I missed you." "Damn, you're stealing wine again. What does it have to do with me?" The Black Emperor almost swallowed him in one gulp. Then he stared at Yi Fan in disbelief and said, "Brat you. Why did you come back? Don't talk about anything else first. I have something important to inform you guys. This time we have a big operation. We will loot a large number of motherships. All of them are saint level." Yi Fan quickly passed on the message. The 12 royal families all had evolutionary liquid and motherships, so it was worth taking action. Ah, robbing wild aliens. The little baldy was the first to get excited. Chapter 1177. I have something important to report to the Marquis. After scanning and interrogating, Yi Fan finally boarded the mothership of the Rising Sun clan. The people here were all direct descendants of the clan. Under normal circumstances, mercenaries were not allowed to disembark. The Lapis Lazuli was a magnificent ship with a length of 4,500 meters. It was a rare saint-level treasure ship with peerless combat power. Unfortunately, there was no saint to oversee it. Letting Yi Fan disembark could only be said to be a disaster. In today's world, who under the saint could subdue him? "What's the matter?" An expert of the Rising Sun clan asked with a trace of contempt in his eyes. They did not value mercenaries and temporarily recruited cultivators. They were originally used as cannon fodder. But now this planet did not seem to be dangerous. There were resources everywhere, so these people did not seem so important. On the contrary, it might bring too much consumption. "I've come to take over this ship." Yi Fan smiled. "What? How dare you, a lowly mercenary, dare to say such words?" The expert of the Rising Sun City royal family stood up. Yi Fan pointed his finger, and a flower of blood appeared between the eyebrows of this person. He died on the spot. His expression was frozen on his face as he fell straight down. What? There was chaos in the cabin. The people next to them all jumped up and their expressions changed. Such a thing had actually happened. It was unexpected. "Who are you? Why did you betray your employer?" A middle-aged man shouted. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan and I come from this ancient planet." "In your eyes, I'm a native," Yi Fan said. "It's you, the ascetic who challenged the Chow family and caused the heavens to be disgraced. You actually came from here." Everyone was surprised. "Quick, spread the warning throughout the fleet." A big shot shouted in exasperation. He was incomparably furious. The others also had a bad premonition and all retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's combat power was so strong that there was no saint to stop him. In a flash, his divine technique was profound, and the vision of his saint body was displayed. Everyone was swept away and lost the ability to move. "It's useless. One of my Taoist bodies has gone to the main control room and cut off the connection between this ship and the outside world. They are completely isolated." Yi Fan's voice was cold and ruthless. The mothership was very terrifying. When attacking from the outside, it was comparable to an ancient sage attacking. However, once Yi Fan entered, everything became ineffective against him. In the main control room, Yi Fan's Taoist body flashed with the 5-colored divine light, directly smashing more than a dozen experts and knocking out the marquises of the Rising Sun clan who came after hearing the news. He quickly isolated the area and sealed off all the important areas to prevent the people of this race from doing something desperate and self-destructing. Things happened too suddenly. The people of the Rising Sun clan were completely dumbfounded. The mothership had changed owners. This was incomparably illusory and hard to accept. Yi Fan's Taoist body entered the main control room, while his real body swept away the experts in the huge mothership like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. No one could stop him wherever he went. An hour later, he had complete control of the mothership. Some of the leaders of the Rising Sun clan had died. The rest had become captives and were locked in a closed cabin door. They were full of unwillingness and incomparably depressed. This was like a myth. One person had captured one of their motherships so quickly. They were completely defeated and had no power to fight back. Yi Fan found the evolutionary fluid immediately. After opening the cork, essence overflowed. He sniffed it and immediately confirmed that it was beyond the third stage. They said it's not as good as the fourth stage evolutionary fluid and needs to be nourished and refined. So I'll keep it for now. Yi Fan didn't kill the captives because they were of great use. They knew how to control the war tools of the ancient sages, such as motherships and battleships, which could be handed over to the Heaven Village. Then he controlled the Marquis and sent his divine thoughts into the Marquis's forehead. He issued one order after another, mobilizing hundreds of warships around the mothership. He told the fleet to enter the North region but not to act rashly. Then he drove the mothership himself and jumped through space, directly arriving at the Heaven Village. The big black dog was very shocked and his eyes glowed green. After seeing the spaceship 2 years ago, he already knew its value. He drooled and said, my mothership is here." The little bald ran over and complained, "Master, when you were not here, the Black Emperor and Elder Duanda urged me to drink and plunder other people's treasures. I didn't do it willingly. I miss you." I didn't think we would meet again one day and so soon." Li Tian appeared. He was as elegant as before and his evil aura didn't diminish. "Your third disciple wasn't taught bad by others. He's just naughty by nature." Yan Ishi's clothes were as white as snow, and she became even more elegant. "Waha, I didn't think I could catch aliens one day. This is great." Longma, who wished for the world to be in chaos, appeared. He was extremely fast and shot over like a scarlet cloud. His mane was like flames and the scales on his sturdy body were dazzling. The Heaven Village was completely alarmed. Many people appeared and looked at the huge mothership. Everyone was very surprised. Especially when they saw Yi Fan, they were even more stunned. No one thought they could see him again. Those who set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky, the path of the strongest trial, since ancient times, not many people could return calmly. Even if they survived, it would be many years later. But now only 2 years had passed and Yi Fan appeared alive and well. Moreover, he kidnapped such a huge ship. It really made people speechless. "I say, brat, did you actually set foot on the path of the starry sky? Why did you come back so soon? Don't tell me you became a deserter?" Old Saber Hancho, the grandson of the killing Saint Chi Luo, said. The others laughed when they heard this. "Divine child." Little Kay also appeared. She happily waved at them. A large group of people surrounded him. Even the killing Saint Chi Luo came. After not seeing him for 2 years, he had become even more aloof. He didn't have a trace of an assassin's temperament anymore. He was more like a philosopher with a transcendent temperament. "This doesn't make sense. Why did you come back so quickly? I heard from the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner that it would be very difficult to find the way back after leaving. The starry sky coordinates here aren't clear, so you can only slowly find your way back after becoming strong enough." The killing saint was doubtful. I missed everyone midway, so I took a small business trip. Today I especially came back to see you guys and bring you a great gift," Yi Fan said with a smile. The group of people were speechless. Since ancient times, this was the first time someone came back midway after setting foot on the path of the starry sky. This could also be considered heaven-defying. "I already sent people into the realm gate to deliver the news. Sacred Prince, Savage, GZ Yao Yuekong, and the others will hurry over soon," the Black Emperor said. His eyes were very bright. He already knew that this time he was going to do something big. Longma's eyes rolled back. He walked a large circle around the mothership, knocking here and there. After discovering that it was a divine artifact, he immediately became excited and shouted that he was going to loot it to the end. Yi Fan told everyone why he came back. Then he asked the Heavenly Village to hurry up and take action. First, they had to detain all of the captives. They would be of great use in the future. The Black Emperor was the most excited and said, "That's right, this emperor still has many things that I haven't figured out. This time, I will become the overlord under the starry sky. After breaking through their star gate, I will most likely be able to comprehend the great ancient emperor's 5-colored altar." "Master." Yi Tong was the first to return. His eyes were filled with tears. He thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. He didn't expect to reunite so quickly. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. He discovered that after not seeing him for 2 years, his eldest disciple's heroic bearing was flourishing. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was about to sever the Tao. He was about to take that crucial step. Then Li Heishui came. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairan also arrived. They were all deeply moved to be able to meet again. Haha. A monkey covered in resplendent golden fur appeared. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He was like a deity that had come into being. Everyone could feel how powerful and terrifying the potential within his body was. Sacred Prince's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. During these 2 years he made a trip to Mount Meru. After returning, he went into seclusion and obtained an extraordinary Tao fruit. His cultivation advanced greatly. However, when he saw Yi Fan again he first laughed loudly. Then he became astonished and said, "Sever the 8th layer of the Tao, you, so fast?" Yi Fan laughed and said, "In a while, we will deal with those motherships and seize the evolution liquid. Our cultivation will at least increase by a level, maybe even a few levels." He explained the cause and effect, making everyone nod their heads. Their eyes shone with divine light and they were incomparably excited. The Black Emperor hooted and said, "There is actually such a great use. How about this? This emperor will study the Star Gate and will definitely break it soon. When that time comes, we will head straight to the Eternal Lord Star and rob them for a long time." Longmo was also full of ambition and said, I want to step into the starry skies and enter the Eternal Lord Star. I will call that Tomb Raider and have him dig up graves there." Me too, me too." The little Baldy raised his little hand and jumped up as if he was afraid of leaving him behind. The group of scourges had just heard some news and were already planning to attack the Eternal Lord Star. "Be careful, there is an organization called God over there, and there are many strange things about them. They are very terrifying," Yi Fan said, telling them to calm down first. The most important thing right now was to hurry up and take action. Otherwise, he was afraid that the group of people might really attack the 7 great restricted regions. "Let's go and capture wild extraterrestrials alive." The group laughed loudly and boarded the mothership at the same time. If the people of the Eternal Lord Star heard this, their noses would definitely turn crooked from anger. They were actually being treated as prey. For safety's sake, Killing Saint also went on his way. That was because those motherships were all Saint grade and had saints holding the line. There were also some powerful war tools. At this moment, the flames of war were burning everywhere. The Lantua race really headed straight for the Origin ancient mine. A giant mothership led dozens of battleships outside the restricted region. They immediately sensed that something was wrong. "That's not right, there is a terrifying strange power here that is suppressing the various instruments within the spaceship. This place is barren with no signs of life at all. It should be an ownerless land. The few ancient saints shouldn't be here." In the end, dozens of battleships flew in to scout the way. They wanted to get to the bottom of it because the absolute beginning life stone was more precious than their lives to them. Rumble. However, something shocking happened. All the battleships that entered the restricted region lost control. They all plunged into the ground and broke apart inch by inch. On another battlefield, the vast sea race of the Eternal Lord Star had obtained great rewards. They passed by an ancient race gathering place and attacked, cutting off their main mountain peak and stealing large amounts of resources. Not all ancient races had ancestral kings. The races in this region weren't very strong and were suppressed to the point where they couldn't retaliate. "These natives really can't do it. Let's go to the Fire Cheelan cave and see what we can get from that divine land." The king nodded and said, "The Lantua race is charging towards the Origin ancient mine. The Chao family and Mo family of the original Demon Sea are rushing towards Undying Mountain. We need to hurry and not fall behind." Chapter 1178. For some of the ancient races, today was an unforeseen event. It was the first time in many years that they had encountered an inexplicable attack. The sea race headed north. Following the imprint in Nanyao Sea of Consciousness, they found several ancient race residences and went on a rampage. Their battleships were densely packed as they broke through the holy lands of some races. Too weak. They can't even withstand a single blow. They attacked for resources, taking away some of the ancient race's medicinal fields and some divine ores from the treasury. Naturally, this led to a fierce confrontation. They were only a small race and weren't a match for them. Without an ancestral king, they had no power to fight back. They simply couldn't resist the saint-level mothership and the powerful mechas. The sea race was very excited. These races weren't strong and didn't have saints overseeing them. However, their treasury was rich, which made them even more certain that there would be a shocking immortal-grade item in the Fire Cheelan cave ahead. It's a piece of 7th Tribulation Earth essence. It's buried in their hands. This is one of the divine auxiliary ores used to refine the evolution liquid. can be called a peerless item. The sea race was invincible. Their mothership covered the sky and pushed forward in a carpet fashion. They encountered fierce resistance when they arrived at the Blue Demon Abyss. Even 8 of their battleships were destroyed. What? Such heavy losses? There are 7 or 8 half-saints fighting back. Deploy the ancient Saint Mechas and flatten this abyss. The sea race's nobles' expression was cold. This was the first time they had been obstructed since coming to the Big Dipper Star region. 8 battleships had been sunk, which meant that hundreds of people had died. This was a huge blow to them. With a glaring light, 2 ancient Saint war tools descended from the sky. One of them was a 9-meter-tall mecha. One held a spear flowing with scarlet mist, while the other held a dragon saber as black as demonic light. They started a massacre at the same time. Screams rang out in the Blue Demon Abyss. Many ancient race members were killed. Blood surged and turned the place into a river of blood. This was the first time the sea race had attacked. Although they had plundered several important places of the ancient races, they hadn't started a massacre like this. Now they bared their sharp fangs and took revenge for their clansmen. Aboriginals who only know barbarian arts want to compete with the high-level races of the vast star region? Today we'll beat you until you feel the pain. Hand over all the ancient saint artifacts. Otherwise, blood and bones will fill the abyss. The sea race's noble said coldly. Pooh. A streak of crimson light flashed as he entered the 3rd Empyrean sacred mecha. With a platinum holy sword in hand, he sliced off the head of a half-sage with his own hands, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The Blue Demon clan was not weak. It was known as one of the 10 great ferocious clans. The clan originally had a saint overseeing it, and its illustrious reputation spread far and wide. However, 2 years ago they had bullied the human clan and challenged the authority of the saints. They had even wanted to kill Yi Fan and destroy the Qixia residence. They had wanted to provoke Gai Juyo to kill the saints of the human clan. During that calamity, one of the clan's ancestors managed to escape the calamity. Afterwards, he didn't dare to return to the clan, which was why today, this fierce clan was unable to resist. The secret map provided by the Southern Demon was targeted. For example, the Blue Demon race and the Demon race were fierce races that were filled with hostility and threat to the current world. They were a small source of chaos. 2 years ago, the Blue Demon clan was still insufferably arrogant and wanted to start a massacre against the human clan. Ever since Gai Juyo killed their ancestral king, they had suffered a disastrous decline. Now they had fallen to such a state and were being attacked instead. Below the Blue Demon Abyss, screams rose and fell as corpses fell one after another. The fierce clans that used to be very powerful in the past were being defeated again and again today. A total of 7 Empyrean sacred war machines entered the underground world and were invincible. Everyone's metal body was stained with blood and broken bones as they mercilessly reaped lives. Boom. Suddenly, an Empyrean sacred mecha emitted a dazzling light. Cracks appeared on its surface and then it exploded. What's going on? The Marquis of the Sea clan was shocked and returned to the mothership. Fearing that an accident might occur, he scanned the entire area with the mothership and deduced. The ancient formation is extremely powerful. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that this formation was broken and not complete. That Empyrean sacred mecha had mistakenly entered the intact formation pattern and was killed. This was the Great Sage's formation. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by Gai Juyo that day. Otherwise, the people of the Eternal Lord planet might not have been able to take advantage of it today. Oh, there's an ancient city in the underground world. Open up their treasury for me. On this day, the Blue Demon clan encountered a great calamity. Their corpses were everywhere and they were almost exterminated. They suffered heavy losses and some of them killed a bloody path to escape. Unbelievable. This group of natives has a rich collection. The things piled up in their treasury are comparable to a divine ancient mine. The Sea clan was shocked. When they opened the treasury, they were dazzled by the bright light and petrified. After a long time there was a hubbub of voices. Go all the way north and all these will belong to us. The Sea clan went crazy. 4 motherships and hundreds of battleships swept through all obstacles and pushed forward. It had to be said that they were very lucky. The route they took was the former habitat of the 10 great vicious clans. Although these clans were very fierce, some of them were not royal clans. The most important thing was that 2 years ago, Gai Juyo personally took action and killed their ancient king. Now they had no saint-level battle strength. The Sea clan swept through everything and advanced. In the end they even split up and attacked. The 4 motherships moved side by side and swept through the Blood Moon race, Electric Violet race and Green Ghoul race. Unfortunately, the former vicious clans were now being attacked by a group of ancient saint-level mechas and motherships. They were utterly defeated, their blood dyed the ancestral ground red and their corpses piled up into mountains. This was simply a reincarnation. In the past they were high and mighty, but now, after losing their ancient king, they became weak races that were bullied and slaughtered. The Sea clan was full of satisfaction because their harvest was too abundant. The treasuries of the 10 great vicious clans were filled with rare minerals and many of them were legendary treasures. The ancestral items of these natives are too rare. It seems that we don't need to dig them up. Just opening their treasury will give us a pleasant surprise. After defeating several races, their confidence soared. They believed that the natives' combat strength was low and nothing to fear. Next, they didn't know whether to say that they were lucky or unlucky. The 4 motherships worked together and didn't attack the next ancient race. As a result, they avoided a true archaic king race. There were several ancient kings overseeing this place. They directly opened up a battlefield and jumped through space. They arrived at the mountain range where the Fire Qilin cave was and rushed into the Emperor race's territory. This was a majestic ancient peak. Old medicines were everywhere, and immortal vines grew between the cliffs and stone peaks. There were also many strange birds and auspicious beasts. Immortal energy lingered about this place, making it seem like an immortal domain. This was especially the case at the center. Even though the mountain peak there was barren and flowing with fiery light, it was like the cave of a deity. Multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of auspicious colors. Ancient caves were everywhere. In particular, there was an immortal cave at the very center. Divine light surged and turned into fiery light, illuminating the heavens in a mysterious manner. Tao patterns flowed out strand after strand like water ripples. This really is a divine land. The Sea clan was shocked. They had a premonition that there were peerless treasures buried here. If they could take it down, they would most likely obtain an unimaginable harvest. Something's wrong. Don't act blindly without thinking. Within a mothership, the Sea clan's ancient saint suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he entered the northern region, he had always been seated, not taking action or speaking. However, at this time he was roused awake. It was because at this moment he felt a wave of terrifying Tao aura that made his entire body shiver. When he opened his heavenly eyes and gazed into the distance, his face immediately became snow white. How could it be like this? This ancient star has this type of existence. A deity was born here and now there is his undying aura. The Sea clan saint's face was devoid of all color. He was terrified. Those who truly understood this place would all be like this. This wasn't something they could contend against at all. It was because unmatched great Tao symbols flickered vaguely. You absolutely cannot take action. However, when he woke up and spoke, it was already too late. The warships up ahead had already taken action, long flying towards the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave. Who dares barge into my Fire Qilin Immortal Cave? A shout sounded from within the mountain range. Several dozen people rushed into the sky, blocking their path. For ancient sacred mechas took action at the same time. The blood-colored spears in their hands, as well as the black dragon blades that were dyed in blood, hacked through the several dozen experts in front of them. How daring! The guards of the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave were shocked. Since ancient times, not a single person had dared to offend their dignity. This was the first time someone had come knocking on their door. Outside the mountain gate, more than 50 figures rushed into the sky in succession. Among them were 3 half-saints. Despite their powerful cultivation, they were only here to protect the gate. Within one of the ancient sacred war tools, the experts of the Sea clan had a sinister smile on their faces. They had already adapted to this kind of battle and directly rushed over. A streak of bloody light flashed past. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave was hacked apart and died a violent death. He couldn't block their path. Kill. The other 3 ancient sacred war tools also displayed their might. They wielded sacred swords, bloody spears, and other weapons. They all unleashed their great Tao saint might and rushed over, slaughtering the other 2 half-saints and the 50 or so people. Have you eaten the gall of a deity? Are you tired of living? A dignified and furious roar rang out in the distance. It came from within an ancient cave as several hundred people rushed out. One of the elders turned into a streak of fiery light and rushed over with great speed. He easily smashed the 4 mechas flying and then tore one of them apart, grabbing the person inside in his hands. Blood splattered as he directly crushed the expert of the Sea clan. Retreat. The saint of the Sea clan shouted with an ugly expression. Not good. One of the half-saints among the captives said that this ancient star not only has an ancient saint, but also a great sage. There might even be a living quasi-emperor. Someone reported to the nobles of the Sea clan from within a mothership. What? Set sail immediately and use a spatial jump to leave this place. At this moment, they sensed the aura rushing out of the Fire Qilin immortal cave. They knew that things were not good. A peerless existence was reviving. Boom. Everything was too late. Within this ancient mountain range, all kinds of great Tao runes flickered. They were densely packed and covered the entire sky. It was impossible to build a stargate. Especially at the center, the ancient caves were spewing out multicolored light as if a giant was reviving. The Fire Qilin immortal cave at the center was the most mysterious. In just a short moment, over 1,000 people rushed out from each ancient cave. All of them were furious. Even in the most terrifying era of the archaic era, no one dared to bully them like this. Today there was actually someone wantonly massacring them in front of their mountain gate. This was a type of humiliation. Ants, die for me. The old ancestor king that came out first roared in anger. He displayed his peerless divine abilities and blasted apart the other 3 ancient mechas. He crushed them to death, turning them into a pile of broken bones and blood. The Sea clan was immediately stupefied. How could they suddenly encounter such a powerful person? Charge out, leave this place. A giant roared. The Fire Qilin immortal cave had the strong aura of an ancient deity. There was also a peerless divine formation that locked down the void. There was no way to use a spatial jump, so all the battleships could only fly high into the sky. Ants that don't know the difference between life and death, don't even think about leaving. That old ancestor king reached out a large hand that covered the sky. Large numbers of battleships exploded as if he was killing flies. It was incomparably terrifying. Quickly retreat, I'll stop him. The Saint of the Sea clan took action. He was inside an ancient and mysterious mecha. His strength immediately rose to the Saint King realm and could crush a planet. Hong. He turned into a streak of lightning and rushed over, blocking the Fire Qilin cave's ancient king. He was heavily injured with a single punch, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. The Fire Qilin cave's ancient king was shocked. He didn't expect this ice-cold metal war body to be a Saint King. He quickly retreated, destroying dozens of battleships with a single slap during this process. It was unknown how many cultivators of the Sea clan died. You forced me to do this. The Saint of the Sea clan attacked with all his strength. He brandished the power of a Saint King and shot out beams of divine light that drowned out the heaven and earth. He directly shattered this ancient king and turned him into bloody light. What? You killed an ancient saint of my race. The people of the Fire Qilin cave were shocked. Everything happened too quickly and they didn't have time to stop it. All of their eyes turned red. They were the masters of this land, the most powerful race. When had they ever been bullied to their doorstep like this? Moreover, an ancient king had been killed. It was simply like a fantasy story. Don't let a single one go. An aged and furious roar sounded from within the ancient cave. It seemed to have come from the archaic era and shook many battleships until they directly exploded in the sky. A figure rushed over murderously and directly smashed into the Saint King's war tool, causing it to emit cracking sounds. This was a shriveled elder with Qilin flames flowing all over his body. He held a terrifying weapon in his hand. Hong. Another figure rushed into the sky. He was also extremely terrifying. When his palm descended, he actually directly smashed apart a mothership and turned it into fine powder. The Fire Qilin cave was furious and sent out a peerless expert. The glorious archaic imperial family was attacked right at their doorstep like this. This was simply a joke. Now, an ancient king had actually died. The race was furious to the extreme. Only by killing all of their enemies and letting their blood flow dry could they wash away their humiliation and resentment. Ah, a mournful cry rang out. The Saint of the Sea clan didn't last long before his ancient armor was shattered by the ancient king who was going all out. Then he was almost tortured to death. His body shattered inch by inch and his soul was extracted. Even if he wanted to die, it wouldn't be easy. He would have to endure endless torture. A mothership struggled free with difficulty and wanted to rush into the sky. However, a streak of immortal light flew out from the Fire Qilin cave and slashed it into ashes with a shio sound. At the end of the distant horizon, Yi Fan and the others were astonished. Why was the Fire Qilin cave so angry that they even slashed out an extreme imperial weapon? Wasn't this the same as using a giant hammer to kill a mosquito? We came a step too late. The Sea clan will definitely be completely annihilated. Of all the people they could provoke, they specifically came to the Fire Qilin cave. Aren't they just courting death? The sacred prince sighed. I hope they don't discover the secret of the evolutionary fluid. Otherwise they will come to fight with us. This is a difficult competitor to provoke, said Yi Fan. Their harvest was great. With killing St. Chi Luo overseeing the situation, they had just successfully seized the evolutionary fluid from a noble king. It was precisely because of this that they were delayed and could only watch helplessly as the Sea clan went to their deaths. Hurry up and go to the next place. Heaven bless the overflowing Net clan. They definitely can't attack the Blood Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, Yi Fan began to pray for the people of the Eternal Lord Star. He didn't care about their life or death, but rather his heart ached for the evolutionary fluid and the mothership. The overflowing Net clan wasn't very lucky. On the way to the Blood Phoenix Mountain, they encountered a great ancient king clan. An intense battle unfolded, resulting in heavy casualties. Facing an illustrious undying king clan with an ancestral king overseeing it, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. Large amounts of mechas were destroyed. Of course, this ancient king clan also paid a high price. They were almost razed to the ground and 2 ancestral kings died. Yi Fan and the others came just in time. They seized the most important mothership and successfully obtained the evolutionary fluid. They then disappeared into the horizon. I've received news that 2 great clans have gathered in Undying Mountain. Let's hurry over. I hope we can make it in time. At this moment, the outside of Undying Mountain was very strange. The people of the Chao clan and the Origin Demon Sea were confronting each other. They weren't willing to retreat and wanted to be the first to enter the mountain. Even though the spaceships they sent out had mysteriously crashed in the Black Mountain Range, they still weren't willing to retreat. This was because they had personally seen the immortal medicine of immortality, the Black Tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine, appear here. Who knew that a headless knight had already appeared in Undying Mountain? He stood at the center of the mountain region and rode an ancient beast. He was like a revived deity. Chapter 1179. The northern region was in a state of chaos. Bloody light rushed into the heavens and murderous intent covered the sun. It was a gloomy scene. The ancient races were being attacked on a large scale. This was the first time in many years. Many ancestral lands of the ancient races had become battlefields. Spaceships appeared and various beams of light pierced through the clouds. Blood splashed everywhere and corpses piled up into mountains. Bitter battles were happening everywhere. There was not just one battlefield. The Blue Demon Race, Blood Moon Race, Green Ghost Race, Cloud Mist Race, and Silver Moon Race were destroyed one after another. This shook the entire eastern wasteland. Of course, the noble ships of the Eternal Lord Star also suffered heavy losses. The Swallow Cloud Race, Blue Sea Race, Unsetting Sun Race, and Overflowing Luo Race had all paid a heavy price. What kind of power is this? Why do they dare to attack the ancient races? Why does it seem like they came from beyond the heavens? They're a civilization from outside this region. They have a different kind of divine weapon. Their battle prowess is astonishing and cannot be underestimated. A few extremely powerful ancient races were ambushed. They were flustered and left behind piles of corpses. The ancestral lands of many great races were dyed red with blood. This battle shocked the world. The situation that had been peaceful for many years was suddenly broken. Many people couldn't adapt to this and couldn't accept it. Battlefield after battlefield opened up in different places at almost the same time. It was clear that this group of people who suddenly appeared had a clear purpose. They're crazy. They're attacking the ancient races. This group of experts is shockingly courageous. Their origins must be great. Even some of the archaic king clans have suffered greatly. This is a war that will not end until one side is wiped out. They will definitely not rest until one side is destroyed. The entire world was focused on the eastern wasteland. Everyone was discussing this incomparable battle. It had almost broken the balance of the races. Smoke and flames of war covered the land and the clouds of war were dense. All the great races were on guard. Many battlefields had been opened up. The 12 great races from the Eternal Lord Star were not ordinary. The motherships and the ancient saints' war tools worked together to kill the sun and moon. Yi Fan and the others changed their path and didn't immediately rush towards Undying Mountain. They were also paying attention to the other battlefields. When they heard that the Brahmin race was about to fall, they chased after them. In the beginning, the Brahmin race had a smooth journey. They had wiped out several races. However, when they encountered the Herculean Bull Devil race, they suffered heavy losses. This was an illustrious royal race even in the archaic era. All of a sudden, several ancestral kings jumped out and defeated the Brahmin race. They could only flee. Almost all the powerhouses of this race had died in battle. Their ancient sacred mechas were destroyed, and their bodies were torn apart by an old demon bull king. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was a fierce battle. The Brahmin race was almost completely annihilated. Even Fan Yuntong, an ancient saint with the Sage King armor, was chased by an old bull king. This is too terrifying. Motherf *Ker. Who can tell me why the natives here are so powerful? The few survivors of the Brahmin race felt a chill run down their spines as they fled for their lives. Clearly they couldn't believe what had happened. At first the battle went very smoothly. They swept through several races and obtained a large amount of rare resources. However, after entering the territory of the Ox Demon race, they immediately tasted the bitter taste of defeat. This group of beefy and over 3 meters tall monsters had several inches of ox hair draped over their bodies. They had a pair of large horns on their heads and possessed brute strength. They could continuously destroy their battleships. Looking at this group of barbaric bulls that were spewing white smoke from their nostrils, the experts of the Brahmin race were so regretful that their intestines turned green. This was simply a nightmare. There was simply no way to fight. Who said that this ancient planet is weak? These natives are all descendants of the demonic god. Damned Lantua race, the information they received was all bullsh *T. They sent us to our deaths. Ancient Saint Fan Yuntong led a small group of direct descendants and fled for their lives. All the motherships had been sunk, and the battleships had been turned into scrap metal. They couldn't jump through space. Behind them, 3 old bulls were as large as mountains. They stared at them with their huge eyes. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers, and even waterfalls would flow in reverse. They chased after them for millions of miles. 2F** King terrifying. The remaining direct descendants of the Brahmin race couldn't even speak fluently. They were intimidated by the divine might of the Herculean bull race. Swish. Killing Saint attacked and directly destroyed the small world that Fan Yuntong had created. Some of the powerhouses inside fell out. Swoosh. With a flash of 5-colored divine light, Yi Fan rushed over and captured the king nobles of the race who had escaped alive. Brat, it's you? You actually came to this ancient planet? Someone shouted as he recognized him. This seed is from this place. It's time for me to play host. Yi Fan sneered. Ah. The people of the Brahmin race shouted loudly. They were so angry that their eyes were red. They knew that Yuan Zheng had suffered such a great loss because Yi Fan had planned and paid attention to him. You guys are tired of living. The sacred prince's golden hair shone brilliantly as if he was cast from gold. His battle prowess surged and he alone could kill all the half-saints of the race. The Black Emperor advised, don't kill them. Capture them alive. This emperor wants to study the Starry Door and dismantle the motherships. Captives of this level will be of great use. The sacred prince's divine bravery was boundless. He swept his black iron cudgel across the enemies, causing them to spit out blood and fall down one after another. The 3 old ox kings chased to this place and were surprised to see the sacred prince. Then they laughed honestly and continued to chase after the only one who had escaped, Fan Yuntong. It was obvious that Fan Yuntong wouldn't live for long. The 3 old ox kings had locked onto him, so his defeat was only a matter of time. Yi Fan's group successfully obtained the evolution fluid and rushed to the next battlefield. The north region was in chaos. The flames of war spread far and wide, and many ancient races were dragged into the battle against the motherships. There were many battlefields. It had to be said that some of the 12 royal races from the Eternal Lord planet were very powerful. For example, the Zhao race had swept through all the enemies without meeting a match. This was because they had a Saint King holding the line. He had entered a dazzling and terrifying mech and was invincible. He had already killed 2 Saint Kings. Moreover, they had a bad premonition. After stealing a large amount of resources and sweeping through the ancestral lands of some ancient royal races, they prepared to jump through space to escape this place. In this battle, blood flowed like rivers and countless corpses fell densely. The north region was surrounded by a deathly aura. It was a terrifying scene. This really is a calamity. Where did these cultivators come from to wipe out a few ancient royal races? The entire world was gazing at the north region. Everyone was paying close attention. I heard that even the Fire Qilin cave was attacked. This is truly unprecedented. Moreover, a saint was killed. Now the clan is furious. The people of the Fire Qilin cave were indeed furious. They took the initiative to attack, searching for spaceships and imperial weapons. People of the Fire Cloud race. Are you tired of living? Of all people, why did you come to the Blood Phoenix Mountain? Yi Fan cursed. This meant that the race was going to be completely wiped out and they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. The Fire Cloud race had suffered heavy losses before because they encountered a powerful ancient royal race with a Saint King overseeing it. They suffered heavy losses and barely managed to escape this calamity. They were extremely furious and disregarded everything. They used a forbidden power to sweep through the mountains and rivers and all living things. They killed their way forward and unknowingly turned the surrounding mountain ranges of the Blood Phoenix Mountain into ashes. Moreover, several hundred patrolling experts were turned into bloody mist, all of them dead. The Blood Phoenix Mountain was an ancient royal race, so how could they swallow this? From ancient times until now, no one had ever dared to provoke them. They took action with lightning speed and turned the entire race into ashes, leaving nothing behind. When the Fire Cheelan Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain took action, the north region surged with tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic light. The two great royal races were furious, and it was the same as piercing through the heavens. The entire north region was like boiling water, becoming completely chaotic. The ancient races said that there were over 10,000. Even though it was an exaggeration, there were still many of them. The people from the Eternal Lord Star only stirred up a few dozen races. Now, all of the northern region's king races received the news and moved out together. This was simply a disaster. The remaining motherships and warships immediately fell into a swamp of 10,000 races. Ancient race armies appeared everywhere, making the faces of the 12 races from the other side immediately turn snow white. They were completely stupefied. Fuck, the information was wrong. This is too ridiculous. Did we come to hell? Why are there demonic god descendants everywhere? How the fuck do we fight this? Lantua bastards, the demonic gods should be killed 10,000 times. We have entered the kingdom of demons. Even if all the king races of the Eternal Lord Star descend together, we might not be able to conquer this place. I curse these demons. Within the spaceship, the experts from the Eternal Lord Star were all pale. They were all stunned. The expeditionary army continued to flee, and the spaceships were exploding. The death toll had long since become uncountable. The Zhao race had a Saint King overseeing it. Originally, their battle results were plentiful, but they hesitated half a step and wanted to take over one more ancestral land. In the end, it was too late for regrets. That was because the two ancient royal races had taken action. An undying celestial light flew over and turned their Saint King to ashes. Fire Cheelan Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain are stealing our business. Move quickly, don't let them deal with the two races outside Undying Mountain. Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and rushed towards Undying Mountain. They didn't dare to use the motherships now because the 10,000 ancient races were all furious. If they saw such a warship, they would all attack together. The aura of Undying Mountain was strange. Chao family and Mahist family from Origin Demon Ocean were all ashen. Dozens of warships that entered couldn't even make a bubble before exploding mysteriously. Even a mothership couldn't move even an inch after falling in. It seemed that if they wanted to escape, they would need tens to hundreds of years of deduction to find a way out. Damn it, didn't they say that this ancient star wasn't powerful? Why do I feel like we've fallen into a demon's lair? Chao family's nobles roared. Who can tell me what's going on? One of our ancient ships fell in, but why can't we send out any signals? Mahist family from Origin Demon Ocean was similarly furious. That mothership had a powerhouse from the Mahist family, a son that the ancestor saint liked very much. Now that he had fallen in, it was hard for them to accept. Attack, blast this place open. We can even destroy planets, so why should we be afraid of a mere black mountain? Mahist family's nobles gave the order. Several motherships rose into the air and aimed at Undying Mountain, releasing a blazing light. This kind of energy was enough to turn small planets into ashes, and now it was all for the sake of breaking open the Tao patterns here. Streaks of enormous light beams that were enough to destroy everything in the world shot towards Undying Mountain. The divine might was astonishing. What shocked Mahist family and Chao family was that the Tao marks within Undying Mountain appeared and turned all of the attacks into nothingness. They were completely useless. At the same time, a headless horseman appeared at the center of the Black Mountain. He brandished an iron spear and pierced forward. This was a disaster that could collapse the heavens and collapse the earth. Large amounts of ships turned into flying ashes and exploded together. Meanwhile, several motherships were also shattered one after another, unable to take a single blow. Both races had Saint Kings present. They took action together, but they all released miserable cries as their bodies exploded one after another, turning into bloody mists. The two races suffered disastrous losses. Almost 80% of their troops were wiped out in an instant. When Yi Fan and the others rushed over, they just happened to see this scene from the distance. Their bodies all turned cold as if they had fallen into an ice house. Of all the people they could provoke, they had to attack the life-forbidden region. This Shouldn't be triggering the darkness chaos, right? Yi Fan's body went cold. Within Undying Mountain, a headless horseman slowly turned his body and just happened to face this direction. Even though he didn't have a head, there seemed to be a pair of ice-cold eyes shooting over. Chapter 1180. Black mountains were everywhere, and every one of them towered into the heavens. They were clustered together, forming the world's most terrifying danger zone, Undying Mountain. At the center of the great peaks, black mists curled in spirals. It was incomparably mysterious. Since ancient times, apart from the Void Emperor, not many people had entered. At this moment, a headless corpse was facing this direction. It made one's entire body go cold, and even their bones seemed to have been frozen. There was no need to doubt his power. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan had seen him. Back then he had encountered him when he mistakenly entered Undying Mountain. This person protected the divine land at the center of Undying Mountain and didn't allow anyone to offend him. At the center of Undying Mountain, there were a total of 108 main peaks. The Black Mountains were like ink as they surrounded the secret land. It was incomparably terrifying. The Headless Knight was like a deity, making everyone's soul tremble. It was difficult to imagine his level. He actually smashed 2 Saint Kings into bloody mist. His mount is a stone horse. The Sacred Prince's golden eyes were like lightning. The Headless Knight wore black divine clothes that flowed with black light. It was full of texture. He was tall and valiant. He held a black golden spear in his hand and had a heaven-subduing appearance. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head. There was quite a bit of blood around his neck as if it had just been chopped off. What he was sitting on was a tall stone horse. It shook its head and wagged its tail. It raised its head and neighed. It was terrifyingly powerful. Its large stone hooves would shatter the void every time they descended. The stone horse is a saint spirit that hasn't reached the consummate level. It's unfathomable. One can well imagine this knight's battle prowess and difficulty. What exactly was at the center of Undying Mountain for such a terrifying existence to appear? He didn't have a head, yet he was still alive. This should only be a protector and not the master of Undying Mountain. He killed 2 Saint Kings with a single spear. The terror of the Forbidden Region can be seen, said the Black Emperor in a heavy voice. GZ was ordinary and silent. He didn't say a single word. His father had once fought here and exchanged blows with an unparalleled existence. The years were merciless. The Void Emperor had long since been buried in the dark cosmos, and his corpse's whereabouts were unknown. He's coming out. He's stepping on Black Peak. He's about to come out. Dongfang Yi raised his wolf-tooth club and shouted. Quickly retreat. Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't fight and could only flee. The Black Emperor's formation platform had long been prepared, and this place was far enough from Undying Mountain. They had plenty of time to go far away. Let's jump through space and leave this demonic den. Chao family and Mo family's people were all alarmed, and they all cried out loudly. Just now, under the attack of that spear, less than 20% of them survived, and that was because they were far away. However, when the Headless Horseman charged over, the sky collapsed, and the battleships exploded like fireworks. They were all turned into dust by a powerful aura. What kind of monster is this? He hasn't even attacked us yet, but his aura is already unbearable. Death. There were deaths everywhere. In the end, only the Chao family's mothership managed to escape. The other warships and the Mo family all fell crashing here. The Headless Horseman didn't care. He didn't attack. He just released a powerful aura, which created such a terrifying scene. The surviving mothership of the Chao family didn't charge out very far before it was shaken out of the Stargate by a sharp killing intent. It wailed as it flew into the distance. The Headless Horseman didn't look too long. He stepped into the void like a flying immortal and entered a realm gate. He actually wanted to find the whereabouts of Yi Fan and the others. This emperor is uneasy. Why do I feel like a disaster is imminent? While crossing the sky, the Black Emperor's heart was pounding. I also have a premonition that a disaster is about to befall us. Yi Fan said solemnly. The Sacred Prince's expression was grave. He also had the same feeling. This kind of person's spiritual sense was the sharpest, and he could sense the arrival of a great disaster in advance. Quickly go to my Ji family, he's coming for me. He sensed the aura my father inherited from me. GZ, who was usually silent, said. Everyone's hearts tightened. They believed that this great disaster originated from Undying Mountain, and they were targeting them. In the mysterious void, they sensed the existence of the Headless Horseman. The stone horse leaped through the void and chased after him. Fortunately, the Black Emperor had grasped the ancient emperor's formation runes. His speed was extremely fast and he entered the southern region in the blink of an eye. In the next instant he appeared in front of the Ji family. The darkness chaos wouldn't have descended again, right? Everyone's expressions were ugly. More than 100,000 years ago, my father fought against Undying Mountain, suppressing the world. Even though he is no longer here, Ji family still has nothing to fear. Ji calmly said. Immediately afterwards an ancient mirror flickered. It was simple and imposing, appearing out of nowhere. Primal chaos waterfalls poured down, the scene magnificent. Deity. This was the deity within the Void Emperor mirror reviving on its own. It emitted the imposing aura of an ancient emperor. At this moment, everyone in the southern region felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but kneel down. The great races were all shaken. The birds and beasts were all lying on the ground, wailing in grief. The Void Emperor mirror tore apart space, disappearing with a flash, crossing hundreds of millions of li as it rushed towards Undying Mountain. The unmatched might of an emperor covered heaven and earth. Even though it was moving through the void, this type of ancient emperor aura was still world-shattering. It overflowed, making many powerful races tremble in fear. What's going on? Yi Fan and the others were all stupefied. This ancient mirror revived on its own, not needing anyone to activate it. The deity within was just missing a great roar towards the heavens. It was as if the Void Emperor had reappeared. This is my father's weapon. It accompanied him in battle his entire life. It saw through the changes in Undying Mountain and fought in the Void Emperor's place. Moisture appeared in Jizi's eyes. Long. That headless horseman's reaction was fast, immediately turning the horse back, entering the Black Mountain. That stone horse that was about to become a holy spirit was trembling. It trampled through heaven and earth, laying between the 108 black peaks. The void mirror released a streak of immortal radiance, directly rushing into the center of Undying Mountain. It scattered down endless ancient radiance, making that place look extremely strange. Black mists curled upwards, making contact with that immortal radiance. There was no great explosion, no loud noise, only a type of light that seemed like ascension to immortality surged. After dying for so many years, the Void Emperor's will still hasn't disappeared. According to the agreement, Undying Mountain shouldn't have appeared in the world. It can be considered that we were rash. An ancient voice that didn't carry any emotional fluctuations sounded from the most mysterious black mist. The 108 black peaks rumbled and trembled together. Within a range of 1,000,000 li, everyone felt their blood run cold. They clearly heard this divine voice, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. It was rumored that the Void Emperor attacked the restricted region and reached an agreement with all sides. It was actually true. After being intimidated for more than 100,000 years, its power was still there, transmitted through the ancient mirror. Immortal radiance flickered. That ancient mirror disappeared, directly appearing in Ji family. The radiance was restrained, becoming simple and unadorned, losing that majestic emperor energy. Void figures flickered about in the mirror, and the voice reappeared. Everything that happened just now was replayed through this ancient mirror. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi and the others were all shocked. Jizi's eyes were sparkling. He silently turned around, carrying the ancient mirror into the depths of the family, disappearing from sight. Not good. The Black Emperor's expression was extremely ugly, full of worry. The appointed time was definitely about to arrive. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be when the path of immortality opened. On that day the unmatched existence of the restricted region would definitely appear. Only heaven knew what would happen. The northern region was in chaos. Even though the motherships were about to be wiped out, the consequences of this disturbance were far from settled. Where did this power come from? They actually dared to move against the ancient races. Along the way they were as easy as breaking dry weeds, wiping out no small number of great races. It was to the extent where a few archaic royal races' ancestral lands were flattened. Yi Fan and the others re-entered the northern region because he knew that there was still a race that hadn't been wiped out yet, and that was the Lantua clan. They went to Origin Ancient Mine and he didn't know how they were doing right now. At this moment the Lantua clan's faces were all green. They cursed inwardly, cursing who knew how many times they had cursed the southern fiend. Wasn't this clearly a trap? This is the world of devils and the word weak will never be related to this place. We're finished. Ever since more than 20 warships fell into the absolute beginning forbidden region and a mothership exploded inside, they already had a bad premonition and urgently rose into the air. However, a mysterious fluctuation transmitted from the depths of the forbidden region. Their ships were shattered one after another silently, terrifying to the extreme. The Lantua clan's faces turned green. They couldn't care about anything else anymore, only wishing to carry out a spatial jump and leave this blasted place. However, the star gates couldn't be constructed, so there was no way to escape. They clenched their teeth, releasing the most ferocious attacks that were enough to destroy a star domain. Dazzling radiance landed on Origin Ancient Mine, but it was completely erased. This type of divine might was enough to blast apart an entire ancient star, but it was useless here. A person walked out from Origin Ancient Mine, as if the heavenly Tao transformed into human form, hazy and terrifying. His power connected the past, present, and future, as if an immortal had been reborn. The Lantua clan was completely stupefied. That wasn't a true creature, but rather one formed from Origin Life Stone. This was what they wanted the most. Many people swallowed their saliva. That body formed from Origin Life Stone released strand after strand of immortal splendor, imprisoning all of the motherships. Even if Dao Yen was alive in the past, he might not have dared to barge into Origin Ancient Mine. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from within the divine mine. Meanwhile, that Origin Life Stone body trembled and radiance flourished, drowning over. The Lantua clan's people were scared out of their wits. Who was inside this Origin Ancient Mine? Dao Yen was an ancient deity of the eternal main star, rumored to have obtained the Dao 1 or 2 million years ago. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to be shocked. Wherever the radiance passed, all of the motherships and ancient divine war tools turned into flying ashes, completely obliterated. Even the Lantua clan's Saint King couldn't even release a grunt before turning into an expanse of bloody light on the spot, completely evaporating without leaving anything behind. At the same time, the Violet Cloud King family ships above the nest of 10,000 dragons were completely pulverized by the purple waves released by the 10,000 dragon bell, turning into smoke and dust. At this point, the curtains fell on the great battle. All of the motherships were destroyed, and apart from a few ancient mechas that escaped, the 12 great king clans were almost completely wiped out. However, the storm couldn't be quelled. The 10,000 ancient races were furious, and they wanted nothing more than to turn the sky upside down. They even dared to attack the far ancient imperial family. Did these people eat God's gall and want to defy the heavens? Eternity, they came from a life star called Eternity, and they dared to attack us. These ants must be tired of living. The 10,000 ancient races roared. On that day, many radical and terrifying royal clans announced that they would definitely think of a way to attack Eternity Star region, killing until rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses flowed. As for who had the greatest harvest, it was undoubtedly Yi Fan's group. In this battle, they had seized 3 undamaged motherships, 5 ancient divine mechas, and the evolution fluids of the 5 great nobles. However, the Black Emperor was very anxious and said, "It's too urgent. Once the path of immortalization opens, I think it will be the appointed time. Existences comparable to great emperors will appear. The day when the sky breaks is not far away." Chapter 1181. The war ended, but the storm continued. A life planet called Eternal became the focus of people's discussion. The ancient race was unwilling to accept this. They were attacked inexplicably and suffered many casualties. They wanted to retaliate. The strongest ancient royal races, as well as the Fire Cheeling Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other lofty eternal races, all captured some captives. They tortured and interrogated them, obtaining a lot of information. A nation that had given birth to gods attacked the Big Dipper Star region in search of divine ores to refine the evolution fluid. This news caused a huge uproar. The noisy North region and the noisy ancient race attracted the attention of the whole world. The exploration of life planets outside the region and the great counterattack against Eternal caused heated discussions. In this war, some ancient kings of the ancient race had fallen. Their ancestral lands had been breached and looted clean. Some races had even been razed to the ground. How could they accept this? The ancient royal race was furious and wanted revenge. The whole world knew about it. The Eternal Lord Star became the focus of people's attention. Ants, the light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. You killed my clansmen and destroyed my ancestral lands. This enmity is irreconcilable. An ancient king roared, shaking the whole north region. People guessed that this was the anger of someone who was infinitely close to the great sage. Yi Fan was speechless. The Eternal Lord Star regarded the natives here as uncivilized races, while the ancient kings of the Big Dipper Star region regarded them as ants. They were really not much different. The outside world was in an uproar and it was difficult to calm down. Wow, it's so exciting. The little baldy Hua Hua from the heavenly village shouted excitedly. He came down from a mothership, swaying as if he was drunk. The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue, feeling a lingering fear. He stumbled out and cursed, "I just went out to test the ship, but I'm like a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat me up. F***CK, I almost died outside." The heavenly village had seized 3 saint-level motherships. This was an astronomical amount of wealth. The big black dog, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others naturally wanted to test the waters and see the performance of this ship. They performed a few spatial jumps. However, the eyes of the ancient race outside were completely bloodshot. The moment they discovered traces of them, an army of tens of thousands rushed up into the sky. It was as though they were heavenly soldiers and generals. There were even more than 10 ancient sages chasing after them. The Black Emperor and the others were chased until they were in a sorry state. Fortunately, they were already familiar with controlling the mothership and immediately used a spatial jump. Otherwise they would have been skinned alive. The Sacred Prince was not interested in these battleships. He stared at an ancient sage mecha and fiddled with it for a long time. After learning how to use it from the captive, his eyes lit up and he entered the mecha, wanting to spar with Qi Luo. The heavenly village was bustling with activity. A group of people were all bustling about. Even Duande eagerly ran over after receiving the news. He would definitely be there wherever there were treasures. The group of captives hung their heads dejectedly, all of them with sullen faces. Now that they had fallen into the hands of this group of people, they even had thoughts of dying. Is this the weak native that the Yao god spoke of? Stop joking. Don't you see? Even a little baldy in open crotch pants is acting so sly. He blinks his big eyes and is trying to extort a confession from a Dao executioner. What kind of people are these? Every single one of them is powerful. That barbarian with a big stick is actually arm wrestling with their race's half-saint. Motherf **Ker, he is actually using 2 fingers. Too arrogant. Also, that dog has a square head and big ears. Its eyes are as big as copper bells and it is like a small mountain. It is actually piloting the saint-level mothership like a human. What kind of place is this? Even a dog is so powerful and abnormal. The most ridiculous thing was that monkey. It almost tore apart the ancient sage's war tool. Just how powerful was its physical body? Motherf **Ker, it is just a monkey, yet it can tear apart a saint weapon barehandedly? The group of captives' faces turned deathly pale. They inwardly felt that this place was definitely the home of the devil. Otherwise, how could the little wimp, dog and monkey, these low-level creatures, be so powerful? These people were about to cry. Seeing this group of powerful natives tormenting them, they even felt like dying. They regretted their past actions. They really shouldn't have come on this expedition. What kind of monsters are these? In the end, we have instead become their prey. Aren't they rushing to their deaths? The faces of this group of captives were all green, and their hearts were filled with worry. They wanted to cry, yet they couldn't. Even their intestines were green with regret. Now that they had been intimidated, they could only obediently teach them everything they knew. Otherwise, didn't they hear what that large black dog had said? They would all be thrown into a pot of oil and fried human flesh to go with wine. Not a single one of them would be left alive. Mist curled up in the distance. Between the small bridge and the flowing water, there were strange rocks and verdant trees. Yi Fan and the elders of the heavenly village were drinking tea and enjoying this rare tranquility. Little Kater blinked her large eyes as she poured tea for them. Then, she stood quietly at the side and listened to their conversation seriously. Yi Fan told Qi Luo and the others about his journey of trials. He talked about the various mystical aspects of the eternal star domain, and he even emphasized the wonders of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. The killing saint nodded after listening for a long time. He expressed that he would support the Black Emperor in deciphering the mothership and researching the star door. If they could reach that star domain, they might be able to obtain even more evolution fluid. During this process, Yi Fan also understood what had happened in the past 2 years. He was constantly paying attention to the problem of the path of immortalization because it was of great importance. During these 2 years, the path of immortalization naturally hadn't opened yet, but the figures of sages from the outer realms kept appearing. Some terrifying people have come. Even the ancient races don't dare to offend them, the killing saint said. For example, not long ago, 2 ancient golden crows had flown over from beyond the heavens. Their magic power was overflowing, and dazzling fiery light streaked across the middle state. It was as if 2 suns had descended. It was said that these 2 ancient demonic sages were just scouting ahead. Behind them were their clansmen, and they came from an ancient planet with life called Huasang Country. What? Huasang Country? Yi Fan revealed an odd expression. The universe was boundless and currently, there were only a few known sources of life. Wuxia country was definitely one of the most powerful ancient planets with life. When he returned to Earth he had learned some of the truth. In ancient times, the sages of Wuxia country, Skirich country, and Gaochen country had gone there in search of the diagram of immortalization. And the Wuxia country planet was absolutely powerful beyond compare. The legend of Dei shooting the sun on Earth was related to them. In ancient times, 10 ancient golden crows of the saint level caused chaos and brought disaster to ancient China. The unrivaled expert Dei appeared out of nowhere and forged 9 arrows. He drew the bow in succession and shot the 9 golden crows to death. In the end, the old golden crow of the Wuxia country, who could look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crossed the star field and arrived. He was a quasi-emperor and in the end he caused Dei to fall. These records and legends left a deep impression on Yi Fan. How could he not be amazed after hearing them today? This ancient hero of Dei had died many years ago, but his legends never ceased. Yi Fan took out the 2 black arrows he had brought from Earth and gently stroked them. He hoped that he wouldn't need to use them in the future. Otherwise, it would inevitably be a peerless massacre. The Wuxia country planet was truly terrifying. During these 2 years the Big Dipper star region was very peaceful. There weren't many great battles but undercurrents were surging. Even the heavenly laws and energies had undergone changes. They became increasingly mysterious and couldn't be deduced. During this period of time, apart from the Wuxia country, the other outer realm sages were all very mysterious. Even now, no one knew where they were and they rarely interacted with the natives. The Big Dipper star region is going to be chaotic. Only heaven knows what will happen in the future. The killer saint sighed. And now, the path of immortality had stirred the clouds in all directions. Everyone was paying attention to it. The ancient sages of various star fields had all come. It was very likely that it would become the most terrifying battlefield in the universe. The more he understood, the more anxious he felt. Yi Fan even felt a sense of anxiety, a bad premonition in his heart. The deities of the outer realm, the saints of all heavens, and the experts of various regions had come in droves. It was bound to be a grand meeting that was rarely seen throughout the ages. Could also be a terrifying storm. There isn't much time left. Not to mention the other life-forbidden zones, just the appearance of the supreme existence of the undying mountain is not something the human race can contend against, Yi Fan muttered to himself. One had to know that there were a total of 7 life-forbidden zones. Even if the races and factions were different, one could imagine that it would be an unprecedented disaster. Yi Fan's expression was firm as he said, "Cultivation and raising combat power are the most important things at present. Everything else is empty. Only by breaking through to the next realm and advancing in cultivation will we have a foothold in the future." The most powerful physique and bloodline evolution liquid was undoubtedly a divine medicine that could shorten the time needed to become a saint. This time Yi Fan and the others seized a total of 5 portions of the evolution liquid. Moreover, they learned from some important captives how to refine this precious liquid. It was just that many of the divine ores couldn't be found in the Big Dipper. 5 portions of the evolution liquid, all close to the 4th level but not yet there. We can't waste them like this. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, the Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, the Killer Saint, and the others sat together. They seriously studied the ancient deities' alchemy recipes, observed the evolution liquid, and discussed solemnly. 2 years ago, I seized the Destiny Rock from outside the Undying Mountain, right? That's the main material of divinity, and it's still very useful. Yi Fan said. The gray rock was carried over. The evolution liquid from back then had been used up, allowing Yi Tong, Huahua, and Little Kair's unpolished gold and unpolished jade physiques to undergo an astonishing transformation. I still have a piece of the heart of the realm of death, but so far there are only 2 main materials of divinity. We still need 2 more to extract the 4th level of the evolution liquid. Yi Fan took out a black stone. It was shrouded in the aura of death, but it contained an indescribable vitality and mighty power. The origin ancient mine contains a peerless main material of divinity, but there's a supreme existence hibernating and sleeping inside, so there's no way to extract it. Through the captives they already knew how precious the origin life stone was. Even a fingernail-sized piece was enough to make the people of the Eternal Lord planet go crazy. If we find the origin life stone, even if we gather 4 main materials of divinity, we'll most likely be able to refine these 5 portions of evolution liquid into the 4th level of evolution liquid. After all, 100,000 years ago, it was the 8th level of precious liquid. Now, they all knew that this kind of evolution liquid was extremely important. It might be able to make the people here become saints, and shorten the cultivation time by several hundred years. I'll take a trip to Mount Meru and ask my uncle to see if he can find the Origin Life Stone, said the sacred prince. Dang, a long and drawn-out bell sound rang out from Mount Meru, spreading throughout the western desert. It was deafening. The victorious fighting Buddha was about to descend the mountain. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting is about to come into the world again. What? The victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru is coming to the eastern wasteland? The people of the eastern wasteland who were well informed all had different reactions when they heard this. However, there was one thing they all had in common, and that was fear. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha had killed the great sage Kuan-Zhou and fought against several great ancient imperial clans alone. Even now, people were terrified. The sacred prince returned with shocking news. His entire body was covered in golden fur as he said, "My uncle wants to enter the Origin Ancient Mine to ask for a piece of the Origin Life Stone." What is this, true? Li Heishui, Li Tian and the others were all dumbstruck. The Black Emperor's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was stupefied and couldn't say anything for a long time. "Can you let your uncle bring me along?" Only Duanda's skin was as thick as a city wall. Chapter 1182. Me too, me too. I want to go too. The little baldy flower blossom blinked his large eyes. He reached out a tender little arm, jumping and jumping. It was because he was only at the base of everyone's thighs, fearing that he would be overlooked. The group of people were all speechless. Who dared enter Origin Ancient Mine? Even the victorious fighting Buddha would most likely be risking his life this time. That was but a life-restricted region. Yi Tong hurriedly walked up and pulled him away. "Senior brother, let go. I want to bravely enter Origin Ancient Mine and become an indomitable great hero," the little baldy said valiantly and in high spirits. "We'll talk about it when you don't wet your bed anymore," Yi Tong said. The group of people laughed loudly, all of them ridiculing him. The little baldy immediately felt embarrassed. His age wasn't that young, but he would still wet his bed from time to time. This was an embarrassing matter he didn't want others to mention the most. "Senior brother, I'm going to stake it all against you." The little baldy bared his fangs and brandished his claws. "Brother Emperor, is this true?" GZ frowned. He was also in Heaven Village. If the most powerful evolutionary liquid was completed, he would be one of the first to use it, because with his aptitude, his fighting strength would soar to deal with future situations. The sacred prince nodded seriously. However, there was a bit of worry in his eyes. Origin Ancient Mine, what kind of place was that? No matter how many people went, how many people died? Since ancient times, how many people dared to invade this place? This was a restricted land respected by all under the heavens. My uncle's lifespan doesn't have much left. He said that he wanted to take advantage of this time to do some things. When everyone heard the monkey's overcast words, they all shivered inwardly, feeling a bad premonition. The victorious fighting Buddha shouldn't be going to fall, right? Medicine King, Divine Marrow, Undying Medicine and other things could extend one's life after taking them once, but after a second or third time, there wouldn't be much of an effect. Everything couldn't be repeated. During the archaic years, the old sacred emperors might shook the world, the four seas worshipping him. Apart from the immortal peach divine medicine, he naturally obtained a few other immortal treasures, previously granting them to his younger brother. There were some things that could extend one's life that the victorious fighting Buddha had already used before. That was why even if he could find some other things in this world, it would still be difficult to extend his lifespan. My uncle came out from the source of God more than 2,000 years ago. The most terrifying thing is that my clan's cultivation method is unyielding and overbearing, exhausting one's life essence the most. It is a life and death trial, the sacred prince said sadly. Back in the day, his father only lived for one lifetime and something went wrong with his cultivation. Their clan's mysterious art shook the 9 heavens, but it was too tyrannical. It killed the enemy in a straightforward manner, but it was also a great loss to the body. My uncle's age is not lower than those of the same cultivation level. It can be said to be a miracle for him to be able to reach such a level of cultivation. Everyone nodded. After all, this was the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting. One had to know that the old Saint Emperor had already fallen. Even though the battling Buddha was the younger brother of the ancient God Emperor, and there was a gap of several thousand years between them, time was merciless, and he had lived for far too long. This humble Taoist is serious. I wish to follow the victorious fighting Buddha into the Origin Ancient Mine. To think that I, Duanda, have plundered all the great tombs of the past and the present, moving unhindered underground, sweeping away all obstacles, I really want to see if there are any other places that are worth my time. The group of people rolled their eyes, looking down on this unscrupulous Taoist. This was especially the case for the old assassins from Heaven Village. No matter how they looked at him, they just couldn't bear to look at him, truly wishing they could give him a stab. I will declare that the ancient tomb in the village was not plundered by me, but rather that little bastard little Baldy, Duanda said with a guilty conscience. Nonsense, it has nothing to do with me. Hua Hua cried out in injustice. At the same time, her large eyes fluttered about, staring at the treasure in the Taoist's hands. Dang. Bell waves were like ripples as they spread through the northern region, unhurriedly spreading outwards. The victorious fighting Buddha arrived. A streak of Buddhist light turned into a golden arch bridge, piercing through the western region. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The ancient races were all greatly alarmed. This type of power made all of their bones go cold, all of them couldn't help but tremble. Even the archaic emperor race was no exception. Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha proved his unmatched might, not even the great emperor races daring to provoke him. Could it be that he has broken through again? A golden arch bridge traversed over, turning a territory of millions and millions of miles into a single meter. This is truly an extraordinary method. As expected of the holy ape that was praised as having divine skin and immortal bones in the archaic era, it seems like his cultivation level has become even deeper. We must definitely not cross over that threshold. Among the archaic emperor race, there were many people who were fearful of him. What they didn't want to see the most was that he could still live for a long period of time. That would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. A few great sage as well as the old patriarch of the archaic emperor race, knew that this bloodline's tyrannical technique was a huge problem. He sat on Mount Meru to cultivate precisely because he wanted to find a Buddhist technique to resolve this difficulty. The golden arch bridge shone with immortal splendor. Many people came to pay their respects. The old holy ape made everyone feel extremely apprehensive, regardless of whether it was sincere or not. At the very least, they had to pay their respects on the surface. The sacred prince had come, and people like the Black Emperor and Duanda could only hide in the dark. Otherwise they would be too hateful. Many ancient tribe members wanted nothing more than to eat the large black dog alive. As for Duanda, he wasn't any better. He had long established his business in the ancient tribe's cemetery. Now it was unknown how many ancient kings were thinking about him. The golden arch bridge slowly faded away. The victorious fighting Buddha took a step forward and landed on the land of the northern region. He gazed at the desolate broken mountain in the distance and sighed. That was the old haunt of the battling sacred ape bloodline. It had been destroyed in the archaic era when his elder brother passed away in meditation, and it was in a terrible state. Now no one dared to blaspheme it. Even though there were only 2 members of this bloodline now, they could still shake the world with their might. As long as the old monkey was still alive, this would be a peerless great race that could rival the various imperial tribes. Uncle. The sacred prince went up to greet him. The victorious fighting Buddha nodded. There were also a few golden arhats and guardian Vajra following behind him. One of them was naturally gifted. He was tall and burly, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looked like a giant golden ape. Some people silently cursed. Could this be the descendant left behind by the victorious fighting Buddha in the western desert? Of course, upon closer inspection this could be completely ruled out. This was a pure human, but he was naturally gifted. He was a guardian Vajra of the Buddhist sect, and his strength was extraordinary. Yifan's gaze froze. This was Kaida, the one who entered this world with him in Pangbo. Later on he was taken away by the Buddhist sect's holy monk to Mount Meru. Kaida was Li Xiaoman's classmate. Many years had passed, and when they met again, things remained the same, but the people had changed. Yifan was disappointed and frustrated. Time had changed a lot. Li Xiaoman was beaten into the ancient abyss by him. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have already turned into dust. Many ancient races appeared, and they were incomparably reverent toward the victorious fighting Buddha. They didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Don't be fooled by the Buddha's radiance, and he seemed benevolent and peaceful. However, once this old sacred ape was angered, it would definitely overflow the heavens like a flood. Right now, many people were speculating how long the old monkey could live. Many people had a kind of worry in their hearts. This terrifying Dojan would definitely clear away all obstacles for his nephew before he passed away, so that no one would harm him. If that was the case, there would definitely be a great calamity. Blood would most likely rush into the ocean, and many giant races and experts might disappear from the great earth. Those who didn't get along with this race were all afraid during this period of time. They hoped that the old sacred ape would pass away, but they were also worried that he would use iron-blooded methods to slaughter his way through the world. "You've come?" The divine silkworm princess appeared. Her expression was gentle, and her purple hair covered half of her immortal face. She was clear and auspicious, completely different from her powerful attitude in the past. She handed over an ancient command token to the victorious fighting Buddha. The patterns on it were dim without the slightest bit of luster. It looked ordinary and simple. "What? That's the command token left behind by the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor." A few archaic giants cried out in alarm. Even the great imperial clan's elders narrowed their eyes. This thing was extremely important, and it was normally impossible to see it. "I've heard that the heavenly prince went to Origin Ancient Mine with the undying emperor's command token. I don't know if he entered or not. Now the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor's command token has also appeared. Could it be?" Everyone guessed, and their scalps went numb. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. The divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor's command token was made of some unknown metal. It was dark purple in color, and after millions of years apart from being dim, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Even time couldn't erase it. "My race also has it." The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head. "Two command tokens are better than one." The divine Silkworm princess didn't allow him to say anything else. She firmly stuffed the dark purple metal command token into his hand. This trip to Origin Ancient Mine was unpredictable. The divine Silkworm princess didn't give him the ancient emperor's celestial robe because if he wanted to behave atrociously there, he would only be courting death. He could only rely on the ancient command token of his predecessor. "If anything happens to me, help me take care of them." The victorious fighting Buddha secretly transmitted his voice. He glanced at the sacred prince, then at the Arhats and guardian Vajra. This was what he had entrusted to her. The divine Silkworm princess's eyes became misty. She really wanted to stop him, but she knew the old sacred ape's temper. Once he made a serious decision, she couldn't persuade him at all. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wants to enter Origin Ancient Mine? This news spread throughout the northern region and eastern wilderness like an explosion. It couldn't be hidden at all because many people were watching the victorious fighting Buddha. Moreover, the people who were watching him were all of high status. Among them, there was no lack of the great sage. Even on normal days, there would always be people watching Mount Meru. Once he left the mountain, they would immediately know. This also showed that many large races were extremely afraid of him. They were afraid that he would be massacred by the sacred battle ape before he passed away. The victorious fighting Buddha wanted to enter Origin Ancient Mine. What exactly did he want to do? This was like a hurricane that swept through the world, affecting the nerves of every expert. Could it be that he wants to go in to find a way to prolong his life? Or does he want to use this immortal divine mind to break through his current realm and take that most crucial step? The hearts of the old clan leaders of the various primordial sovereign families surged. They gathered together to study it for a long time, but no one could calm down. The eyes of everyone in the world were once again focused on the forbidden land of eastern wilderness and the forbidden land of life, causing a huge uproar. Becoming an immortal and building one's Tao is a million autumns. The stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is filled with sorrow. 10,000 ancient emperors fall, the celestial court has already collapsed. Where can I go? Outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, Duanda walked with the victorious fighting Buddha while singing. Even the old sacred ape revealed a strange expression. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm princess, and the others all had strange expressions. This Taoist priest Duan actually wanted to go in. His courage was unbelievable. "Duanda, have a safe journey. If you die a heroic death, I will burn a few pieces of paper for you every year," the Black Emperor said. The little baldy Hua Hua even shouted, "Marshal Uncle Duan, Uncle Black Emperor said that you haven't left behind the treasures you've plundered your entire life. Damn it, you evil little brat, why are you so direct?" This emperor is still thinking about how to express it tactfully. The Black Emperor gave him a slap. Chapter 1183. In reality, Duanda's behavior confused everyone. They felt that he was purely tired of living. He dared to enter the Origin Ancient Mine? What kind of joke was this? Even the victorious fighting Buddha might die if he entered. He walked while singing, his expression calm. He was really about to approach the forbidden area, and it was clear that he was not joking. He was about to enter. "Duanda, are you tired of living?" Yi Fan shouted. "Wicked Taoist, you're not serious, are you? Are you really going to enter?" The large black dog asked with wide eyes. "Senior Uncle Duan, don't do that. If you die, I'll be very sad, the little baldy shouted. The victorious fighting Buddha stopped and looked at Duanda. Golden fur flickered all over his body, his appearance solemn and benevolent. He didn't say anything. Ancient Buddha, don't look at me like that. I'm not from the same orthodoxy as you, and I don't have any interactions with the people of Mount Meru. I won't become a monk. Duanda laughed dryly. The victorious fighting Buddha still didn't say anything. He actually walked around Duanda, looking at him carefully, and seemed to be deep in thought. I'm just a commoner with no background. Duanda recited the boundless celestial being. The others all felt strange and didn't say anything. They stared at him unblinkingly. Duanda's background was mysterious and no one knew his master. Now he seemed even more extraordinary. However, even when they opened their heaven's eyes and looked carefully, they couldn't see anything. The victorious fighting Buddha said, "If you've become an immortal for 1,000,000 years, why would you still recite the boundless celestial being? You just have to respect yourself and you probably won't be outdone." Duanda coughed dryly and said with a gloomy expression, "If I was that kind of existence, why would I still be so reserved? I can go up to the sun and moon, down to the underworld and move anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if there are gods in the origin ancient mine, they most likely can't harm me." Everyone thought about it carefully. This was indeed the case. Even though Duanda's background was mysterious and his cultivation strange, he definitely couldn't be a supreme being. Otherwise he wouldn't be like this. "To tell you the truth, I really came here because I had no other choice. I most likely won't die. It's really like what you said, and it really seems like I'm seeking my own death," Duanda said with a sigh. "If you really want to enter, you need to have the ancient emperor token. Otherwise you can only die. Do you have such a thing?" Princess Divine Silkworm asked. Just now he was still joking, thinking that he wasn't serious. But now he was so serious. If he really stepped in, he might be consigned to eternal damnation, so he had to warn him. "I have an ancient medallion." Duanda nodded and took out a dilapidated and slightly rusted bronze medallion. It was simple and ordinary. Duanda seemed to have quite a few ancient badges on him. In the past he had used a few badges to scare others, and now he had another one. No one could see through him. The ancient sovereign token is not an ordinary item. How did you manage to dig it out? Princess Divine Silkworm naturally did not believe that his bronze token was effective. "Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. This should be the real deal. I dug it out myself." Princess Divine Silkworm didn't believe him and said, "Nonsense. The ancient tokens of the primordial emperors are in the hands of the various royal families. They have never been buried underground, nor have they been lost. How could you have them? This one of mine is real without a doubt. I can definitely enter. It was forged by an ancient emperor himself. It was probably formed more than 1,000,000 years ago," Duanda said with certainty. Since he had already said so, such a slippery person would definitely not be stupid enough to seek death. Naturally, no one had anything to say and could not dissuade him. "Brother Duan, you are about to enter the origin ancient mine. Don't you have anything to say? Don't you want to talk about your background and past?" Yifan asked. They had known each other for so many years. Even though this Taoist was very unscrupulous, he had helped him a lot after all. Now that he was going to the origin ancient mine, his life and death were uncertain. He wanted to ask. "Regarding this poor Taoist, I'm just a member of the multitude of living beings. There's nothing special about me. Actually, for so many years I've been walking in the ancient underground mausoleum, trying to solve 3 questions. Duanda said seriously. Everyone's expressions froze. It was rare for him to be so serious. What were the 3 questions? They all wanted to know and could not help but listen carefully. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I need to go? Duanda's face was serious, not looking like he was joking at all. However, everyone still felt like they were tricked by him, that he was clearly speaking half-heartedly. Martial Uncle Duan is a philosopher. The little baldy said while blinking his large eyes. Longma had a look of disdain on his face. Pa, this one is spitting immortal energy all over your face. It is one thing if there are people on the other side of the starry sky who say these things, but you are always digging up graves. How could the likes of you understand the domain of this humble Taoist? This is the great archaeology, researching the origins and trajectories of all living beings. Duanda boasted shamelessly, returning to his original appearance. Everyone looked at him with disdain, no longer saying anything else. Yi Fan stared blankly, looking at his rear figure, looking pensive. However, he still couldn't see through him. The group of people arrived at the edge of the absolute beginning restricted region, not daring to set foot inside. The existence and origin ancient mind revived in this age where the path of immortality was about to open. Normally, it slept, not willing to exhaust even a trace of its spirit. In the past, even if they entered the restricted region, it wasn't much. However, things were greatly different now. Once they entered, they would startle the supreme existence in the depths of the restricted region. At that time, it would be difficult to say whether it would be a blessing or a disaster. Yi Fan and the others withdrew, crossing the void and entering the divine Silkworm Ridge, waiting there for news. This was a vast mountain region as if there was no end to it. There were mulberry trees everywhere, and there were strange silkworms crawling all over them. However, the descendants of ancient emperors, divine silkworms, were extremely rare. These mulberry trees are produced from divine origin, not true plants. This was the first time Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Yan Yishi, Dongfang Yi, and the others came to the ancient emperor clan's land, so they were naturally extremely shocked. Everything they saw was extremely novel. Even the sacred prince and GZ, as the children of the ancient sacred emperor and great emperor, had never come to this kind of place before. This was the first time they entered a divine land. As for the large black dog, he was a bit lacking in confidence. After arriving here, he looked left and right, appearing extremely unnatural. There was nothing he could do, he had too many enemies, even provoking the divine silkworm race before. In the depths of the mountain region, there were 9 divine silkworm ridges. They were majestic, mysterious, and unfathomable. There was a large expanse of mist curling about, all of which was celestial energy. There was the aura left behind by the archaic emperors. The reason why Yi Fan and the others were able to come here was all because of their relationship with the victorious fighting Buddha and the sacred prince, so they naturally couldn't truly enter the central forbidden region. However, they were fortunate enough to ascend the first divine silkworm ridge, entering a majestic land. Here, plants were lush and ponds decorated the land. It was extremely deep and serene. On a blue stone, there was a sloppy Taoist currently sleeping, and beside him was a row of wine jars. It was actually the child of this race's ancient emperor, Taoist divine silkworm. His face was a bit pale and there was a gloomy air between his brows. He had sunk into a deep slumber and he didn't move at all. The people of the divine silkworm race sighed, but didn't say anything. This ancient prince was different from Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others. He lacked a type of vitality, and there was an additional wave of lethargy about him. He seemed like he didn't fit in with this world, and it had been like this for so many years. No one could change this. Yi Fan and the others didn't disturb him. They entered this mountain ridge, passed through the divine mulberry forest, walked past Origin Mountain, and came to the side of a jade-green spring. This spring was less than 3 meters long, but there were strands of immortal qi rising up. Under the control of Princess Divine Silkworm, it became jade-green and sparkling. It became translucent and bright, turning into a mirror. Swoosh! Green light streaked past, and it illuminated the scene of the absolute beginning forbidden region. The figures of the victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda were clearly visible. This was a spiritual spring left behind by the ancient emperor of the divine Silkworm Ridge. Every direct descendant could refine their body here, and it even had a special ability to observe the 3 realms and 6 daos, similar to the heavenly magic eye of the demon imperial palace. Unfortunately, it was difficult to activate if one wasn't an ancient emperor. Later generations could only inject the aura of the people and scenes they wanted to see into it, and only then could they capture their tracks. With the relationship between Princess Divine Silkworm and the victorious fighting Buddha, they could naturally obtain a strand of his condensed aura. Now that they had come to the side of this spiritual spring, they could see everything. "Let's go in," Yi Fan said. The victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion and walked into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone immediately became nervous, holding their breaths as they watched. Not good. How could I forget about the heaven-devouring demon cap? This is something this emperor has been thinking about my entire life. Even if I had to snatch it just now, I should have seized it. Letting him bring it in is purely throwing meat buns at a dog. The Black Emperor was overwhelmed with regret. The absolute beginning forbidden region was terrifying beyond compare. Every step could lead to killing intent because this place buried a great secret of the past. The great sage and archaic giants didn't dare approach. There's a situation, there's an abnormality in the absolute beginning ancient mine, GZ said in a low voice. Within the jade-green spiritual spring, the absolute beginning ancient mine was reflected with an expanse of immortal mist, rising in spirals. It was hazy and strange, making people tremble even from so far away. What is Duanda saying? Why can't I hear anything? Everyone was anxious, staring at the spiritual spring. At this time, within the absolute beginning forbidden region, Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion, his lips moving. No one knew what he was saying. There's another ancient medallion that I've never seen before. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from the primal chaos immortal domain beyond the 33 heavens, shaking heaven and earth, rumbling with noise, making the faces of everyone by the spiritual spring turn pale. It was unknown what Duanda said. Absolute beginning ancient mind became quiet. After a long time had passed, the rusted copper tile in his hands flew into absolute beginning ancient mind. It really is an ancient emperor medallion. In the end, only this cold voice sounded from the ancient mine. In the ancient mine, 3 streaks of light rushed out one after another, dazzling and dazzling. These were true immortal splendor. They arrived in an instant, blasting Duanda's body. Pooh! His body exploded, breaking apart into pieces. A bloody mist scattered, turning into strands of energy, merging into heaven and earth, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What? Duanda died. No, why is it like this? By the spiritual spring, a group of people cried out in alarm, all of their faces ashen. Duanda actually died just like that, body and spirit erased, not even a bit of bone residue left behind. No one could accept this reality. Who was Duanda? He was cunning and slippery, so why would he choose this type of path to death? Martial Uncle Duan. The little Baldy wept loudly. Master Duan. Yi Tong also cried out loudly. In the past, when Yi Fan left for a long time, it was the large black dog Duanda Li Tian and the others who taught him. They could be considered half a master to him. How could it be like this? Everyone cried out loudly. In absolute beginning ancient mind, the mist became even thicker, immortal energy surging. The emotionless and cold voice sounded again saying, "It's the ancient tribulation crossing heaven art." Chapter 1184. Martial Uncle Duan Wuwu. The little Baldy wept in grief. No one expected Duanda to die, his body exploding as soon as he entered the life-restricted region. It was just that sudden, leaving everyone stupefied, finding it hard to accept. Origin ancient mind had existed since the ancient times, respected by everyone under the heavens. It was extremely ancient, and its ruthlessness and terror were obvious to all. Tribulation crossing heavenly art, this sect's ancient method has always been flawed. No true scriptures have appeared, so how did he obtain it? In the depths of the restricted region, a cold and emotionless voice sounded, as if it was inwardly confused, not understanding what was going on. The Black Emperor stared blankly, revealing a look of shock. Duanda cultivated a flawless tribulation crossing heavenly art, so he most likely still has hope of living. Uncle Black Emperor, what are you saying? Huahua cried like a little kitten. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the others also felt that this was inconceivable. Those were unmatched existences from origin ancient mind. They personally took action, so how could anyone survive? Tribulation crossing heavenly art. Princess Divine Silkworm revealed a strange expression. It was clear that she had heard of it before. This was a type of heavenly art that had existed since the archaic years. The human race had 2 great mother scriptures, known as Great Yin and Great Yang. They were ancient, and their effects on later generations were profound. Even the great ancient emperors had received enlightenment from them. It wasn't necessarily the most ancient that was the most powerful, but the mother scripture's significance was definitely extraordinary. It was respected by the people of the world, pushing the human race forward. Meanwhile, in the archaic years, there were other heavenly arts that were passed down, not necessarily any later than those 2 mother scriptures. However, because they were lost, they couldn't be passed down, which was why they weren't known and respected by others. In the archaic years, the star domain was vast, supreme beings soaring through the 9 heavens, arriving at many mysterious ancient lands. There was more than a single type of ancient scripture that was passed down from other star domains. In reality, one could also imagine that the human race's inheritance had been passed down for a long time, no one knowing where it originated from. How could there only be 2 ancient methods, Great Yin and Great Yang, before the archaic years? There were naturally other ancient texts. Only after endless years the great scriptures that were truly passed down were mainly those 2 types. At the same time, the Great Yin scripture and Great Yang scripture set out from the 2 most fundamental types of mother force, expounding on the principles of Yin and Yang. As such, their status as mother scriptures was established. Legend has it that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was created by the supreme celestial being of Taoism. One had to constantly experience all kinds of great tribulations in his life before finally attaining the Tao fruit. The ancient emperors read the supreme Yin scriptures, observed the supreme Yang scriptures, read the myriad of ancient arts and absorbed their essence. They experienced all kinds of trials and tribulations, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Only then would they be able to create their own arts and establish their own Tao. The large black dog had followed Wuxia for over 10,000 years, so he had naturally heard of the heaven tribulation technique. This was an ancient scripture that had been lost in time. It could steal the fortune of the universe and it had all sorts of wondrous effects. In the past, there were several great emperors who had comprehended this technique. Of course, no one had ever obtained the complete version. They were all just fragments of the technique. Incomplete techniques were most afraid of being struck by lightning. There was an ancient secret that stated that Ruthless could not become an immortal, but after proving his Tao, he searched for ancient techniques to reverse Yin and Yang and revive his elder brother. Some speculated that Ruthless had obtained the most ancient techniques, and it was possible that she had collected the most complete version of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. However, she had never cultivated it before, and since she could not reverse reincarnation, it was useless to her. Duanda had once obtained Ruthless heaven-devouring demonic lid that was formed from her skull. Although it had been forged into an extreme weapon, some people thought that a portion of her consciousness might have been preserved. And it was precisely because of this that some people speculated that the heaven-devouring demonic lid was priceless. If one obtained it, they might be able to comprehend some mysterious ancient techniques. Duanda possessed the demonic lid, so he might not be able to obtain the heaven-devouring demonic technique, but it would not be a miracle if he obtained a portion of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. After all, no one knew what his consciousness might have left behind. The heavenly art of passing tribulations required one to continuously transcend tribulations, and the greatest tribulation it had to transcend was definitely the death tribulation. However, it was rumored that even the creator of this technique, celestial being, had not transcended it. Otherwise, if one could truly transcend the death tribulation, they would attain immortality and become an immortal. Let me see it again. A slit appeared between the Black Emperor's brows, revealing a strange vertical eye. It replayed the scene of Duanda's body shattering into pieces and transforming into a mist of blood. Cleansing, he's cleansing and refining. This is also a type of tribulation, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Emperor Wuxia had once said that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was difficult to cultivate. The main reason for this was that the requirements for this Tao were far too many and harsh. The human body had both life and death qi, and it was very difficult to cleanse all of the death qi. Unless one had the assistance of a great emperor, they would be able to transform the human body into pure yang qi. Only then would they be able to achieve a major breakthrough when cultivating this technique. However, if one lived with a great emperor, it would be difficult for them to attain immortality no matter how much they broke through. Even if they were cleansed by the great emperor's qi, they would still be suppressed in the later stages due to the emperor's Tao. Unless it's a flawless heavenly art of passing tribulations, doing this is no different from seeking death. But how could he have possibly obtained a complete ancient scripture? The Black Emperor could not understand this no matter how hard he thought about it. Emperor Wuxia had once said that the celestial being of the school of Taoism did not seem to have passed down a complete technique in this galaxy at all. I understand. Could it be that he dug up the corpse of that celestial being? I've heard that in the end, that person might have been buried in the Big Dipper, and he came for the path of celestial ascension. According to the records of many ancient sects, apart from 2 or 3 great emperors, none of them were born in the Big Dipper. They came from other ancient galaxies, and just like the ancient emperors of the archaic era, they descended on this planet for the sake of obtaining the opportunity to become a celestial. Unfortunately, in the archaic era, the various races all made mistakes in their deductions one after another. The time for the path of celestial ascension to open was far from here, and it should have been in this era. That period could all be described as mist. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Duanda had dug up the corpse of that celestial being? No wonder he spent all his time walking in the tomb. Did Duanda want to borrow the power of the supreme existence of the origin ancient mind to cleanse his body? In this era, no one had proven their Tao and become a great emperor, so this was an opportunity for him. In the future he would not be suppressed. There are strange movements in the origin ancient mind, Yitong said. The dark green spiritual pool was clear and translucent, clearly reflecting the terrain. Everyone held their breaths, snapping out of their stupor, carefully watching. Origin ancient mind's immortal energy rose in spirals, completely burying the ancient cave below. A voice without any emotional fluctuations sounded, as if it could cut down the 33 layers of heaven. More than 200,000 years ago, when that person established a Tao rite, there was a mysterious aura that appeared. Could it be that the ancient celestial being was buried on this ancient star, was discovered? When Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others heard these words, even though they were separated by endless distance, only hearing it through this spiritual pool, they still broke out into a cold shiver. This type of secret wasn't something they should hear. Fortunately, Origin Ancient Mind's existence didn't continue, stopping this topic. A pair of ice-cold beams of light flew out, circling around the victorious fighting Buddha. The old sacred ape was used to seeing life and death, and his eyes were fiery and golden. He could see more clearly than Black Emperor and the others, so he didn't have any emotional fluctuations regarding Duanda's death. He walked step by step towards the depths of the Forbidden Land. Every step he took was filled with Tao marks. His footprints were very deep and heavy, and it was very strenuous for him. The closer he got to the ancient mind, the more it was like this. It was as if he was walking with the 9 heavens and 10 earths on his shoulders. Why is it that the existence in the ancient mind is still so cold to the sacred battle king even though he has the ancient sovereign token? Princess Divine Silkworm's expression changed. Although this place couldn't be said to be the oldest forbidden land in the world, it was almost there. Back when the ancient race ruled over the world, no one could approach this place. Immortal energy filled the air. In the ancient mine, a pair of cold eyes pierced through the mist and stared at the victorious fighting Buddha, emitting an ancient voice. The sacred battle ape bloodline is the most unyielding and domineering. You look old, but the blood energy in your body is surging. If you come out, you can devour heaven and earth. I sense a familiar aura. You are very similar to someone. The victorious fighting Buddha wasn't arrogant. Regardless of whether it was in terms of seniority or cultivation, the supreme existence of the Origin Ancient Mind could accept his greeting. There was no sound in the Origin Ancient Mind. Everything was very cold. The old sacred ape came here with the ancient sovereign token, but he didn't receive any special treatment, so he didn't say anything else. Your heart is unyielding, very similar to that monkey from back then. What does it have to do with him? After a long time, such a divine voice came from the ancient mine, oppressing the ancient sky until it rumbled, as if it was about to fall. The Emperor of Fighting is my elder brother, said the old sacred ape. That monkey who doesn't respect the heavens and earth. This was actually the evaluation he received. The victorious fighting Buddha's eyebrows twitched, and golden light vaguely appeared in his eyes. The Emperor of Fighting's magical power is boundless. He wants to become a war immortal and look down on the world. As his younger brother, do you still need to come to the Origin Ancient Mine? It was still that kind of emotionless voice. The old sacred ape's spine was perfectly straight, and he stood there without saying a word. The golden hair on his body was very dazzling, and his eyes were also very cold. What did you come to the Origin Ancient Mine for? I beg for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha spoke, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes stared at that expanse of mist. He didn't walk over. In reality, he was still quite far from the ancient mine. For your own life? For my only nephew. A cold laugh sounded from within the ancient mine. Your elder brother is arrogant enough to think that he can become a war immortal, yet he still can't take care of his son, needing to come here to beg for a stone? Not good. Within the divine silkworm ridge, the divine silkworm princess revealed a look of fear. The Emperor of Fighting has shocked deities and made immortals weep, showing disdain for the archaic era. He doesn't respect the heavens and earth, so he definitely offended the existences of the Origin Ancient Mine. Yi Fan Yen Ishi, the Black Emperor, and the others' expressions all changed. This might be a great disaster. Now, who could resist the existences in the life-forbidden land? The victorious fighting Buddha was most likely in trouble. The sacred prince's brow stood on end. When his eyes opened and closed, golden light shot out in all directions. A cold voice sounded from within the ancient mine. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't mind bestowing a piece of life stone, but the Emperor of Fighting had previously said that he didn't need all of this, that he could break through the heavens alone. It was me who asked for a piece of absolute beginning life stone for my nephew, not my elder brother. The victorious fighting Buddha said, standing there like a javelin. Isn't it the same? Brothers, father and son, uncle and nephew, how bad can it be? I only came here to ask for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha's voice was loud and clear. You can leave. I won't bestow it to you. The existence of the Origin Ancient Mine refused. This place doesn't belong to you alone. I came with the ancient sovereign order, so I need a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha said. Are you speaking to me like this? The voice immediately became incomparably cold, killing intent surging through endless time, shaking out from within the origin ancient mind. Wait. A second voice sounded, and at the same time, a rusty copper order appeared. This was another unparalleled existence, and he said, before that person's body exploded, he said that he would give this order to the sacred ape. With 3 ancient orders in hand, all of his requests should indeed be fulfilled. The Emperor of Fighting wanted to break through the heavens alone and look down on the past and present. He had once said that he didn't need anything else. You and I both know about the past. The absolute beginning life stone shouldn't have been given to his younger brother. Moreover, he was disrespectful to me just now, so he should be beheaded. A terrifying killing intent rushed out like a vast ocean. Roar! Suddenly, a black iron rod with brilliant immortal multicolored light rushed out from the victorious fighting Buddha's head. A giant golden ape that reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds appeared. It let out a loud roar that resounded through the heavens, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Emperor of Fighting. Princess Divine Silkworm cried out. Father. The sacred prince shouted. Chapter 1185. The black metal rod shone with dazzling immortal light, auspicious light released in millions and millions of streaks, scattering down on the life-restricted land, producing an expanse of eternal brilliance. The extreme Tao Emperor's might erupted. However, the most shocking thing was still that giant golden ape. Its divine might was matchless, looking down on the world, its might rushing into the 9 heavens, suppressing the 9 hells, its roar shaking up the Big Dipper. Emperor of Fighting. A cry of alarm sounded from the depths of origin ancient mind. When this type of imperial might appeared, it was like a tsunami, as if it was going to cut through 3,000 realms, covering heaven and earth. Its power shook past and present, making even saints tremble in fear. What? The old holy emperor who died in meditation during the archaic years? Why did he appear again? A few ancient race giants were paying attention from the distance. When they saw this scene, they were so scared they began to tremble, almost kneeling on the ground. That imposing figure left them terrified. Holy Emperor, it really is him. After so many years, he lived until now. A few people had previously seen the Emperor of Fighting, seeing his true appearance with their own eyes. When they saw the golden figure that towered between heaven and earth at this moment, they were all stupefied. The Emperor of Fighting had too many legends. He had never been defeated in his entire life, competing against DK on the path of vindication when he was young, and later on, he became a war immortal. His achievements were wondrous, his divine might shocking past and present. Who wouldn't submit to him, who wouldn't fear him? He shocked the world with his battle, displaying his disdain for past and present. That was why he was known as the Emperor of Fighting. In terms of fighting strength alone, it was difficult to find an opponent. He was an emperor in battle, incomparable. The killing intent that rushed out from origin ancient mind was destroyed by this giant golden ape's roar, making the entire origin ancient forbidden land erupt into chaos. Golden light submerged the ancient mind. The victorious fighting Buddha stood there, his expression absent-minded. There was reminiscence, joy, as well as disappointment and frustration. Only after a long time had passed did he release a sigh. What had passed was still gone in the end, unable to return. His older brother died in meditation, unable to become a war immortal during the archaic years. It wasn't that his aptitude wasn't enough, but rather that the environment didn't allow it, this heaven and earth didn't allow it. In this cosmos no one could achieve immortality. If one didn't do so, the path of immortality would already be blocked. The black iron rod rose and fell, suspending above the giant golden ape's head. He didn't display anger, but he exuded might. His pressure covered the 9 heavens, overlooking the endless past like a deity. This naturally couldn't be the true Emperor of Fighting. He didn't respect the heavens and the earth, and he fiercely went against the flow. In order to become a war immortal, he had already fallen over 1,000,000 years ago. This was just the deity contained within the iron rod, reproducing his divine might and majesty. The ancient imperial weapon revived on its own and protected the victorious fighting Buddha, preventing him from being killed by the existence in the ancient mind. An ancient weapon left by the Emperor of Fighting. What do you want? A shout sounded from within the ancient mind as if it was furious. There were finally some emotional fluctuations, no longer as indifferent as before. Hand it over. An ice-cold divine sense transmitted over. There were only these 2 words. What do you want? The existence in the ancient mind calmed down and regained its ruthlessness and coldness. Absolute beginning life stone. The giant golden ape held the iron stick, coldly gazing at the ancient mine under the swirling mist. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the emperor of fighting? You're just an ancient weapon. The voice in the ancient mine was dignified and domineering, revealing a type of aura that ruled over all living things. Hand it over. The giant golden ape still spoke these two words. The black iron rod in its hand pointed forward, and as it walked forward, the entire forbidden area trembled. An ancient imperial weapon wants to fight against me. The voice of the existence in the ancient mine was cold to the extreme. It emitted a wave that overflowed into the sky, shaking the northern region. It wanted to fight. Another existence spoke with a calm voice, saying, "Why did you wait until this era? You've paid so much, so why bother about this? So what if you give him a life stone?" The depths of the life-forbidden land immediately quietened down. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At the end of the Great Earth, the old patriarchs of the archaic imperial clans were all very nervous, paying close attention to all of this. Some people held ancient imperial tokens, seemingly wanting to go over as well. This isn't the archaic era. Even the victorious fighting Buddha will be killed if he goes in. It's better for us to stop here. The giants of the archaic era all experienced many things in order to live to this era. They didn't want to make the existence of the life-forbidden land unhappy, so they silently backed up, not daring to go forward. Only after a long time had passed did the unmatched existence and origin ancient mind that was always opposing them with equal harshness. Sacred Emperor who doesn't respect the heavens or the earth, in the end, didn't you still come here to ask for help? A silvery white life stone flew out. It was the size of a fist and contained the secrets of the absolute beginning, containing the power of life. It became the focal point of heaven and earth as soon as it appeared. Tens of thousands of strands of silver splendor poured down. It rose and fell, containing Tao essence as it flew towards the Emperor of Fighting. Even though he isn't my older brother, he still has his own thoughts. What he said was to hand it over. The victorious fighting Buddha said, correcting the error. Strand after strand of killing energy seeped out from the ancient mine. It was incomparably terrifying, spreading towards the old sacred ape. It could collapse the primordial spirit of ancient saints. The Emperor of Fighting held the great rod in his hand. He walked forward and with a pring sound, the killing energy was scattered. He immediately obtained the absolute beginning life stone. However, he still felt like it wasn't enough, continuing to ask for more. Hand it over. At the limits of heaven and earth, everyone who saw this scene sucked in a cold breath of air. Even though this wasn't the old sacred emperor, his past power and domineeringness were clear to see. It was because this was just his ancient weapon, yet it was already this powerful. If it was his true body from the past, what kind of unmatched divine might would it possess? Brazen. An explosive shout sounded from within the ancient mine. Ancient imperial energy pervaded the air, as if a supreme being was about to appear, making heaven and earth about to collapse. Northern region, all things were destroyed, all creatures trembling. This was a type of pressure that was difficult to contend against. Sunset Ridge within the absolute beginning restricted region was the place where Hengyu Great Emperor refined weapons. Even now there was still an ancient structure towering there. After all these years it still hadn't collapsed. At this moment the inscribed board on the ancient structure released strand after strand of multicolored splendor, precisely the two words Hengyu. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens, clearly stimulated by the ancient emperor's might. Inside Origin Ancient Mine, imperial might surged, the aura becoming more and more powerful. That existence actually didn't hesitate to fight to seize this metal rod. We came with 3 ancient emperor badges, so what if we offer up a piece of life stone? We should satisfy the requirements or else we will be going against the agreement. Another unmatched existence spoke in a timely manner. It was clear that the existence in the ancient mine didn't wish for anything unexpected to happen, even more so not wishing to break this type of peace. What did they wait for all these years for? It was all for the sake of the path of immortality. Fine, in the future, before we leave the mine and step onto the immortal path, we will settle things with the battle's sacred ape bloodline. A great battle was avoided, calming down. In Divine Silkworm Ridge, Divine Silkworm Princess and many others' faces became snow white. This karma was too great. That was but an unmatched existence, apart from great ancient emperors who could face him. There might be a great disaster in the future. This made everyone feel a layer of gloominess. What were they supposed to do in the future? Unless they confirmed the Tao, there was no way they could be a supreme being's opponent. The situation is urgent, everyone needs to increase their strength as soon as possible. An elder in divine Silkworm Ridge said with good intentions. Origin ancient mine was like a great mountain crushing down on their hearts. Only heaven knew what would happen in the future. That supreme being definitely has an old grudge with my father. However, that's fine. I will head into the starry sky, return when I am strong enough. Sacred Prince said. There isn't much time left. Jizi said. They all had heaven warping aptitudes, so if they had enough time they would definitely rise up. However, if they wanted to contend against the supreme being, then that was hard to say. It was because that was the most terrifying restricted region ruler since the ancient times. In the absolute beginning restricted region, a wash basin-sized life stone appeared in that golden sacred ape's hands. The life essence and Tao radiance it released even more astonishing. Immortal energy descended, surrounding his entire body and the metal rod within. Shwa. In the end, all of this disappeared, turning into a streak of divine splendor, entering the victorious fighting Buddha's body. He walked into the distance step by step, heading out of the life-restricted region. In the distance, a few archaic giants were silent, finding it hard to say anything. There was no lack of one or two archaic emperor race old clan elders, all of them full of reverence towards this old monkey. He entered the absolute beginning alone, his older brother not getting along with the ancient mind's supreme being, yet he didn't lower his head, actually coming out alive, moreover bringing back what he wanted. After who knew how much time had passed, not a single sound could be heard. Deep into the night, a low voice sounded from the depths of the absolute beginning restricted region. However, there was no way the outside world could hear it, completely cut off. That is the Emperor of Fighting's undying will. He failed to transform into a war immortal, and even though he died in meditation for endless ages, he was still unwilling. The victorious fighting Buddha returned safely. Divine Silkworm Ridge erupted with cheers, all of them extremely happy. This was a great matter, something worth celebrating. I wonder what happened to Duanda. He turned into strand after strand of energy, merging into heaven and earth. Could it be that he really died? This was an unsolved mystery. According to normal reasoning with Duanda's nature, he definitely wouldn't bring about his own destruction. However, everyone personally saw him explode. The victorious fighting Buddha appeared in divine Silkworm Ridge, handing over this wash basin-sized life stone to them. Uncle. Sacred Prince said with a trembling voice. This stone was exchanged for with the old sacred ape's life. Back then it was extremely dangerous. I'm fine. As long as you don't become a saint, I won't die in meditation. I will wait until you are strong enough. The victorious fighting Buddha said. He brought several arhats and vajra with him, preparing to return to Western Desert. If that really is the case, then I would rather not become a saint. The monkey said. The victorious fighting Buddha revealed a benevolent expression. Foolish child, everyone will die one day, no one an exception unless one becomes an immortal. Uncle and your father both find it difficult to succeed. I hope that one day you can enter immortal domain and become a war immortal, fulfilling your father's wish. Just what kind of existence was hibernating in Origin Ancient Mine? This was something everyone wanted to know the answer to. The old sacred ape only spoke a single sentence. That was a past supreme being, so he felt great restraining fear. He didn't want to say too much out of fear of provoking a great disaster for the later generations. As such, he left. No one could avoid death unless they achieved immortality. Otherwise there would be no long life. If one wanted to break through normal reasoning, one had to pay a cruel price. The heavens mandate rock, death world's heart and absolute beginning life stone were in their hands, moreover in sufficient quantities. This made their moods fluctuate greatly. The amount of divine essence main ores they had signified the amount of evolutionary liquid they could refine into. Third stage? They were extremely unwilling. Meanwhile, they had a few portions of precious liquid in their hands that were close to the fourth stage, but hadn't reached it yet. If they used the three main ores to nourish it, they would most likely be able to increase the quality of the divine liquid. I still feel a bit unwilling. If we found another main material, then there would be no need to nourish it, and instead directly extract it. We would be able to refine a lot. Got it? Yi Fan was moved, feeling like they should be able to succeed. They could truly refine the fourth stage evolutionary liquid. Everyone looked over, all of them a bit excited. This was an opportunity to become a saint. If they succeeded, many people would be able to take a crucial step. Chapter 1186. Of course it's the undying celestial medicine. Yi Fan said. There was a clear imprint in the sea of consciousness of a noble in the eternal star region that immortal herbs were the rarest and most precious great herbs. If one could find a perfect one and collect other divine ores, they could refine the evolutionary fluid of the ninth stage to the consummate stage. Unfortunately, since ancient times, it was difficult to find seventh and eighth stage divinity ores, let alone godly medicines. The most sensational news in the past 50,000 years on the main eternal star was that someone had extracted the sixth stage of evolution fluid. Don't tell me you're going to throw in the seeds of the Qilin godly medicine to refine it? The large black dog's expression changed and he strongly objected. They returned to the heavenly village because these medicines were too precious, and it was not good to discuss them in the divine silkworm ridge to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course not. The undying celestial medicine was too rare. There were only a few in the Big Dipper star because the ancient emperors had come, and they had brought them from other galaxies. Otherwise it would be rare to see them. Using the seeds of the undying medicine to refine the evolution fluid was not worth it, because they didn't have other divinity materials, so it was impossible to obtain the ninth stage of the consummate treasured fluid. Moreover, even if they could refine it, they had to consider whether it was worth it. After all, the ancient emperors had one each, and no one had ever heard of using it to refine medicine. On the main eternal star, if the ancient gods obtained the undying medicine, they didn't extract the evolution fluid, but refined it into the nine-turn celestial pill. This was beyond the scope of the treasured fluid, and no one knew how effective it was now, nor could they perfectly restore the ancient method. Nowadays, although some great forces used alchemy methods to refine the evolution fluid, not all the steps were the same as in the ancient times. That was the secret recipe of the ancient gods, and it was difficult for modern people to completely master it. We don't have the perfect undying medicine, but we have the undying true dragon medicine drops. We can add a few drops, Yi Fan said. In the past, he had narrowly escaped death, and obtained some true dragon medicine drops from the coffin of Ruthless in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He distributed them to everyone present and now they could be used. This kind of thing was too precious and couldn't be squandered just to refine medicine. Yi Fan felt that a few drops might be enough. Yi Fan said, "It's just a few drops, so don't use them all. After all, this kind of thing only belongs to the ancient emperors, and every drop can save our lives in the future." A few drops. That's too little. It's most likely ineffective. Killing St. Chi Luo shook his head. He was also participating in the discussion. Gai Jiuyo sent the ancestral ginseng liquid and the divine phoenix immortal herb back. He only consumed a portion of it. "Let's use it to extract the evolution fluid this time," the Black Emperor said with a pained expression. The divine phoenix immortal herb was rooted in the Purple Mountain. Back then, before Yi Fan set foot on the ancient path of the universe and returned to Earth, the Black Emperor had found a few drops for him to preserve his life. After Yi Fan returned to the other side of the starry sky, he met the ancestral ginseng in Changbai Mountain and was gifted with some of its medicinal droplets. It was a type of half-divine medicine. Yi Fan had hardly used these two items and had given them to Gai Jiuyo when he returned 2 years ago. However, this matchless expert only used a small amount, returning it to Heaven Village. These were all heaven-defying items, and now they had to be used to refine the evolution fluid. Everyone felt pained. It would be impossible to have these life-saving treasured medicines after they were used up. Put 2 drops of the immortal medicine of the true dragon and immortal phoenix, and 9 drops of the ancestral ginseng liquid. Leave the rest in the heavenly village. If anyone encounters a calamity in the future, this might be a life-saving straw. Yi Fan said. He didn't want to use all of these heaven-defying treasured liquids. He had to keep some for future use. Although the amount of immortal herb added was very little, it was extremely precious. They estimated that it was equivalent to one of the main ingredients and could be used to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. "We have the main ingredients, but we lack the divine supplementary ingredients," Yenishi said with a frown. One had to know that refining the evolution fluid required too many divine ingredients. The main ingredients were indispensable, and a large number of supplementary minerals were also needed. There should be quite a few supplementary ingredients on the Rock of Destiny that we can continue to use. "We'll think of a way to purchase the rest from all over the world," Yi Fan said. Back then, the purple-eyed girl and her sister were refining the divine liquid near Undying Mountain. Later on, they acted violently when they were about to leave, but Yi Fan counterattacked and brought back an entire pond of precious liquid. The liquid inside the pond built from the Rock of Destiny had long since dried up, but the divine minerals were still there. Some of them could still be used. They've gathered very few ingredients and can only extract the initial liquid. We have to search the entire world. The Sacred Prince frowned. If the divine main ingredients are abundant, then even if the supplementary ingredients are a bit less, or even incomplete, it won't be a problem. Yifan said. He brought out the liquid he obtained from the Immortal Ascension Pond and prepared to use a portion to extract the evolution fluid. If the fourth stage of evolution could be completed, it would be enough for Yifan to reach a higher level. It was just that it was too difficult to become a saint, and he most likely needed to use the fifth stage of the evolution fluid. However, as long as he could reach a higher level, it would be enough for him to fight an ancient saint. That was because he was about to have this kind of capital, and he only needed to reach a higher level. Similarly, GZ and the Sacred Prince were also like this. They were destined to be unable to use the fourth stage of the evolution fluid to become saints because their constitutions were just as terrifying as Yifan's. However, for Yan Yishi, Li Heishui and the others this was good news. If they could successfully refine the fourth stage of the evolution fluid, they would be able to consolidate it step by step in the future, and they might even be able to become saints in the end. Their constitutions were not bottomless pits like Yifan and the Sacred Prince. Right, since the supplementary divine materials are insufficient, then let's increase the main ingredients. The Killing Saint said. The absolute beginning life stone was as big as a wash basin, and no matter how they squandered it, it was impossible to use it all up. The Rock of Destiny was also quite considerable, and it was so big that it formed a pond. Our blood can also be added in, GZ said. He was the son of an ancient great emperor and had inherited the precious blood of the great Tao of Void. It was the most precious, and if it could be refined, it would definitely be a great medicine in the world. Very well. The Sacred Prince agreed. This time they could only succeed and not fail because they had paid a great price for it. Yifan also nodded. He had the human race's sacred physique, and on the Lord Eternal Star, he was known as the indestructible golden body. The value of his blood was immeasurable, so he immediately began to refine it himself. Not long after, an alluring fragrance wafted over. Within Yifan's room, the jade container was enshrouded with auspicious and peaceful radiance. The luster of the golden blood was astonishing. This was the blood essence he had extracted from within his body. The golden liquid rolled down from his wrist drop by drop, and its fragrance immediately filled the entire courtyard. When he left, the little baldy Hua Hua was the first to run over. He gulped down his saliva and stared at the jade container. The Black Emperor said, "He hasn't even become a saint yet his blood has already turned into a precious liquid. If he succeeds in the future, tsk, I'm drooling." A rich fragrance similarly wafted over from the other two courtyards. GZ and the Sacred Prince had also extracted their blood essence, and all kinds of visions lingered around them. Their life auras were respectively inherited from the ancient Great Emperor and Archaic Emperor. If the refinement is successful, there will be no need to fear saints. Everyone was naturally excited. Afterwards, everyone became very busy. They split up and went to various large auction houses. They walked into some ancient medicine pavilions and began to search for supplementary divine materials, spending heaven-grade money to purchase them. This formed a storm. In a short period of time, the prices of all kinds of strange items and materials began to soar, multiplying. The people of the Heavenly Village and the Celestial Court were all mobilized. They didn't hesitate to pay any price, rushing east and west, trekking through the central province, entering the western desert and going as far as the southern mountains. For everyone, there was good news every day because the people of the northern Dipper Star region had never refined the evolutionary liquid before. Many minerals could be seen and they hadn't gone extinct. However, what made people depressed was that some things couldn't be found from start to finish. They didn't exist on this ancient planet at all. After all, if the people of the Eternal Kingdom wanted to refine the precious liquid, they would enter deep into the starry sky every time, mining on many withered stars. They weren't limited to a single place. In the end, the large black dog clamored and led some youths of the heavenly village to drive the mothership, rushing into the starry sky. Many people were dumbstruck. "Mother Kerr, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you looking at me? Have you never seen such a heroic hero of the universe?" However, a large dog driving a spaceship was really a bit out of the ordinary. They didn't plan to travel far, only searching in the nearby star regions. At the same time, it was also to test the voyage and grasp all kinds of essentials. In the following month, the Black Emperor really led people to find some divine ores. They mined them on ancient planets one after another, and they had great harvests. However, when the mothership encountered an ancient saint in outer space, they didn't take any more risks, because they almost died. The path of immortal ascension is about to open, and there will be ancient saints coming from the northern Dipper Star region from time to time. If we go into outer space without permission, we might encounter a great disaster. In the end, they could only place their hopes on this ancient planet with life, hoping that they could find enough ores. Actually, we've already collected 60 to 70% of the auxiliary divine materials. Perhaps we can refine them now. Dongfang Yi said. No. The sacred prince shook his head. If they were going to do it, they had to succeed. Otherwise, if they were ruined, it would be too much of a waste of so many precious divine materials. Something's wrong. Right now, all the major auction houses as well as the famous ancient medicine pavilion and mining areas have people sweeping through them. They're even crazier than us. Li Heishui brought bad news. Competitors had appeared, and now there were people fighting to compete with them. They specialized in purchasing all kinds of divine ores. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that they had acted earlier and had the initiative. They had almost bought all the most valuable things. Who are they? Old Saber Hancho's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. They're not to be trifled with. There's the Fire Qilin Caves royalty and the Blood Phoenix Mountain Saint. They've personally issued orders to collect all kinds of ores. Li Heishui said. They've finally made their move. Yi Fan nodded. Several of the theocrats and some of the ancient theocrats had captured some captives. These days they had been working hard to make a series of arrangements, clamoring to attack Eternal Lord Star while digesting the information they had obtained from the captives. These 2 days there were spaceships flying in the sky from time to time. Clearly they were testing the voyage. Moreover, some of the big shots of Eternal Lord Planet had survived and fallen into the hands of royalty like Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain. The heaven-defying medicinal formula of the evolution liquid would definitely be extracted. We've seized the initiative. Their harvest won't be that great, said the Black Emperor. In reality this was indeed the case. The people in charge of purchasing ores from Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain were hopping mad. They could still hear about all kinds of strange materials in the past, but now it was very difficult to find them. Wu continued to purchase. Once the 4th stage of the evolution liquid is formed, we can fight saints, said Yi Fan. On this day, killing Saint Qi Luo's body was covered in wounds. He came back dripping with blood and half of his body was about to rot. Everyone jumped in fright and went to support him. You've been injured several times in these years. What exactly happened? Said the Black Emperor. This actually wasn't the first time. I've always been paying attention to hell in the human world and they've long since sensed my existence. This time I was stopped but the harvest was also great. I obtained some divine materials. He placed a pile of flickering objects on the ground, and they immediately attracted everyone's attention. They were all extremely special ores. They were necessary supplementary materials and he had actually collected them. Chapter 1187. As a saint of killing, Qi Luo walked the path of killing to prove his Tao. Normally, he would come and go without a trace by using the secret arts of the celestial court. Especially after Yi Fan taught him the line secret art, he had reached the acme of perfection. In this world, including the 10,000 ancient races, there weren't many people who could stop him and injure him. After all, he was an ancient saint who had mastered the line secret art. He could go anywhere in the world. But now he was injured to such a state and almost died. This made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hell and the human world were the 2 ancient killer dynasties. They were incomparably mysterious and difficult to destroy. In ancient times, they were known to assassinate all over the world. Even saints had to bear grudges. Their ancient palace was built from the skulls of kings of various physiques. The floor was paved with the divine skin of saints. It was the most terrifying place in the world. During these years, killing Saint Qi Luo had been paying attention to them. The 2 divine dynasties had also noticed the rise of a killing saint in the celestial court, so they had always been targeting them. This is the 4th time I've been injured. Fortunately, I wasn't intercepted, Qi Luo said. During the desolate antiquity era, the celestial court was destroyed by these 2 divine dynasties. It could be said that they were mortal enemies and wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. We'll deal with them sooner or later, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. In the past, the 2 divine dynasties had attacked Yi Fan many times, causing him to suffer several disasters and almost dying. Later on, he killed the goddess of hell and the divine son of the human world. Only then did he step on the ancient path of the starry sky. Without a doubt, the celestial court and the 2 divine dynasties were enemies. One side would fall sooner or later. Otherwise there would be no solution. Put it aside for now. When a few experts from the celestial court that can fight saints appear, we'll settle the score with them, killing Saint Qi Luo said. He swallowed some medicine and operated his mysterious art. Flesh and blood slowly grew out from the damaged half of his body. However, this process was very slow because of the terrifying murderous intent contained within. He was injured by a terrifying saint of the killing Tao. In the human world and hell, before the natural laws of heaven and earth changed, there were already two terrifying killing saints. They were neither human nor ghost, their lifespans didn't have much time left, but they still didn't die. After living until now, they were definitely even more terrifying. Qi Luo took action and destroyed the other party's two small worlds. The divinity ores he brought back were sparkling and incomparably precious. He solved a major problem. Yi Fan said, "Senior, although you're injured, you've given us a reminder. There are some things that we need to think of ways to obtain. Great forces with long legacies and deep foundations should have some in their hands." At present he had collected quite a lot of divinity ores, and he still lacked the most crucial supplementary materials. If he obtained them, he could immediately extract them. Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as they became stronger, they would have the opportunity to break through and reach the next level. Killer Saint Qi Luo was very open-minded. He didn't care about momentary success or failure. He had suffered many injuries in the past few years. His state of mind was tranquil and very calm. After we break through, we'll be able to contend against ancient saints. At that time, we'll launch a counterattack against the human world and hell. We'll return the favor and flatten their orthodoxies. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Jizi, and the others all had this kind of potential. Once they advanced, even if they couldn't become saints, they would still have that kind of terrifying combat strength. In the following days, they worked hard and did everything possible to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in preparation for refining the evolution liquid. And during this process, the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other ancient races were also buying and doing everything they could to excavate the divinity ores. GZ and the Sacred Prince were the main force. They traveled between the human and ancient races respectively to communicate with the most powerful holy lands and the archaic royal families to purchase the divine materials in their treasury. These great forces with long legacies and long histories had extraordinarily deep foundations. The heavenly village used all kinds of treasures to exchange for several kinds of rare ores. Yi Fan naturally also took action. He was already a future Yuan Taoist master. When he traveled between the mountains and rivers, he could tell with a single glance whether or not there were divine materials inside. During this period of time, he personally excavated many rare spiritual objects. It had to be said that the Big Dipper star region contained too many vitality and wondrous objects. When they were on the Eternal Lord Star, in order to extract the evolution liquid, the great powers had to travel countless light years and enter many star domains before they could barely gather enough. No one had ever refined the evolution liquid in the Big Dipper source of life. That was why they were able to preserve the necessary ores, allowing them to succeed. What? A piece of water marrow essence was stolen? The Black Emperor flew into a rage when he heard this. The heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone was furious because they had paid a great price. This piece of water marrow essence was exchanged for Great Luo silver essence, but someone actually intercepted it halfway. It was truly hateful. Many special divine supplementary materials were needed to extract the evolution liquid. Among them, there were 4 that were absolutely necessary: Earth Dragon Essence, Fire God Stone, Wind Bone Wood, and Water Marrow Essence. These materials were difficult to replace. The Sacred Prince paid a visit to an archaic royal clan and was prepared to use the Great Luo silver essence stored in the heavenly village to exchange. The other party reluctantly agreed. After that, the Sacred Prince rushed to the next location. In the end, the people from the heavenly village went to exchange, but the water marrow essence was intercepted along the way. It's the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern. Right now, the major races have learned about the evolution liquid from the captives and are moving everywhere. They also went to that royal clan to exchange but were a step too late. That's why they attacked us. After learning of the situation, the Sacred Prince was furious and prepared to take action. And at this time Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others just happened to return from outside. After hearing this, they immediately agreed to make the other party pay the price. Not long after, Yi Fan and GZ also disappeared. One had to admit that the monkey had a fiery temper. Even if the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, it still caused him to stomp his feet in anger. The Sacred Prince took action along the way. He intercepted all the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern who were purchasing ores outside and seized all of their ores. Sacred Prince, you've gone too far. Treating my Fire Qilin Cavern like this, are you not afraid of the consequences? The people from the Fire Qilin Cavern were also anxious. They didn't hesitate to use their weapons against each other. Return my water marrow essence, or else don't blame me for starting a massacre. Water marrow essence? There must be some misunderstanding. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin cavern was stunned. He went to ask someone on his side. However, the final battle couldn't be avoided. There might be some misunderstanding, but after the ancient prince, the Fire Qilin, received the news, he personally declared that he wouldn't return it. It was because the monkey had also seized a portion of their divine materials. Li Heishui immediately became anxious. The ores they plundered later on couldn't compare to the water marrow essence at all. That was a divine material that couldn't be lacking and was extremely crucial. Tell them that after injuring so many of our people, if I say I won't return it, then I won't return it. The Fire Qilin cavern made this decision. When the archaic royal clans were preparing to counterattack the Eternal Lord Star, because of the evolution liquid, small-scale battles and chaos erupted. The evolution liquid was destined to incite a great upheaval. The Sacred Prince was naturally furious. He felt that the Fire Qilin was going too far, so he began to kill the people who were leaving the Fire Qilin cavern and plunder the divine ores without restraint. Sacred Prince, since you all feel that the water marrow essence is precious, can we purchase it at a high price? A saint from the Fire Qilin cavern was alarmed. Although the Fire Qilin cavern was an archaic royal clan, they weren't willing to provoke the battle sacred ape bloodline. After all, that old monkey was still alive and too terrifying. However, there was a knot in the hearts of the Fire Qilin and the Sacred Prince. It originated from that battle back then when the Sacred Prince was killed. The Fire Qilin and the others who had helped the 8 divine generals felt that they had suffered a setback. During these years, both sides had a knot in their hearts. They wanted to have a battle that didn't involve their respective royal clans' resources. It was just a battle between the ancient princes to see who was stronger and who was weaker. However, this wasn't what the victorious fighting Buddha and the older generation of the Fire Qilin cavern were willing to see. Thus they had always been at peace. It was just that the two princes had always wanted to clash. Now that the Fire Qilin had made such a decision, it naturally angered the Sacred Prince. It was clear that he wanted to turn this into a true battle. However, the Fire Qilin had underestimated the monkey's fury. He didn't want to wait until the decisive battle and directly attacked without restraint. Yes, at this time the Sacred Prince was challenging the saints. Let the Fire Qilin come. Otherwise don't block my path. So what if you're a saint? I don't fear you. The monkey roared. This saint before him was a bit neglectful because he was from the imperial clan. Although he was still advising him with kind words, there was no lack of threat in his words. Sacred Prince, all things should be peaceful. The victorious fighting Buddha is already old and might die soon. I believe he also hopes that you can live in peace with our clan. Hui Yunxing was an ancient saint with an extraordinary cultivation. He came from the Fire Qilin cavern and was a member of the imperial clan. Even though the ancient emperor bloodline had already thinned out by his generation, it still made his status seem extraordinary. Since you want to live in peace, why did you rob my water marrow essence? Are you bullying my battle sacred ape bloodline because my uncle is already old? The monkey was unyielding. The other party's words were full of thorns and he couldn't help but want to fight. This is what the prince said himself. I didn't say that. Take a step back, isn't it just a piece of water marrow essence? I believe the prince isn't willing to make a big fuss over this. The victorious fighting Buddha is really not young anymore. He definitely hopes that our two great imperial clans can live in peace. Perhaps in a few years, you will be the only one left of the sacred ape bloodline. So I like to speak the truth. Don't say that the prince doesn't like it. This battle was naturally unavoidable. The Sacred Prince wasn't rash and came prepared. His true body entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fought against Hui Yunxing. The prince has such an ancient sacred war tool. No wonder you're so fearless. However, it's still a bit lacking compared to a true saint. Now that the world knows that the victorious fighting Buddha can't be provoked, I naturally don't dare to anger him. I can only capture the prince and send him to Mount Meru, Hui Yunxing said. Aren't you just looking for an excuse to break my Tao heart? Come and give it a try. The Sacred Prince sneered. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi and the others watched the battle. They weren't anxious and their expressions were calm. When they left Heavenly Village, even though the monkey was angry, he wasn't impulsive. He had already informed Yi Fan and GZ. Hui Yunxing's eyes were cold and revealed a strange expression. That was because the Sacred Prince entered the ancient sacred Mecca and was unstoppable. He was momentarily shocked and found it hard to take him down. He originally wanted to defeat the monkey. Even though he didn't dare to do it too obviously, he could still make the monkey taste the bitterness of defeat and affect his Tao heart. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, two powerful fluctuations appeared on the battlefield. They rushed over together and attacked Hui Yunxing. Yifan and GZ appeared. They both entered the ancient sacred Mecca. 5-colored divine light swirled behind one, while the other ignored the void as if it was nothing. They immediately attacked. The 3 great experts all entered the ancient sacred war tool. Their strength soared and all of them reached the saint level. Even though Hui Yunxing had a thin ancient emperor bloodline, he still couldn't stop it. He roared out in anger again and again. Soon after, half of his body was blasted apart by the monkey's fist. Bloody light flashed. GZ mysteriously appeared and disregarded distance and space to cut off his head. 5-colored divine light swirled behind Yifan. Chaotic energy was hazy. 5 precious swords hacked down, mincing his flesh apart and turning it into a bloody mist. Chapter 1188. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince worked together and destroyed the headless body of an ancient saint from the fire-Qilin cave, turning him into a mist of blood. The great Tao rumbled. Void essence appeared between GZ's hands. Layers of light rippled like water, forming a cycle of life and death there, binding the severed head, preventing its primordial spirit from escaping. Behind Yifan, the 5-colored divine light appeared once again. The 5 treasured swords slashed downwards, smashing that saint's head into pieces. Lustrous white bone fragments and saint blood splashed out, and the primordial spirit cried out in fear. The sacred prince let out a long roar. The golden fur on his entire body stood on end, dazzling and sparkling. The 9 revolutions heavenly art was activated, and it was unyielding and domineering. The primordial spirit was covered in cracks, and it was on the verge of dispersing. No! Wu Yunxing cried out loudly. He never expected that he, an ancient saint, would be defeated by 3 Tao-severing experts, and now his life couldn't be preserved, thus vanishing like smoke into thin air. Spare his life in exchange for the mother water marrow. Yifan stopped the sacred prince. Sacred prince thought for a bit. He didn't want to completely break off relations with an archaic imperial clan either. The fire-Qilin cavern was deep and immeasurable. That was the inheritance of an ancient emperor with a powerful bloodline. In the past they could look down on the entire archaic immortal realms, and now they could still dominate the world. The fire-Qilin was infuriated. When he saw the primordial spirit of the ancient saint that was sent back, his eyebrows shot up. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient sovereign blood flowed in his slender and muscular body, giving off a thunderous sound. Even for the far ancient royal family, sages were the strongest combat power and were indispensable. The mother water marrow was sent back, but in exchange she received a primordial spirit that was almost destroyed. The fire-Qilin couldn't take this lying down. He smashed the entire tea table with one palm, causing the fire-Qilin cave to gush with multicolored light and propitious qi to drown the entire important land of the ancient royal family. What are you doing? Huolin appeared. Her blue hair fell to her waist and was so bright that it could be seen as a mirror. Her figure was graceful and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was as graceful and intelligent as a fairy. I'm going to fight that monkey to determine who's stronger. Fire-Qilin said. There was a knot in his heart. Back then, the battle where the heavenly prince died was something he couldn't accept. Even now he still couldn't let it go. Huolin warned him, saying, the victorious fighting Buddha is about to pass away and doesn't have many years left to live. It's not worth it to provoke that monkey now. If that old sacred ape goes crazy before his death and clears all the obstacles for his nephew, our race might not be able to endure it. I can provoke him, have a fair battle with him, untie the knot in my heart and cut down his arrogance. The fire-Qilin said. His eyes were like 2 divine lamps, resplendent and intimidating. His aura was like a mountain, making the half-saints in the ancient cave tremble. Huolin objected and said, don't do these things. We will use the mothership we seized to head to the outer realms and make a trip to the eternal Lord Star. Then we will head to our race's true ancestral land. We can temper ourselves there and become the strongest under the starry skies. The Big Dipper star region was in a state of unrest. Traces of saints were appearing in the outer realms, coming for the path of immortality. Winds and clouds were stirring up the great earth. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the expedition to the eternal Lord Star hadn't dissipated yet and was becoming more and more intense. Now, apart from preparing to enter the outer realms and attack the eternal Lord Star, the most powerful archaic races were also discussing the most powerful evolutionary liquid. In the recent days, undercurrents were surging. Many king races were aware of this and were all fighting over the divine ores to store them. It was to the extent where the news of an ancient saint being killed in the fire-Qilin cave was known by others. This was a great disturbance that couldn't be calmed down because of the evolutionary liquid. The most powerful evolutionary liquid actually exists. It's truly heaven-defying. We must obtain it. Those ants look weak and only know how to rely on external objects, but they are also extraordinary. This kind of precious liquid that can promote bloodline evolution is truly extraordinary. We must obtain it. Let's fight into the Eternal Lord Star region and seize their evolutionary liquid for our use. The 10,000 ancient races were discussing fervently. Every single one of them was very excited. They began to search for divine ores while preparing for the expedition. Now, the entire world was moving because of this matter. This was a chaotic situation. Before the expedition, before the great battle had even begun, the disturbance of the evolutionary liquid had already begun to spread through the Big Dipper star region. All the races were restless and couldn't calm down. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, all for the sake of resources. In the following half a month, there would be bloodshed from time to time. Fortunately, it was all within a controllable range and didn't develop into a storm. Now all kinds of valuable ores had reached sky-high prices in the various auction houses. Very few people were selling them and everyone was hoarding them. Unfortunately, there weren't many truly valuable things left. Yi Fan and the others had seized the initiative, but it was already too late for the other great powers to follow suit. There were a few divine supplementary materials that couldn't be lacked. Among them, the Mother Water Marrow was recovered, allowing everyone from the heavenly village to sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had the Fire God Stone on him. It was a stone that was fiery red like jade and had been obtained on the ancient starry sky path just like the Death World Heart. Meanwhile, the crucial Earth Dragon Essence had also made some progress. Wang Shu, Dumbo, and Jianghu had been walking around the mountains these days, searching for the dragon veins and gazing at the Earth Qi. Jianghu was a descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. Yi Fan was able to obtain the Heavenly Book of Source because of his guidance. Now Yi Fan had already returned the book to the Zhang family. As for Wang Shu and Dumbo, they were known as the Silver Blood Emperors. They were originally part of the mining order that Yi Fan had established back then, and they had been trained by the Black Emperor to the Tao Severing realm. Immemorial silver blood flowed within their bodies. Back then, this race was known as the Uncrowned Emperors with terrifying strength. Now, their potential had been awakened in their bodies. Grandpa Zhang and the others are in trouble. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. Just like Yi Tong and Little Ko, they were the hope of the younger generation of the celestial court. Currently, the two of them were helpless against the saints, but they could perform divination on other people. Of course, they couldn't go too deep and could only perform some basic safety issues. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately stepped into the domain gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to these people. Moreover, he had a clue about the Earth Dragon Essence and he would soon be able to refine the evolution fluid. There couldn't be any problems at this critical moment. This was a barren mountain range where not even a blade of grass grew. It could be called a barren land. It was precisely here that Jianghu and the others discovered the Earth Dragon Essence's aura. Yes, this is the place. There should be an Earth Dragon Essence underground. Yi Fan nodded inwardly. At present, he was the #1 Genesis technique expert in the world. Not only had Jianghu and the others found this place, but several Genesis technique worlds of the northern region had also found this place. There were even some ancients following behind them. One could imagine the extent of the competition for the divinity ores over the past few days. Even the ancients had gone to ask the human Genesis technique aristocratic families to take action. Jianghu and the Silver Blood Emperors were trapped in a valley. If not for the uncrowned king's powerful bloodline, they would most likely have been attacked. Has the human race's sacred physique Yi Fan returned? The Mixed Sky clan was ranked among the 10 strongest ancient royal clans. This wasn't some vicious 10 clans, but one of the 10 strongest royal clans outside of the royal clan. In the recent war they weren't affected, but they had seized some battleships. They had learned a lot of facts and completely understood the secrets of the evolution fluid. Recently, 3 half-sages had led a team and asked the Genesis technique aristocratic families to search for the divinity ores for them. They had intercepted Jianghu and the others here. If you don't speak, you won't be able to leave today. You can only die here. No one can save you. Speak quickly. Has the human race's sacred physique returned? What secrets did he bring back? Don't tell me you want us to search his soul? The Silver Blood Emperors protected Jianghu and retreated without fear. They had the array platform given to them by the Black Emperor. Breaking out of the encirclement and protecting themselves was not a problem. Boom. Suddenly, the Genesis chi in the earth veins boiled and turned into giant swords that soared into the sky. They exploded among the ancients on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a large number of them died. Yi Fan strode over. When his true body appeared, the group of ancients was so shocked that they all retreated. His name was like a tree's shadow, and the group of people turned pale. "You're really back." The three half-sages retreated. Their scalps were numb, their hair stood on end, and they had goosebumps. What kind of person was Yi Fan? Everyone knew about the Big Dipper. He was not afraid of the ancients. He had even killed the celestial prince and destroyed the 8 divine generals. The things he had done were shocking. Run. The three half-sages' faces were drained of blood. They rushed into the distance, and the others also scattered like birds and beasts. However, it was too late. Yi Fan had used a Genesis technique. There was a large amount of Genesis energy in this mountain range, which was under his control. It immediately turned into a blood-red battlefield. No one could escape. Yi Fan's Genesis technique was extraordinary. He used a forbidden Genesis technique to sweep this place in all directions. The three half-sages exploded one after another and died. Earth Dragon Essence. An hour later, Jianghu was excited. He hadn't thought that he would be able to dig out such an item in his lifetime. He picked up a stone egg from under a large piece of divine source. It was warm all over and contained a powerful life force. It was also Yi Fan's first time seeing it. This was a wondrous object born from divine source. It had condensed with the essence of the earth and turned into an egg shape. It was called Earth Dragon Essence. It had nurtured a large amount of life essence. Powerful earth essence chi. Is really a good fortune. People of the underground cave, come out. I don't care who you are. Hand over the Earth Dragon Essence and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise there won't even be a corpse left. An arrogant and conceited voice was heard. A group of people stood in the mountain range and blocked the entrance to the underground cave. You're trying to snatch it from me? Yi Fan sneered. From this, it could be imagined that the undercurrents were surging so fiercely. To what extent was the fight over the divine, or who are you people? The 2 Silverblood Emperors were the first to come out. First King Tribe. A young man said proudly. His skin was fair and not much different from a human's. The only difference was that he had a divine ring behind his head. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He had heard the sacred prince say that apart from the ancient imperial family, the first King Tribe was known as the number 1 of the 10 great King Tribes. They were much stronger than the Mixed Sky Tribe and the Demon Ox King Tribe. Offer up your Earth Dragon Essence and kneel to the side. I'll spare your lives, the young man said. The group of people behind him shouted loudly. Their divine voices were deafening. Every one of them had a divine ring behind their head that was dazzling. I thought it was Huang Shudao, the Fire Qilin, and the Dragon Lady of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Yi Fan walked out while supporting Jianghu. He glanced at them indifferently. You're the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan. You've really returned. The young man's expression changed on the spot. He was indeed very powerful and was known as an outstanding talent outside of the ancient imperial family. However, at this moment, his face was pale and he was incomparably frightened. That's right, it's me. Do you want me to kneel? Yi Fan asked. No, there's a misunderstanding here. I thought it was my enemy here, the young man from the first King Tribe said in a trembling voice. He immediately fled and the others followed. They knew very well that this was a killing star. Even the ancient imperial family was slaughtered without hesitation, let alone a descendant of the 10 great king tribes. Bloody light covered the sun. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique and drowned everyone. A large amount of blood vapor rose and miserable screams rose one after another. In this place, there was an underground dragon vein that contained endless Genesis chi. Yi Fan was practically invincible and could challenge a saint. With the Earth Dragon Essence in hand, Yi Fan and the others returned to the heavenly village. Now they only lacked one crucial supplementary material, the Wind Bone Wood. After gathering the main divinity materials, over 100 supplementary materials, the Earth Dragon Essence, Fire God Stone, Wind Bone Wood and Water Marrow Mother were indispensable. They represented the 4 divinities of earth, fire, wind and water. 2 days later good news came. When Yi Tong was searching in the central region, the current holy master of the Feng tribe, Wind Phoenix, gifted him a piece of wind bone wood. This moved Yi Fan's heart. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Now that all kinds of divine materials were gathered, he could finally refine the evolution liquid. We have all the materials. Moreover, the Genesis Life Stone, the Heart of the Death Realm, and the Destiny Divine Rock are in large quantities. The refined precious liquid should be enough.